One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Round 1 wasted no time. Caruana won a 6-hour battle against Nakamura. Pragg made a flawless start, and Sindarov turned things around to join the early lead. In the women's candidates, all 4 games were drawn, but there was nothing quiet about them. Garachkina missed a knockout chance, and Ju created big chances against Tan. Vaishali also had to survive serious pressure. So before round 2 even begins, the message is clear. This race is already taking shape. Some players have momentum, some are already chasing, and every result matters. Welcome to round 2 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm John Sargent, and my face today looks like what happens if you push d5 too early in a Sicilian. And I am joined by the wonderful Grandmaster Artur's Nightchance and International Master Anna Rudolph. How are you guys doing today? Artur, let's start with you.
Hey, John, and of course, Anna. It's a pleasure to be back for the second day. Well, what can I say? I'm really pumped after the way the Candidates Tournament opened yesterday, because who would have thought that we are going to have so many decisive games already in the very first round. There was the top clash between the leaders, and I think it's a good sign for the things to come.
And how about yourself, Anna? We were chatting a little bit about sport earlier. For anyone wondering, this is what happens when you play sports that aren't chess. This is an unfortunate, self-inflicted tennis injury. I've been getting some tips from Anna before we went live. How are you doing today?
Oh, look at those red bruises. This is beautiful. But I must say, I had my first serious injury, a knee injury, at the European Youth Chess Championship when I was 16. So even chess is really dangerous. So careful, guys. You're watching high-level, high-risk chess here because the stakes are high. This is the Candidates Tournament, and we had such an incredible day 1. I cannot wait to see what round 2 will bring, but I think this is all because of this format as well. John, let's break it down to our viewers.
Yes, indeed. And for anyone wondering, by the way, since then, Anna now moves the pieces with her hands, the old technique with her knees, that she had to abandon that. She grew up playing like that. You know, we got some good results, but ultimately the game has to evolve. This is the 2026 FIDE Candidates. It's a double round robin tournament, so it's 14 rounds long. Every player plays every other player twice. Nice and simple scoring. You get a point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. And if we're tied at the end, there's no 3 or 4 complicated levels of tie breaks, calculations, or anything like that. We just go to a tie break day if everyone is on the same number of points. So nice and easy. The time control in the open section is 120 minutes for 40 moves, and we add 30 minutes on after move 40. And once move 40 takes place as well, by the way, we do get a 30-second increment per move, but that only starts from move 41. And in the women's candidates, don't ask us why, but we've got 90 minutes for 40 moves and 30 minutes added after move 40 as well, but they get the 30-second bonus increment from move 1. Now, in chat, you might be thinking, hang on a second, this is really weird. What on earth is going on? And look, we agree with you, but there's actually been a very pleasant side effect of this, which is the 2 sections end up in time trouble at different times. So from us and from a broadcasting perspective, our tours has actually been quite nice to be able to look at different time scrambles in different times and not feel like we have to cover 6 games at once. So that's actually worked out in our favor in a way.
Yeah, I think so, because the women's tournament typically approaches the time scramble 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and the open section is 4 hours. So that's why we have an excellent opportunity to observe the most interesting action in both sections. And of course, as usual, we're going to do our best to check every single game, because sometimes the action just develops so quickly and there's 8 games happening at the same time. But yeah, I can't wait.
Excellent stuff. Now, before we get started today, of course, we have our wonderful man on the ground. It is Fun Master Mike, who is in Cyprus and was able to catch up and show us what the things were like on the ground for the players after play yesterday. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. We are here inside the fan zone before round 2. And before we get to today's action, we have Sophia, a volunteer from FIDE, manning the merch booth. Sophia, what's been the #1 seller on day 1?
That is the block note with moves that matter. And that's it.
And a lot of moves mattered yesterday. Unfortunately, none of the 3 winners in the open section are going to play each other today. However, Nakamura starts out with his double black. He's going to play against another person who lost in round 1. That would be Estepenko. Both players are looking to score their first points of the tournament. By the way, even though both Fabiano Caruana and Vachier Sindarov won their games, neither were too happy. Vachier didn't get a great middle game position, and Fabiano allowed a draw in the end game that Hikaru did not take advantage of. So each of them are looking to improve on their play, even though they did get the win. Over in the ladies section, we didn't have any winners in round 1, but we have an all India matchup when we've got Divya taking on Vaishali, and the first move will be made by the legendary 5-time world champion Vishy Anand. So India will be very well represented on that board, and that's the action from the Van Zone. Let's get going with round 2.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's take a look now at the standings in this rather chill-looking graphic for the women's candidates. But Anna, as we saw yesterday, these games were anything but chill.
They were so sharp. There were so many chances, missed opportunities, close to winning or even a winning move completely missed on Goryachkina's board. But what we have now is really a crazy situation where everyone is first and everyone is last.
And that just means, you know, things are relatively quiet if you just look at the scoreboard. But of course, things really ramp up a notch when you took a look at what was going on over the board. Anna, I'll go back to you for this one. Is there a particular matchup you really want to focus on today?
I think all 4 games will be really exciting. So I'm sure we will take a look at each of them at certain stages. But I would think that the main game of the day will be between the 2 Indian grandmasters, Divya Dashmukh and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. And as we heard from Mike, the 5-time World Chess champion Vishy Anand will be making the first move on that board. The All India Clash is my call.
And I think loads of fans in the chat are going to be watching that game very closely indeed. Now into the open section, we of course have 3 players, Arturas, on full points. The question is, will any of them be on 2 out of 2 by the end of the day today? Can we start saying someone has early momentum in the tournament?
I have a feeling that definitely there might be a chance for one leader have 2 points out of 2. And if I would have to guess, and maybe it's a really hot take, I have a feeling that Vachier Sindarov might do it, because he today once again is playing with a white color against Matthias Blubaum. And even though Matthias is a super solid player, Vachier yesterday had a crazy game, and he's once again playing with the white color. He is right now on the rise. So that's why I would not be surprised if he would win it. And also, of course, the very important clash between 2 potential tournament favorites, Fabi Caruana with black color playing against Anish Giri, who is going to look for ways to capitalize on his white color today. That's why I don't think today there's going to be any peaceful game here, John.
All right, well, let's find out. The clocks have started. The first move is on the board, and we can see Sindarov opening up with e4. I'm going to leave both of you with this thought. I have to say the lighting in the playing hall is, I'm tempted to say cinematic. Very bright on the board. The players are well lit, and then some really dark background. It looks great on the cameras. As a player, I'm going to ask both of you and bow out. We'll start with Anna. Is this good? Or would you rather it just be better lit?
I'm loving it from the broadcasting perspective, and for the viewers, the fans, I think this is really amazing, very cinematic and cool. But I I think that if I were a player in that playing hall, I would feel that it's a bit too dark for my comfort. I love natural light, daylight, and you need your energy for so long. These games can last for 6 hours roughly. You cannot get sleepy. So I'm a bit worried about the sleepiness factor when it's so dark in there.
I'm totally with you on it there, because I also feel that for cinematic purposes and for the viewers, it looks absolutely fabulous. But I think for the players, I don't know, maybe this would be a very good question to the players. But the openings have been already on their way, and here's the bird's eye view of all the 8 ports in both sections. So what do we see? Let me maybe make a very quick roundup, starting from the top left corner. Andrei Especo against Hikaru Nakamura. This is a Neo-Catalan. Very, very interesting opening, because I know about this quite a bit. Then we have the middle board on top, Vachier against Pragg. And this is French defense, which I don't think is a surprise, because Pragg, I think lately, is playing quite a lot of French defense. Fabi Caruana with black color takes on Anish Giri. It is a Catalan. All right, we already have some rather unusual setup with early d-takes on c4 and rook b8. Could be very interesting theoretical clash. Jawahir Sindarov against Matthias Blubaum is the Petrov, where white is aiming for some small pressure. That's the lower left part. And finally, the ladies tournament, we have another Petrov, Anna Muzachuk against Anjanki, except it's a slightly different line. The next game is Bibisara Sabayev against Alexander Garyachkina. It's once again the semi-Tarash. We saw it yesterday between Matthias Blubaum and Vachier, and I think Matthias played queen takes on d4 in that position. That's the lower middle board. Katrina Lagno, again, Jude Jenner. This is French defense with 92 third move. I kind of like this line. And finally, Divya Deshmukh against Vaishali, an Indian derby on the lower right corner. This is h6. Okay, actually, that's not really a surprise against the Queen's Gambit decline, because if my memory not mistaken, Anna, this is what Pragg has played before, and I'm pretty sure that brother and sister, they definitely share some of the prep.
Absolutely. And what an event it is already for having both Praggnanandhaa and Vaishali qualifying to the candidates, which already is a huge deal. Can they both become world champion challengers is the question here. One of the main questions for the tournament, of course, for all of you fans of the siblings, the only siblings who ever qualified both to a candidates tournament. Can they both become world champions would be an awesome story, I think. In terms of the openings that you have summed up, Arturs, thank you so much for doing such a good job with the overview. I would love to start with Fabiano Caruana's game because of this early rook b8, and just to break down why Black plays such an early rook move instead of developing the minor pieces and trying to castle as we learn it, the opening principles.
Yeah, this is not your usual Catalan, Anna, because I think that in a classical sense, Black already has developed the kingside knight to f6, and also I do not recall any lines where white plays knight f3 to d2. But speaking about the Catalan, it's one of the most researched openings these days, and it has a very, very good reputation from both sides. That's why maybe let's go back from the first moves and see how did the players get exactly here? Because for me, personally, this position, Anna, is not very familiar. So there you go. d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight d7. Okay, that is a really curious move, because the way I understand how Catalan Anna typically is played, Black plays knight f6, g3, and now plays d takes on c4, and sometimes is trying to hold on to the pawn with moves like a6, b5, or knight c6, b5 and rook b8, but knight e7, this doesn't look like to me as a mainstream theory.
No, this is already a surprise by Fabiano trying to take Anish into somewhat of a more fresh territory. There are some games in the database, but not many. Of course, as you have highlighted, the main moves would be the traditional setup with the knight going to f6, or you take on c4, there's c6, there's c5. There's about 7 moves that would be way more popular than knight to d7. I see on the bottom of the list the knight d7, and even after knight d7, we are soon reaching a situation after g3, d takes c4, bishop g2, rook b8. This has only happened 11 times in chess history. So very, very fresh, not a novelty, but on top level. I think this is still a very new-ish territory. The highest rated player I see who has played this position before is Daniel Duba with the white pieces against Vadim Zyagintsev in 2016. I wonder if both players are aware of it. Fabi for sure, but is Anish aware of that game, do you think?
It looks like it, Anna, because both players, they played it out pretty quickly. And from strategical standpoint, a black setup of knight e7, rook b8, it does make perfect sense because black wants to play either b6 or b5 to solve the problem of the light square bishop. Because typically when we talk about the Catalan positions, I have such a term that I usually like to describe to the audience that this is the so-called bad Catalan bishop. And very often, even if black gets a symmetricality in terms of the pawn structure, white is still better because this bishop on c8 is feeling kind of awkward. That's why very often white tries to play against this bishop and black tries to solve this so-called problem of the light square bishop. And that's what we are seeing here with the first move. So a4 from Giri's perspective makes perfect sense. He stops b5 from happening. b6, as you can see, black wants to activate the light square bishop. Knight f to d2, which is a rather peculiar move. White does not develop this knight first. He attacks with a knight on f3. And a5, knight x on c4, bishop a6, and knight a3. That's the current position. I mean, needless to say, I have never seen this.
And that's because it never happened, Arturs. You are so good at chess that you know when there novelty has been, even if you have not analyzed this, because yeah, it has not happened. A5, I believe, is the moment when we deviated from all the existing games in the database. So A5 is the novelty that Fabi and his team prepared, but it looks like Anish is also prepared. Even if this has never happened, he might have analyzed these kind of ideas, because the only two games instead of A5 that were played before, it was either bishop to A6 or queen to F6. Queen F6 was the choice of Levin Aronian last year. So I guess this is in connection more so with the bishop a6 idea, but wanting to place the bishop there with the pawn not behind the bishop, but in front of it. So it's a more healthy structure and also gaining more space on the queen side, controlling the b4 square.
Yeah, I think it looks very logical. What I try to understand is why black is not playing bishop b7, because this is typically the idea of the Catalans or Neo-Catalans, that black wants to trade this light square bishop. But that's the point. I think white is simply having more active pieces, because one would have thought that bishop b7 is the normal choice, if I may say so. And after the trade, knight x on c4, let's say black plays knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, knight c3, white is about to push e4. And even if black accomplishes this symmetricality, having traded the light square bishop, as you can see, the relation bar also quite doesn't like black's position. The rook on b7 is weird. So that's why this is still obviously part of the prep. a5 makes sense, bishop a6 looks logical, and here Fabi finally has the first think.
He does have the first thing. I am so impressed by how well the players are prepared. Of course, this is the candidates, an event that they have been preparing for months, but sometimes you just cannot guess exactly where the game will take you. And in this case, it's Fabi who chose this variation, a very specific and not that known variation. And yet Anish is also ready for the test and is well prepared. Thanks to Mike for all the information from Cyprus. He has just informed us that Anish is there at the venue with Grandmaster Jan Smeets, a Dutch Grandmaster who is Anish's second. And Fabi has 2 seconds to top that up. It is his longtime second, Christian Kirilla, and also Gregory Oparin. Both of them have been working with Fabi for a while now. So it's amazing to see always the players and their preparations, but usually there is a team behind, because it takes so much effort and time and energy to come up with something new and fresh, or new-ish at the least, when there have been millions of chess games played already in history. But we have a quite refreshing position, quite unusual position. Like, look at the pieces scattered around. There's a knight on the edge of the board. The rook is on b8. Black hasn't even touched the king side. You know, we tell everyone, you gotta castle as soon as you can. The rook has moved on the left side of the board, so you can only castle to the right side, but all the pieces are in the way. This is absolutely crazy, and I love it. I love it, Arturs.
Yeah, it's a very, very unusual position. And I think, obviously, Fabiano will castle short very quickly. But speaking about the work of the seconds, I don't really envy them, because they're probably working day and night and try to give as much free time to their bosses as they can. Jan Smeets and Christian Chirilla and Gregory Aparin, the ones that you mentioned, they're definitely checking every single game, double checking the prep, preparing the files in the morning. This is what's going to happen. So it's very, very heavy job, which very often the viewers, you simply do not see. Anyway, so this game is super exciting, and we're definitely going to come back to this game at some point later. So let's go back once again to the overview and see where all the other 7 games have taken us after the first 10 minutes or so. So what do we see, Anna?
Wow, a couple of moves and different variations have been chosen on the boards that we earlier talked about briefly at the very start of the round, thanks to your overview, Arturs. I'm trying to see which one would be the coolest and strangest in a way, because some of the openings are more traditional, more classical, and others are a little more offbeat. For instance, what is happening if we go to the women's section? How is that black queen already on a2? Maybe we could start with that variation, and if you could break it down to us, Arturs, on how did we get here?
That's a very good question. First, I think we have to understand what kind of opening this is, and by the looks of it, it seems that both players are still within the prep, because Bibisara has more time that she started the game, which is 1 hour and 34 minutes. This means that she has essentially blitzed out all the moves, and also Goryachkina apparently is pretty familiar with the setup. So let's go back from the very beginning and start with the opening moves. So this was Queen's Gambit declined with a different move order. Actually, quite recently I watched an interview of Magnus Carlsen, I think it was for Team Liquid channel, maybe I misremembered things, where he explained why at the top level people very often start with knight f6, e6, and e5. And to be honest, to me, I never really thought about it. And the point is, as Magnus said himself, the point is that here after d4, d5, c4, e6, so many players like to play this knight c3 and the Kaspet setups with c-takes, e-takes, and bishop g5. So that's why black plays a knight f6 and avoids this, because the Trompovsky is with bishop g5, it's not as annoying, and after white's most obvious move, c4, e6, we still get to the same position. I thought this was a very nice tidbit. Anyway, so here knight c3 was played, c5, the start of the semi-Tarrasch. This is what we saw from the overview. c-takes, queen a4 check. Okay, this is a deviation, Anna, from yesterday's game between Matthias Bluvam against Vachier, because the German player took on d4.
Yeah, very true that this is a different variation. I'm checking also the database at the same time because of that deviation. Of course, there's still plenty of games for these lines, but interesting to see how this compares to queen takes d4, as the queen can immediately take the pawn or give a check and then take it. What's the main difference in terms of what white is trying to achieve by inserting the check first?
I'm not super familiar with this line, but I think it involves winning the pawn outright, because if you take the pawn on d4 immediately, black plays c-takes on d4, and the aforementioned game of Bluvam against Vachier, it continued with bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, and in that game, Matthias played this early move, bishop b5. I think he first played rook d1, then he played bishop b5 and actually got some pressure after the opening. But the check on a4 pretty much forces black to respond with bishop d7, because knight e7, I think, white can take on e6 intermezzo move. And this involves some kind of a gambit. But once again, I think black is quite happy with this because if you play the Tarrasch positions, very often you are willing to sacrifice the pawn on the e5 to get some lead in development, and that's why the players are blitzing it out. So this was definitely not a blunder from Goryachkina. As you can see, she is very active, and I think, Anna, we are going to get our answer. How did this queen get to a2? Because all of the moves that both players, they played it's very logical. Bishop b4, rook c1, capture on c3, and there you go. Black recaptured the pawn, and that's the position we have right now.
That's the position indeed, and as you said, they are both very well prepared. BBs are not spending time, but gaining time with the increment that there is in the women's tournament, and Goryachkina also well prepared. This is the only moment when she started thinking too. That is a very important arrow you drew there, Arturs, because the black queen is not that cozy on a2, maybe too cozy. It's so cozy that it has nowhere to go. If rook a3 happens, then this black queen is trapped. So in this very moment, black needs to do something about the threat. Rook to d8 is the move that happened 5 times before in chess history. 2 of those games were Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces, one of them against a candidates tournament player, Wei Yi. Wei Yi also played rook to d8, so I think this is what we can expect by Goryachkina too. Maybe she is just brushing up her memory about this line and what is going on after rook d8. As you are showing, Arturs, it's possible to play knight d6 check, so it's pretty scary. When you get a check that will force your king to move, you can either go to f8 or to e7 if you want to play Hikaru's delayed bonk cloud. Not very recommendable in this position. So king f8 would be the move after knight d6. And that's when the white queen needs to do something about the pin. Queen to d2 and queen to c1 were the 2 options that have been tested before here in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I just literally follow the top engine line here because I'm not familiar with this. And knight d6, like you said, Anna, it looks a bit risky, but I think that this is a very concrete variation, and Asabayeva is definitely in the prep. And just looking at the top choices of what the Silicon Beast here suggests, black is apparently completely fine, but it involves some complex lines. For example, queen a4, white can play on knight x on b7, white can play bishop b5, and I'm pretty sure that Asabayeva's prep goes much beyond the first move. So that's why here the big question, I think, is how far Goryachkina remembers the prep, because if she doesn't remember it, she might be in trouble.
Yeah, because of all the things that you have mentioned and how sharp this position is, I think it is crucial to remember your lines here with the black queen having to return. If we just show for one moment why queen c1 is also a move that has been played, it looks like it's hanging the knight on d6, but it's the same problem that even without the knight on the board, that queen gets trapped. It's a really beautiful pattern, how it has nowhere, literally nowhere to go. The c4 square looks like it should be available, but look at that sniper from the distance on f1. Hasn't moved, but it's taking away an important square from the black queen. So that's why both in case of queen d2 and queen c1, the black queen needs to retreat, needs to escape from this threat of getting trapped inside the white position. And there's only one game that I can find in the database for this. Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces also played queen to d2. So I think that is the game that Baby Sarah has prepared from, maybe even has some improvements from that game. It was played last year, so it's quite a new game. And it's going to be interesting to see how well Goryachkina is prepared, because it's not your usual play whatever move feels okay kind of situation.
Also, I would be very curious to hear if there's any chessable courses that are covering this, because this is actually the thing, Anna, that happened yesterday, because I was not aware of this, but Pragg apparently played a line that Anish Giri recommends himself in his Najdorf course for black. And either he didn't remember it or he just decided to play a different line. So that's why, I mean, nowadays, everything is so well analyzed, and some of the top pros, they haven't really hidden it that part of the prep actually comes from chessable courses. I mean, why not? So many people invest so much time and energy to gather the basically a complete repertoire for you, so why not capitalize on it? I don't know, but that would be really curious.
That's a very good point, and it's always amazing to hear those bits of information and how Pragg used Anish's own course against him, and he was better prepared in something that Anish teaches in his chessable course. So that's quite a feat. I would love to go back to the bird's eye view, by the way, speaking of Anish, who is playing against Fabiano Caruana today. We were looking at that game earlier, so maybe we can revisit it in a little bit of a time. But the gentleman that beat him yesterday and took the lead in the tournament is Pragg, who has the black pieces today against Wei Yi in a very classical French defense. And also on one point is Vachier-Lagrave, who has the white pieces again against Matthias Bluebaum. And I think, Artus, you called it that this is a really good chance for Sindarov, since in the open tournament, in the open section, he is the player who starts with 2 games with the white pieces. For our viewers, this event is a double round robin, meaning that every player plays against everyone twice. So it's going to balance out the colors, but it kind of matters in a way how do you start and how that can give you a boost, a streak, some confidence. So 2 white games for the first 2 rounds for Javakir Sindarov. He won yesterday in his very first round, and I think he's gonna try to top that and double down and try to beat Matthias Bluebaum today. How do you see the opening choice here, Arturs?
Yes, and I'm genuinely surprised, Anna, because this is old man chess, pretty much, because I would have thought that...
What is a 20-year-old doing playing old man chess?
he's gonna play something more sharper, like yesterday Javohir was playing a very dynamic game against Andrei Yasipenko, and at some point he was in trouble, but right now he's going to an endgame, and he's saying that he might have some pressure here. I mean, jokes aside, this is a very, very trendy line in the Petrov, and it's been tested at the highest level. Maybe let's go back from the very beginning, and I'll try to explain why this is played and what's the reasoning. The Petrov, of course, is a super, super solid repertoire, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see it appearing in the Candidates Tournament more than once. I think already we saw the Petrov being played today in another game. Basically, Black is trying to copy White's moves and saying that you have to either take on e5 or play d4, because the other alternative really is to play the 4 knights variation, where according to the modern theory, White has nothing. That's why this knight takes on e5, d6, and knight e3. Yes, a very, very trendy combination these days, because it very often leads the position to some sort of an endgame. Black has to respond with queen e7. Knight f4 is threatening to play knight e5, and last time I checked, Black here has 2 major continuations, Anna, which is either c6 or knight c6, and sometimes we get really odd positions like knight c6, knight e5, knight e4, whatever it is this Semco engine says. It's balanced, and I'm glad we don't have it. So c6 is more normal. And White is just claiming that you have some space advantage because of this better pawn structure at the center and some kingside assault that typically involves some g4 and h4. And that's why Black here played h5 to stop it.
That's exactly what happened, and they're still following a theoretical path. Even after h5, I think there's still 1 game that has seen these exact moves as a sequence played before. Knight a3, I think, is when we get to a completely new territory, but there's just really very few games left already for the last couple of moves. So it's refreshing to see again that even though this is a very classical opening choice and old man's chess, as you said, Arturs, at least we have reached a new position. So this is not a theoretical draw, no repetition coming in, more of a slow maneuvering strategic position. I also would have expected Sindarov for going for something more sharp, something more aggressive. So it will be interesting to see how this turns out for him and why his team chose this opening for today. There's got to be a reason. John, do you have any insider information or at least an intuition to tell us why Sindarov is playing old man's chess at the age of 20?
I would love to say I have insider information. I will be bringing you some of that later on today when there are maybe results or news on other boards, I will do my best to bring those to you promptly. But sadly, no insider information on this one, except to say Vachier Sindarov is one of the hottest emerging talents, if you can even call him emerging. I mean, he's 2750. We've known about him for years. And perhaps it's a way of playing in a style that Matthias maybe is not expecting from him, because after getting the victory yesterday, you would expect him to want to try and find a way to go for 2 wins on the trot. So maybe this is what he thinks he has to do to give himself the biggest possible chance of doing just that. But I want to hear what you guys think in the chat as well. Do we feel like Sindarov is the most likely to go 2 for 2 in the candidates after rounds 1 and 2? Do we think a different player will do that? Or maybe no one will be on 2 out of 2 after the end of the day today? I'd love to hear what your predictions are. Now that the openings are out of the way, we're going to go for our first quick break. And when we come back, we'll maybe do a bit of a summary on what chat thinks. See you in a second.
You know, I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional, and that really helped us. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way I was even lucky, that the club that was near us, that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her, like, what's the level of your child? And she said he's a complete beginner, which was not true, because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot, because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, it's like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at, and so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing, and yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later, and by that time I was, I was spot committed to the game.
How did we end up on Netflix? Honestly, that is a great question, a story I've forgotten, but I will share now that back in the heat of this, in the heart of the battle, there were, as we said, a ton of studios and streamers reaching out. Some people will remember there's already been a small documentary about this on Nightline, ABC's I think it's exclusively on Hulu.
Yeah.
And so if you have a Hulu access or whatever, you can find the Nightline doc that they did. But what they sacrificed in order to rush and be first was access to Hans and Magnus, because at that time, we were the only ones who were willing to play ball. And this is interesting because then everything happens with the lawsuit. Eventually it goes away. Hans and Magnus, like all of us, are happy to see it behind them. They agree to work with Netflix. And really it started with Magnus, because once Magnus agreed, I already had the contact of the Way brothers. You can look up who McLean Way is. He's a producer, and I'm sorry for dropping your name, dude, but probably good for you. McLean Way is one of the founders of Propagate, and they are the guys who have led the way along with Ryan Duffy and a lot of the original producers of this studio house that creates the Untold series. So I'm giving all these guys shout-outs. Shout out to Jake, too. So the cycle is I had McLean's number because he and I had gone back and forth, and when he knew that Magnus wasn't coming to the table, because I told him, hey man, Magnus doesn't want to do this, Netflix basically dropped out. Full circle, lawsuit is behind us, people are in better feelings, Magnus says he's willing to do it. I reached back out to McLean and said, hey, I don't know if you're going to get Hans to do it. I said straight up, I can't get you Hans because I don't think Hans wants to talk to me, but Magnus is in. And at that moment, their gears started turning very, very fast. And so how they ended up getting Hans to come to the table, I actually don't know that story. And maybe someday we'll hear from the Netflix producers or from Hans in terms of why he agreed to work with them. We haven't given Thomas Tancredi a shout out. He's a great director.
Such a good job.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia in
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We were just discussing old man chess. This gentleman is anything but Yavakir Sindarov, trying to be possibly the only player at the end of this round to be 2 out of 2. We'll see. Chat certainly thinks so. There's a lot of support over here. But at the same time, chat were very quick to point out that statistically, Fabiano Caruana has as good a chance as anyone of making it to a dream start to the candidates. Both those players, of course, are on 1 out of 1 and looking to try and shake things up. Let's head straight to the bird's eye view, because there are plenty of other boards where the players are deliberately picking their openings in order to shake things up and see if their opponents get wrong-footed going into the middle game. So, Arturs, this time, I'm going to let you pick where we drive next. Let's have a look.
And let's have a look once again at what we're seeing in all of the boards. Very quick overview. Vachier against Pragg. Some highly theoretical French defense position. We are definitely going to check it. That's the top left corner. Top middle board, the so-called old man's chess. Javohir, the youngest player of the tournament, is playing against Matthias Blobom. The queens already have disappeared off the board. Still, it's a very exciting middle game. The game, which might have very big implications for the overall rankings. Anish Giri against Fabi Caruana, top right corner. It's some sort of a super interesting line in the Catalan. Andrei Yasipenko against Hikaru Nakamura. That's the game I would like to check in a moment. It's the lower left corner. It is a line that normally I advise for black not to play, but I mean, opening trends, they get reevaluated every single time. And if Hikaru plays this, apparently he has a deep ready in that position. Katerina Lagno against Ju Jinner. We have still the French defense position where black is at the moment holding on to the pawn on d4. Then we have Anna Muzichuk against Tanjin Ki. That's the lower middle board. And this is, by the looks of it, some Petrov, where Muzichuk is trying to apply some pressure. Divya Deshmukh against her compatriot Vaishali. Both are from India. It's a classical Kaspat. structure. Definitely we are gonna check it out as well. And finally, Asabayeva against Garyachkina. That's the lower right part where apparently both players are still within the prep, but Bibisara has a bit more time on the clock. So Anna, my suggestion is we go straight to the game of Andrei Yesipenko against Hikaru Nakamura and just take from there.
I think that's a great suggestion. I would love to go through the opening moves to see how we got into this position. Arturs, if you could kindly take us through the opening choice and how risky of a territory are we talking about?
I mean, visually, it doesn't really seem like it's a big deal, and the deviation bar says that black is slightly worse. But let me explain. Once again, we're starting from the very beginning. Andrei plays a c4, and he basically invites black to play e5, which up to date, I do believe it's the most principled way to play. There's definitely a lot of lines you have to master. And this is the territory of the Neo-Catalan. And why I'm saying the Neo-Catalan is that white very often delays the d4 push. And now it really depends on black, what he wants to do. For example, d takes on c4 is a very interesting line. d4 essentially is what Hikaru played yesterday against Fabi Caruana, except there was a slightly different move order, and that was the ready opening. In this game, Hikaru decided to play knight f6, knight f3, and c5. Now, this is not the main continuation, because as far as I know, black's main continuation here is to play bishop e7, shoot castle, and I was so curious to see what Andrei had prepared here, because I very clearly remember his World Cup match for the third place. This was game number 2 against Nodirbek Yakoboyev, where Yesipenko was playing this position from black's perspective, and this was essentially his fight to get in the candidates tournament. And in that particular game, Yakoboyev played this trendy move, d3, c5, and opted for knight e5, this pretty rare but very trendy continuation. And Yesipenko knew from the black's perspective that the strongest continuation is to play a6, which, Yakoboyev was not very happy to see, and Yesipenko went on to win the game and the match. But it didn't happen, unfortunately, because Hikaru played c5. And why I'm saying that this is normally a suboptimal choice, because even if you get a symmetrical pawn structure here after d4, c takes, and is it knight takes on d4 or queen takes on d4, black typically is suffering because of this last bishop on c8.
So the reason for the evaluation bar showing somewhat of an advantage for white is heavily due to that bishop that you are highlighting, Arthur, is the difficulty of developing the light squared bishop for black, while white, if you look at white's light squared bishop, that is a gigantic piece covering the entire long diagonal. We are yet to see what Andrei Yesipenko will choose to do here. As you are showing, the d4 pawn can be taken either with the queen or with the knight. In the database, I see knight takes d4 for all the games, 60 games actually still in the database, including a game between Pia Kramling, Anna Kramling's mom, against Anna Muzichuk. So it's going to be exciting to see for how long they are following the theoretical path, but definitely a more risky choice, as you said. So what does that tell us, Arturs, from Hikaru's perspective, that he's going for this variation? Is he inviting a more complex, taking on risk to invite a more complex situation where he can also get winning chances, but that it's not just playing for equalizing, that he's willing to take on a worse position?
That is a bit of mystery to me. I think what Hikaru is trying to do, he's just trying to get Yesipenko out of the book. And as you can see, the evaluation bar says that black is slightly worse, and I'm pretty sure that Hikaru knows this, but most likely he has worked it out to a comfortable position at some point, because that's the sad reality of nowadays, the opening prep. I mean, you can take any opening advantage. For example, after the first 5 or 10 moves, you're going to have 0.5 evaluation in terms for white having an opening advantage. But you push it deep enough to depth of 60 or 70, it's always fizzling out. And there's nothing in the very end. So that's why even this position, where Engine initially says that black is slightly worse, probably with the perfect play, he's still equalizing. And I think this element of surprise most likely is what Hikaru is counting on. I don't really know if he's trying to be ambitious. I think his main ambition right now is just to get Andre out of the book, and if there's going to be an opportunity, try to capitalize on it, because Andre is a very dangerous opponent, and we could really see it yesterday. He was very, very close to take down Javokhir Sindarov. He got a bit unlucky and made a very unfortunate decision at the wrong moment. Things could have been completely different, and maybe this is also what Hikaru sensed from Andre's performance yesterday.
I think that's a good evaluation, that this is not about trying to be risky or tricky, but more about getting that surprise element on his side, on Hikaru's side, to keep the game balanced and not taking Andrei Yesipenko as an easy opponent, even if he's supposedly one of the lower rated players. But Yesipenko, when he was 17, he beat Magnus Carlsen in Vaikanze, among other players. So he definitely is not someone that should be anyone's easy opponent. And I feel like it's the assessment that you said, Arturs, that Hikaru wants to surprise Yesipenko, get him somewhere where he's not that well prepared. But essentially, this game isn't going to be that sharp, and possibly, based on the statistics too, all the games where this happened before, 60 games so far, 43% of those games were won by white, 45% of those games were drawn, and only 12% of those games were won by black. Of course, it's a wide range of different ratings, the players that have played this before, but solid approach. Surprise element, solid.
Yeah, and I don't really know when was the last time when Andre actually checked this line, because people simply do not play like this. People are not supposed to play like this. But I mean, again, everything is constantly reevaluated, and yeah, he's just trying to figure out what to do right now. And I'm thinking that one of his big ideas in this position, Anna, might be to play knight x on d4, which is the most natural move in the position. And after the short castle, I think choose between e4 or knight c3. I mean, knight c3 looks like a bit ugly move because, for example, after this move, you're weakening your pawn structure. But then in the long run, this pressure of the light square bishop can be pretty significant. I myself banking more towards, after knight x on d4, short castle, something more classical. Let's say e4, knight b4, knight c3, and typically in these positions, black is attempting to try to trade off a couple of knights off the board. For example, let's say knight c6, and I don't know, does white play knight x on c6, or does white play bishop e3? In every single position, white has some pressure, and that's what Andre is trying to figure out right now.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it to him to figure it out. He's been thinking already for over 8 minutes, so this is the first time where Yesipenko is going below on time in comparison to Hikaru, but could be an interesting middle game to check in on later and see how the game develops. I think if we go back to our bird's eye view, Arturs, you already have mentioned that there are so many exciting variations to follow, including that very classical French defense on our top board for the day. Board 1 is Wei Yi with the white pieces against Pragg. Pragg took down Anish Giri yesterday, and today he chooses the French defense. I'm always very biased when I see the French defense because it's not the most common opening at the very elite chess level, but it's my favorite opening, and I'm so rooting for it to do well today. It's in 2 games today. Isn't it great?
Yeah, I mean, the French defense is quite popular these days at the highest level. I think Magnus Carlsen plays it, Fabi Caruana plays it, Pragg plays it, and also, by the way, from the candidates, Matthias Blubaum, I think, if I'm not terribly mistaken, is a big expert in the French, because I played it myself against him some years ago. So it's getting very, very popular these days, and I think because of its nature that it's a fighting choice. I mean, Engine initially gives some advantage to white, but I mean, if you go deep enough, then black is always fine. What I'm seeing right now, Anna, is that move 10 for Wei marks as a mistake, short castle. And I have a suggestion. Maybe Wei is out of the prep. I mean, could this be? Because it's a very normal position. If we start from the very beginning, this French defense position, knight c3, e5, f4, all of this has been played thousands of times at all levels. White's typical idea is to go for the long castle. So bishop e7, queen e2, a6, bishop d3. I think that typically white plays long castle and tries to attack at the king side with h4, h5. But bishop d3, short castle, and short castle. Our dearest friend called Stockfish doesn't like it quite a bit and says that after f6, black is perfectly fine. And also, look at the clock situation, Anna. Pragg has extra half an hour advantage on the clock, and it seems that he knows this position.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because it feels like it's Wei Yi who deviated on purpose from the most trending or most popular variations. As you said, usually white goes castle queenside. You take the pawn on c5 first, do not allow c4, and then you castle queenside. But he didn't choose to do that. He went bishop d3, he went castle kingside, and he's the one spending more time. I'm surprised. I'm trying to look at his time management, and when he started thinking longer, bishop to d3 was 7.5 minutes, and castle kingside was over 12 minutes of thinking. So he's not playing something that he prepared for today. Why do you think he was surprised, Arturus? Because you said Pragg has played the French defense, doesn't always play the French defense, but it's not fully a surprise.
I mean, it's a wild guess, and maybe I'm kind of biased after what he said yesterday against Matthias Blumbaum, that he forgot his prep after bishop g5, and I'm thinking maybe this is the case again. I don't really know, but his position is still
now
normal.
himself. Maybe he knows the line. He's just second guessing because it happened to him yesterday. That's true. It can happen. Psychology.
Yeah, it could be. But anyway, the position is still very rich, and Pragg is attempting to open up the position. His threat is to play f takes on e5, take on d4, and collect the pawn on e5. And the blacking might be exposed in the process. So maybe white can even afford to play some sort of a gambit. Let's say I do not know anything about this position. Can I play something like rook e1? Just throw pieces on the middle of the board. Okay, this is a mistake, and I think I know why. Is it something like f takes, and rook takes on f3? Is this? Yes.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
yeah,
And then there's a fork when the pawn captures the central pawn of white, attacking both the bishop and the knight. That is beautiful.
yeah, so apparently you cannot do that. Okay, you cannot play the casual move rook a to e1. You cannot solidify your center with knight e2. For example, here knight e2 runs into c4. And that's why you need to make some
very
kind of
important.
Yeah, this is a threat at some point. So white needs to make a pretty big decision. Yeah, we'll see, really. I could throw in the mix some simple captures on f6 and c5. Maybe there's even some crazier stuff like f5 working here because black is underdeveloped. And that's what I'm seeing here, Anna, is that black is a bit behind the development. And my logic would be I want to open up the position because that's when I can exploit my lead in development. But yeah, the $1 million question is how to do it.
And that is a great question. That's the question that Wei Yi has been trying to find the answer for already 17 minutes. This comes after having spent 7 minutes on bishop d3, 12 minutes on castle kingside, and now he's spending an even bigger chunk of his time on this decision. This is not good news at such an early stage of the game when the time control for the open section has no increment until move 40. So he still has over an hour, but this is move 10. There's 30 more moves that he needs to play, and he's very slow so far in this game. And I think the speed here also matters for in terms of the feel for how sure or confident he is about this variation, because if you are feeling great about what's happening and you know the preparation, you play your moves faster in the opening, which is not the case here. So a bit troublesome in terms of what this says psychologically, not troublesome for what's on the board. The board is fine, but the time management and the psychology here, I think, says something else, Arthur's.
I'm thinking this could be a very exciting game. Of course, I'm pretty sure that Vachier is going to find his way out of this, even if he's out of the prep, and everything suggests that he is out of the prep. I mean, you don't normally spend 45 minutes on a position that you do know. Whatever happened here, anyway, Vachier is a brilliant player, and I have seen so many fantastic, highly sharp games played by the Chinese superstar. So that's why this could be, that's my wild guess. It could be maybe even a game of the round. Something dramatic will happen in this game. I have a feeling that will be a very, very spectacular follow-up. So let's not forget this game. Let's go see what else is happening in the other games. But this is the game we definitely have to keep our eyes on.
I agree with you, and I would say if I had to do a hot take of the round in terms of what game will be a decisive result, I would pick the Vachier Pragg game for sure.
All right. We're definitely going to come back to that. And what else are we seeing in the overview? Are there some major changes in the other games? Sindarov is still maneuvering his way around Blue Bomb's pieces. That's the top middle board. That's the Petrov. Queens disappeared off very early. There are some changes in Anish's game against Fabi Caruana. Maybe we can once again go and check out that game, because this was the Catalan, a rather rare choice by Fabi. And I have a guess, Anna, what happened in that game. Maybe let's go full screen to that game and I'll try to explain what is happening here. I think that Fabi is taking some risks. This is my guess, because I didn't really explain it thoroughly in the very beginning. This is the Catalan with 97. Black plays this early, d-takes on c4, rook b8. The way I understand it, I mean, it's a very simplified evaluation of the Catalan. Any Catalan line with d-takes on c4 these days is good for black. It's like the word on the street. Basically, you ask any chess professional which are the good lines in the Catalan. These are all kinds of d-takes on c4s. Like you can play d-takes on c4 here. You can play d-takes on c4 after a6. You can play d-takes on c4 any lines, and black is doing really well. So why Fabi is not doing this, and why he is going for this setup, I think he is taking some risks, and he is looking for more than trying to equalize. And it looks like he's doing pretty well, and Anish has also a pretty safe position. And ultimately, it's leading to something peaceful, I suppose. Maybe it's too early to tell, but just Fabi played c5. It's hard to tell, but all I'm seeing for white is the bishop pair. So Anish's position visually I like a bit more. But that's why
I like it visually, and I like it time-wise too, Arthur. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but if we look at the time management, there's a good bit of time advantage for Anish Giri. But it was Fabiano who surprised Anish, yet Anish was really well prepared even in this surprise line that has not been played before. So that's how well the Dutch number one is prepared, that he's prepared also against something that has never been seen before, and he didn't know that Fabi would choose it for today. So there is the time advantage on Anish's side, but his question here, the question he needs to answer is what to do about this c5 push. And is he going to take that pawn? Is he going to retreat the bishop to c3? Those are probably the two main moves he's looking at. I don't really see other options he would be considering.
Maybe there's something sharper for black possible. So let me try to show an idea. Let's say, I think knight takes on c5 is too soft, because if you do this, I'm kind of afraid of this potential pin. I mean, Engine says it's still good, but I would be afraid to look in this direction, and I'm seeing some ideas of a5. Maybe they're not working. Okay, Engine actually says it's working, so I just played it randomly, and it somehow works. What I was thinking from the black's perspective is that after d takes on c5, maybe b takes on c5 makes a bit more sense, because it's a bit more aggressive. You're hitting the bishop, and after bishop c3, I thought there might be knight e5. And I'm trying to understand what is this position, because if you take on d5, take on d5, if you take on d5 with the queen, now the pawn on e2 is hit, and this is getting really sharp. I mean, Engine says white is slightly better, but all I'm seeing is multiple Lascaux weaknesses surrounding the white king. And maybe this is Fabi's idea, but I suppose we are going to see it pretty shortly, because for Anish, I think he has to take it. I mean, what else? Bishop c3 is running into knight e5? Or maybe then he plays bishop b2 and still is a happy person. Maybe.
Yeah, this would be the alternative, and that's the reason why he's investing quite some time in this moment. There's already over 5 minutes, close to 6 minutes, that Anish has spent on this decision between the pawn capture or the bishop retreat. Bishop c3 does look appealing from what you're showing, Arthurs. We could go a bit deeper here if you would like to analyze further what might happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if black has to play this knight e5. It sure looks very tempting, Anna, because it comes with the tempo. But then again, white just plays bishop b2. This bishop on a6 for black looks very active. But the question is, what do you do next? Because white, I think, might want to play something like rook e1, play e4, and maybe go for some attacking ideas at the king side. That's the beauty of this dark for bishop on b2. It can be a very, very strong piece for a potential king side attack. And if black doesn't play knight e5, what does he do? Because c takes on d4, I think it runs into queen takes on d4. And there's some problems with the pawn on g7. Maybe it's just trading the last with bishops. Bishop b7. No, Engine doesn't like it.
Oh, why the evaluation bar dislikes it so much? Is there something concrete?
Maybe some space advantage problems after e4.
Oh, and keeping the pair of bishops.
Yeah, and obviously, yeah, keeping the bishops alive, and black is still having some problems. Okay, bishop b7 maybe doesn't really make any sense. But the way I'm looking at this, I think that this bishop c3 for Anish looks very logical, because why would you allow black to activate his pieces, create this open file? But I mean, that's why they say chess is a very concrete game, and Anish already has pretty much decided most likely that he probably is going to play bishop c3. He just wants to analyze this position with d takes on c5 a bit deeper.
Yeah, that must be the reason. And the engine is always just so cruel when it comes to these positions, because it just says that, yeah, bishop c3 is promising, but black will take the central pawn, which is something that for us human beings looks like, wait, why would black take that pawn? That allows queen takes d4, threatening checkmate on g7. Look at that queen bishop battery. If we show that line one more time, Arthurs, with the bishop on the long diagonal, the two bishops slicing up the board, queen bishop battery, threatening checkmate. This is looking amazing for white. And then the engine says, but black plays knight f5 and everything is okay. The queen is hanging and the pawn on e2 is hanging too. There aren't too many good squares for the white queen to retreat to. So this is why the computer sometimes kills the most exciting positions. I'm so happy for those bishops. Look at them, they are gorgeous. But it's this knight f5 that comes with a tempo, defends the pawn, defends against checkmate, attacks the queen, and there's still the pawn hanging. If the queen goes back to d2, then the other knight jumps to offer a queen trade, knight c5, offering a queen trade that will again weaken the e2 pawn. The a4 pawn is a target too. So maybe that's the reason why he's thinking, because the concrete line, unfortunately, allows black to get out of everything. And maybe even it's going to be black who starts playing for an initiative there.
I like it. Yeah, this bishop c3, c takes on d4, it's a paradoxical idea, because normally black is not supposed to open up the position. I mean, white has the bishop pair, and there's typically the logic. If the position opens up, the one who has the bishops favors from this. But that's why, once again, there's a different rule that says chess is a very concrete game. And that's why here, once again, concrete rules apply. The pawn on e2 for white is under attack. And I think this is what makes this a very concrete situation, because let's say in this line after knight f5 that, Anna, you mentioned, if white was able to play queen f4 and then proceed with something like e4, I'm pretty sure that white's position would be better because of the bishop pair. But the pawn on e2 is under attack, and that changes things. So basically, white is tied to defend this pawn. That's why Anish is thinking, pretty sure, yeah, you're right. He noticed this idea that black can take on d4, and he's trying to evaluate that. This is the hardest thing. in chess, especially at the pro level. You see two lines and you're trying to weigh which one feels better to you. And you also have to take into account how easy is to play that position, how much time I have on the clock, because sometimes also your clock situation makes you to choose one consideration over the other. For example, you're approaching a time scramble, you want to choose a simpler choice. You have plenty of time, your opponent is not so much having time on the clock, you want to go for a more complex choice. Anyway, it's a truly fascinating position, and Anish is in a deep thought. Anna, what do you think? Let's go back to the overview and select another game.
Yeah, let's take a look at everything else that's going on right now in Cyprus in round 2 of the Candidates Tournament, the open section. In the top row, as well as the bottom left corner, and in the red boards, we have the women's tournament. Divya Deshmukh against Vaishali Ramesh Babu is one of the top clashes of the day, the All India battle in the women's tournament. So far, still a solid Carlsbad structure, but I think we'll check in with that later when things heat up. It's a very traditional classical approach for now. While in the bottom right corner, that's the game we were analyzing earlier, because that's nothing like a classical traditional chess. There's a king on e7, and the white king also hasn't castled. Maybe we could check in with that game, Arthur, since it's quite a fun one to look at. It's all that we learn about opening principles and how to unlearn them and break all those rules.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what all the best coaches in the world are teaching. First, you learn the rules and then you unlearn them. This is like Yoda said, yeah, you must unlearn or learn. Anyway, yeah, it applies also to chess. And the king is on e7, and it's feeling apparently pretty safe. It's not a bunk lot, but there's some very concrete issues for white. The knight on d6 is pinned. The pawn on e5 is under attack. Also, the white king, as you said, Anna, is somewhere where it's not supposed to be, and that's what makes this position pretty sharp. I think we checked this like 5 moves ago. I'm just going to show very quickly how it got to this position. We got to knight e6, queen d2, check, rook c1, queen a4, bishop e2. All of this was still the prep, and this is where Goryachkina played f6, f4, king e7, and e5.
And this is all forced because that knight on d6 is a beautiful knight, but it has been in a pin because of the rook on the d file, and you had to prepare this pawn push f4, e5 from Bibisara's perspective to support that knight in order to not lose a piece early in the game. I'm trying to see if we are still in that one single game that I found in the database, if I can figure it out quickly, because for a while they've been following a game of Arjun Erigaisi, Arjun with the white pieces. It's a game that he won last year. But my database decided, oh, actually, no, wait, it's working again. And the f6 idea also happened in that game. The bishop went to d3 in Arjun's game. So that's the difference. But I feel like Bibisara knows the game of Arjun because she prepared this variation. They start at 1 hour and 30 minutes in the women's tournament. And there's an increment from the first move on, meaning that Bibisara has been winning time, making time instead of spending time. She's very well prepared. I'm pretty sure she's aware of Arjun's game, but decided to prepare a slight change from how Arjun handled that game. So the bishop goes to e2 instead of d3. Still a really exciting and complex position. Arthurs, when you look at this with Grandmaster eyes, how would you describe why this position is about equal? What makes something this crazy balanced?
Thank you for this very nice, simple question, Anna.
Yeah, anytime, Arthurs.
I'll try to find yes, a very, very simple answer. I think that Black's position feels a bit risky with his king on e7. What I try to figure out is, can Black take the pawn on e5? I mean, everything is surrounding this pawn, because Bibisara underlines that you cannot take the pawn on e5 apparently because of some tactics, but I'm very curious. So where's the problem? Let's try this. F takes on e5, f takes on e5 makes perfect sense. Black obviously can take the knight on e5, but I'm seeing a check on g5. And if I'm black, this worries me. For example, knight takes on e5. You can see the bar immediately shoots up in the sky. There's probably some kind of a problem. I do not see immediately what it is. Is it some queen g5? No, it's not a problem because black plays king d6. Is it some rook c7? But there's definitely some tactics. Okay, I'm just switching the engine. I'm just gonna check the engine.
It's crazy. I looked at it and that's why I'm like, oh goodness me. If Bibisar has prepared even this, and I think she has, because again, she hasn't spent a single second getting into this position. Rook c7 check to force the rook to d7, and now knight takes b7. It looks like the queen is hanging, but it's not because the rook is pinned. The rook on c7 is hanging. You could take it, but then there's queen d6 check, and everything will fall apart in black's position. This is absolutely crazy. White is completely winning with the rook down.
And I think there's going to be some nice move like a short castle or maybe rook
check.
f1. Also a check, and this is, it's actually not about the rook on c7, Anna. It's about the checkmate. You're going after the king. It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, this entire sequence. Rook c7,
Absolutely
rook
crazy.
b7. Yeah. Take on
Knight takes
b7.
b7, and white is winning, sacrificing a full rook.
Okay. I suppose it answers the question that black cannot take the pawn on e5 at least twice. But I'm still seeing some other contradictions. For example, can I play, let's say, the same idea, f takes on e5, f takes on e5, and I'm very tempted to give this check. Don't ask me why, Anna. I just love the check, and I want to somehow expose the white king. And after g6, I would still research something from this angle, from black's perspective. But now queen g5 is kind of a problem. And if I play queen h6 here, I suppose white can take it. No, engine slightly disagrees with me, but still the same idea of knight b7 is in the air. Knight takes on e5, and I'm dropping the rook. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, black cannot take on e5 immediately. And this means for Goryachkina making the next move is not so easy.
Yeah, she has made a decision essentially after having spent 7.5 minutes on figuring out the line and whether the pawn on e5 was okay to take or not. She goes for queen to d4, offering a queen trade, which is very logical. If your king is under attack, one of the most efficient defensive resource is trading queens. Every position of attack, oftentimes most positions, are a lot less dangerous if you trade the opponent's queen. So very logical, queen d4. The computer also agrees with it. If you see the evaluation bar still about equal. So even though Goryachkina is the one who has been surprised with this variation to some extent, and it's really sharp and complex, she is finding the best way to react to it over the board.
Yeah, but what's the move? That's really the question, because if you cannot take on e5, do you play something like queen d4? But after the trade, there's this check on c7 again. The pawn is hit. Once again, I can check the engine. You know, it's so easy to switch it on. We try to work without the engine. By the way, there's queen d4. Okay,
Yeah, so she played it. Yeah, exactly.
She played it already.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's why it's really impressive to see that she has found the best way to continue with no prep from home and with no engine help or our evaluation bar. This is still really complex and allowing rook c7 check. So she must have calculated that after rook c7 check, she will be playing rook to d7 in order to not lose the pawn simply without a fight, offering at least a rook trade. And when the bishop takes back on d7, knight b7, that's when black will be winning the pawn back. And if anyone is playing this for a win, and look at that evaluation bar, it is black, because all the black pieces are really active. So Bibisar should not go for this, but she also can't really avoid trading queens. Where do you go with the queen? You can't really do anything. Plus, if you want to avoid it, then black will have a monster queen in the middle of the board.
Yeah. I don't know. So I think that Goryachkina has figured out the problem seemingly, because if the queens are off the board, then this means that the black king on e7 is not in danger, and it looks good. I mean, the position still remains balanced. Baby Sarah did her best to surprise the opponent. As you can see, now she's thinking for the first time, and maybe it's some sort of a regret, like, oh no, my opponent figured out everything. She did spend half of her time, but she still picked up all of the best moves, which is not really a surprise because Goryachkina is one of the pre-tournament favorites. She's the former World Championship challenger back in 2020 when she lost a match against Wenjun. So, yeah, she has been also one of the players who has crossed 2,600 ELO among women, which is a very incredibly amazing feat. So the position remains balanced, Anna, and let's, I suppose, check another game.
Yeah, we could go back to our bird's eye view to take in everything that's happening right now in Cyprus. This is round 2 of the Candidates Tournament, the open section at the top and bottom left corner, and the red boards are the women's tournament. There's so much going on, Arthurs. I don't even know where to go next, but we could perhaps go through a couple of the games just here in our bird's eye view as an update before going into the depth of the analysis on some of our top clashes. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very good idea. So let's start with the top left corner. Vachier against Pragg. That's the French defense, and Vachier decided to take on f6. I kind of like the choice. Evaluation bar says it's still about equal. Very, very sharp position. Sindarov is still pressing against Matthias Bluebaum. We could check that game, but in terms of the structure, not much has changed, and Vachier is aiming for the longer game. Giri against Caruana has decided to play bishop c3. He did not take the pawn on c5, and we might see this capture on d4, which is not such a trivial choice, if you ask me, Anna. Then we have Yasipenko against Hikaru, where the pawn structure has changed. Maybe that's the game we could check in a moment, where Hikaru did play knight c6, voluntarily ruining his pawn structure. So Andrei's pawn structure looks a bit better. Then we have Katerina Lagno playing against Zhu Jinner, and black is still up a pawn, and Lagno has decided to play a gambit. She just played c3, and she's trying to open up the position. Looks pretty sharp to me. Anna Mazurchuk against Tanjanki. It's the Petrov where white has some pressure in the center. I think she's looking for some pawn pushes in the center, but black's position is so solid that Tanjanki's chances to hold look pretty good to me. Divya Deshmukh against her compatriot Vaishali. It's still the classical Kaspet structure, where both of the players are carrying out their typical ideas. That's the lower right corner, more to the corner. And Baby Sarah against Goryachkina, that's the game we just discussed. Anna, I mean, yeah, there's so much action going on. I'll let you choose.
I think I would follow your pick as well. The bottom left corner is calling to me to check in on the developments in the game of Andrei Yasipenko against Hikaru Nakamura. Both of them lost their first round game, but not without a fight. They both had their chances, and now it is their chance, at least a chance for one of them, to score their first point in the tournament. We have been talking about the opening earlier, but for the viewers that are just about to join the broadcast, Arthurs, how would you sum up what has happened so far in this game between Yasipenko and Nakamura?
So first it started as an opening surprise. Hikaru decided to surprise Yasipenko with a rare line because people don't play like this at the pro level, and that's why Andrei was out of the book pretty early. I'm talking about this early c5, c6, and knight on d5. And clearly you want to play d4, play against bad black's Catalan bishop, c6 on d4, knight on d4. That's what we did not see happening. Short castle, and instead of e4, which I felt is kind of like a classical choice, Yasipenko played queen b3, which also looks pretty normal to me. He wants to play rook d1, play e4, and try to apply some pressure on this long file. Black responded with knight c6, and this, for like a casual chess fan, might be a surprise. I mean, why black is doing this? Because you're just ruining your pawn structure. But look at this. After this trade, yes, black ruins his pawn structure, but now he also opens up the b file for the rook, and this bad Catalan bishop, it's not so bad anymore because you can play bishop a6. And Anna, I have played this line, this particular structure myself pretty recently. And if I may, I would like to show you how I got there from the White's perspective. From this was in the German Bundesliga. I was playing against Rasmus Swane, who is now helping Matthias Blubaum, and we play like this. I was playing from the White's perspective, d3, c5, and there's this very trendy continuation c6 on d5. The idea is that after e6 and d5, you play d4, you play the Tarrasch position down the tempo, but White is kind of happy. And Rasmus played knight e5, and in this position, after c6, knight x on d4, which pretty much looks like what is happening right now in the game, Swane played knight c6. Also, I think it's like common knowledge between elite players because after knight c6, b6 on c6, Black plays queen b6, bishop a6, and eventually is equalizing the game. And that's what we are seeing here. It's quite similar to me. Like it's kind of like a common knowledge that Black is pretty happy with this. But yeah, in this position, White is up a tempo.
And that extra tempo, Yesipenko used that to push a pawn on the edge of the board. This has never happened before, according to my short and brief, but hopefully efficient research in the chess database of all games in chess history. H3, novelty, and now it is Hikaru's turn to figure out how to proceed. H3 does guard the g4 square, so whenever the bishop develops to e3, it's not running into any knight g4 attacks. So that's one advantage of h3, but it does slow down the development of the white pieces a little bit because you still see that the left corner for Yesipenko is sitting on the bench. All the pieces are waiting to be called in to play. So h3 gives this moment for Hikaru to finish his development, or at least try to develop the light squared bishop and connect his heavy pieces. I'm really curious what are the main moves he would be considering. What do you think are the main options here for Black, Arturs?
Maybe Anna, something like e5, bishop e6, try to block the light square bishop on g2, or play a5, a4, and be aggressive at the queen side. But you know, Anna, my first impression when I saw h3 is like, what a ridiculous move. Because I thought...
Novelty, like Arturs, it's a novelty. Hey, no novelty can be ridiculous. It's an attempt to do something new in this world, but it's so hard with millions of chess games.
Now, let me explain, of course. I mean, I think it's a genius idea, what you just said. It stops Black's idea to play knight g4. White wants to play bishop e3, but I think the big idea why Andre is choosing h3 over a more natural move, knight c3, because I was thinking, why did you play knight c3 and then play bishop e3? This knight g4 is a problem, and I think what Andre is doing right now, he is playing bishop e3 with knight d2 to follow, and I think he has figured it out that the knight on d2 is more accurate than on c3 because you can immediately follow it up with rook c1 and apply pressure against the pawn on c6, and this knight is getting to c4. So I really love this quote by Vichy Anand, who once said, and then later Vichy once said it to me, this is not his quote, he just borrowed it from somebody else. I don't really care if this is weird. If it works, it works. So if Vichy says, if this works, then it works, and also Engine says, if this works, then it works, then it's completely fine, because White's concrete idea is bishop e3, knight e2, and apparently there's not much that Hikaru can do about it. But yeah, the visual first impression to me is like White should be developing the queenside pieces, but I'm sure that Andre knows what he's doing, and he has the full support of the Engine.
He does or he does not, because the other thing that I was thinking of, Arturs, is that yes, he has played a novelty, but it could be one of those novelties that a player comes up with spontaneously over the board, might not even be aware that it's a novelty, because he already spent over half an hour of his time. It doesn't come across to me as home preparation. It comes across to me as he played as best as he could against a surprise by Hikaru. Hikaru went for not the most common, not the most classical way of facing Yesipenko's choice in the opening. So they were both out of prep shortly after, and now we reach a novelty that none of them know is a novelty. It just happened. That's my theory.
I love that. Yeah, but for Hikaru, it's a bit unpleasant because the point is for Yesepenko, the next moves are incoming very easily. It's Bishop E3 92, maybe Rook D1 also included in the mix. So what is Black supposed to do? Is he going for this E5, Bishop E6? Or is he going for A5, A4? Or is he going for some Bishop H6, Rook B8 idea? Because Yesepenko already has figured out where his pieces are going to stand. And now it's Hikaru's turn. That's why it's not really so clear for Hikaru right now. And I think he senses that he is slightly worse. I suppose we are going to see. John, I see you're back. Maybe you have some fresh updates on something what's happening behind the scenes, or how does it look from your perspective? What's happening right now in the round 2?
I think things are not quite reaching boiling point yet, unfortunately, Arturs. I've been taking a look on the bird's eye view and just seeing where things are moving left and right. There are some opportunities being created. Like you said, Anna, we've got some novelties, but maybe novelties for the sake of being novelties, perhaps, or trying to get opponents out of prep rather than any big psychological blow, at least not yet. Hopefully, we'll get to see some more a bit later. If I had to turn the question around and maybe ask you guys, we've seen some subtle maneuvering on all the boards. I'm going to ask for a prediction from both of you. We'll start with you, Arturs. If you had to pick one board on the bird's eye view, which is the first board where we see a big swing in evaluation, like a big gamble pays off, or a really interesting move leads to some deep tactical continuation where one player misses something. If you had to pick one board, you don't have to choose the color. Where would that be right now?
I would say my money would be on Vachier against Pragg, because that's the kind of position that can explode. Yep.
Amazing. And how about yourself, Anna? Would you pick the same game, or have you got something else in mind?
I mean, Arturs always steals my choice of games, and then I have to come up with a backup plan. But hey, I've got this. I'm searching for a different one. And I would say that the Anish Giri Fabiano Karuna game could also turn into something really fireworks looking like complexities, I'm hoping, because what we were analyzing in that game after bishop c3 is that Black's best move was to take that central pawn, and Fabi didn't play it, didn't find it. So I think now Anish with the pair of bishops has a really pleasant advantage.
And both of those games are games where one player has about 40 minutes more than the other as well. So time discrepancy, even though we're not talking about it right now, there's plenty of time left, but that discrepancy could end up playing a part in a couple of hours' time when we really start getting into crunch time as the players move towards the time control. So folks, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with more action from the 2026 FIDE candidates. Don't go anywhere.
You've got all 8 players there on those cards, and we're going to see if you can get the field's age in the correct order.
Oh my god.
Youngest at the top, oldest at the bottom. Good luck. Let's see how well you do.
I'm obviously not certain about the day that or month that they're born in that year, so I might have 1 or 2 wrong.
Okay, well, you got the Jack of Clubs correct. You are the Jack of Clubs, and you are the youngest player at the top there.
Yeah.
But you got your friend Abdu wrong. Actually, Vincent is the second youngest.
Ah, really?
By a couple of months.
No,
just a couple of months.
I know Abdul's birthday is like 17 September. It's like, I don't know Vincent's birthday.
No,
it's November. Yeah, November 3 or 4. No, or
15.
15. Sorry.
Arjun was born in September 2003.
September?
Hans was born in June of 2003.
I didn't know that.
100% you are the winner of our Grand Championship. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Yeah, thank you. Hey.
Okay, now you don't have to play the tournament because you already got the big challenge right. Vincent is actually the second youngest. We need to move him way up there.
He's been so strong for so long.
But we got to switch Arjun and Hans. Arjun is the 4th youngest.
Okay, yeah. My knowledge of the young guys is not good. Except of Javakir.
Well, I've got two pieces of good news. Number one, you're exactly right. And number two, you've explained to our audience how the knight moves. So congratulations.
Yeah, it wasn't planned, but sure, why not? Yeah.
All right, 100% right for Vincent Kaimar.
So that was honestly as poorly as I could do, but based on the information that I had, I think I made a reasonable guess.
All right, well, it's not a bullet game, but if it was, you got it completely right. And you got it the neatest, so you win every award we have to give, Fabi. Congratulations.
Which is no awards.
Which is no award.
Thanks.
Which is you get to go to your next interview.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think Notre Beck's still going to be friends with you, even though you didn't get him right?
I mean, I know his birthday, but I don't know it's Vincent's birthday, so that's why I put like September, like there is like 8 months, after September 3 months, so mathematically I choose Vincent will be older than Notre Beck, like some few months.
Right, that was good game theory, it just didn't work this time. Yeah. So 100% correct, congratulations, you know your opponents.
Yep, thank you.
You absolutely did, and thank you for the Ella assist. Thank you for playing.
Well, that didn't help, did it?
Netflix wishes it had the drama of this insane game between Anna Muzichuk and Dan Zongyi from the Candidates Tournament. The game kicks off with a Sicilian defense, the O'Kelly variation, no less. White goes for a Maroxy setup, and after opening up the center, Dan Zongyi sacrifices a pawn in exchange for a knight on d4. That is less a knight and more of a rhino. After finishing development, Black recovers the pawn on d5. White is slightly better, mainly because her bishop on e4 is way more handsome and elegant than the poor soul stack on g5. Then, after bishop f6, Anna makes a mistake with queen to d3, because after he takes f5 and this spicy little sequence, the Chinese player ends up with a dangerous protected pass pawn on e4. Even worse, the bishop on b7 has less future than my gym membership after January. Important note, after rook a8, white cannot grab the a6 pawn because of queen to a7 here, with a double threat, one on the bishop and a nasty discovered check along this diagonal. Sweet, sweet pain. Instead, rook a1 was played, and Dan manages to shove a pawn down white's esophagus. Brutal stuff. There is a trade of minor pieces now, and the question is, what about the pawn on e2? Can we take it? If white takes on d8 followed by queen takes e2, that leads to serious intestinal problems on the back rank. That is why rook d3 was played here. Now rook f8 was the best move, but Dan decides to munch on d3 first, and suddenly Anna starts fighting back. Now h6 would have been the best try to prevent those nasty dark square checks, but after queen c3, white finds a dream setup. The queen lands on h4, defending e1 while eyeing some future checks on f6. Finally, after queen d2, white finds a perpetual check, and the game ends in a draw. Did you enjoy the game? I hope so. Now get out of here. Go back to watching baby reels on Instagram. This has been Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca for chess.com.
Welcome back, folks. We are about halfway, maybe just under halfway through round 2 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. All sorts of action going up and down the playing hall. There are 8 boards, of course, 16 players vying to have a shot at becoming world champion later this year. I am joined by the wonderful International Master Anna Rudolph and Grandmaster Artur Nightchance, and we are properly in the thick of the middle game now. And one game I'd love to direct our attention to, maybe just from my positional understanding point of view, and from at least 2 people who've mentioned it in chat. We've taken a look at Bibi Sara's game earlier, where, okay, both kings are in the middle of the board, and there's no castling involved here. However, there was another game I wanted to take a peek at, because we had the game between Lano and Zhu Jine, where Zhu has the option, potentially, of going either side of the board, or if the queens come off, for example, maybe even keeping the king in the middle, and it feels like there's some very interesting dynamics going on in that game, and if there's dynamic equality, there's certainly a lot of moving parts. So I wanted to direct our attention there and maybe ask both of you what you thought of that game. So with that in mind, Arturs, Anna, let me know what you think.
Thank you so much, John. This is indeed one of the most exciting games in the women's section today in round 2. And I've been just trying to figure out if this is still something that has happened before in chess history, Arturs. I feel like it's not. I think we are in new territories again. We would love to see that. We love to see a fresh new position. But the computer is giving question marks to the last pair of moves that were played by Lano and Zhu Jine. So I think we need to dive into this a little bit. Why these last moves are not the best, Arturs.
Or maybe the last one, at least. I mean, that's the move that chess.com engine immediately says it's a mistake, even though the evaluation bar says that it's still sort of within the balance. Maybe black is slightly better. Maybe let's go back from the very beginning and see what was the opening phase. I think we saw this from the bird's eye view. It's the French defense with this early move, knight e2, c takes, e takes on d5. This is a pretty popular line. Bishop c4, queen e6, and here, the first surprise. I think that typically in this position, white plays should castle, and then black responds with something like either knight f6 or knight c6. I'm not really sure which is more accurate, so let's say knight f6. White plays knight b3, knight c6, takes, and the black at some point plays bishop d7, and this is where the theoretical discussions are starting. However, Katerina played immediately knight e4, which is something I do not immediately recall. It hits the queen on d6 and also attacks the pawn on d4. Black played queen b4 check, knight e2, knight f6, g takes. Actually, this knight f6, Anna, it seems to be a very principled choice. Don't you think?
It is a principled choice. It's out of the top 3 options for black here. Knight f6, knight to c6, and knight to d7. The 3 knight moves are the main options for black. There's still not too many games, but about 19 or less games for each. Knight f6 was the choice of Zhu Jine. I think this is still a line that she probably prepared not for today, but she must have analyzed it in general about this variation of the French defense. And Rook e1, this is when we reach a completely new territory. Rook e1 is a novelty. I think it might be, again, one of those cases where it's a novelty over the board because both players have spent quite some time reaching the middle game position. And after Rook e1, there aren't too many more moves. Bishop d7 is natural, developing the light squared bishop of black. c3, attacking the queen. The queen goes back to b6, which is somewhat criticized by the computer. I think the engine was preferring to trade the pawns before moving the queen away, take on c3 first, and then maybe choose the a5 square for the queen rather than keeping it on the now semi-open b file. Instead of this, Zhu Jine went back to b6 straight away, which immediately kind of made Lano go a little bit in the wrong direction, interestingly, because the engine just doesn't really like the trade on d4 at all. The computer wants to just drop the bishop back to f1 to free the c4 square for the knight. Now with the queen on b6, it's actually quite a pretty pattern that you jump to c4, activating your knight, and then the queen is seeing the d4 square as well. You open up the diagonal of your bishop, so it would speed up the development for white, and that would be, now that we have all this information, I think quite a logical choice. But this is not that easy for players without the evaluation bar, without the engine. And c takes d4 in a way is also trying to get to development, but it's not the right way, because after queen takes d4, now that bishop on c4 is troublesome. You cannot move the knight away because the c4 bishop would be hanging. And if you go to f1 now, which I guess is still probably the main or one of the main options for white, you have reached the same position that you could have a move ago, but with black having really active pieces. And look at that queen bishop battery that Arthurs is building up with a threat on f2. So suddenly it is black who would take the initiative, and it's not looking that pleasant from white's perspective.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out what it is that both players could have done it better. For example, whatever this d takes, b takes, there's also the queen takes on c3 line, which I think
look at the bar.
Yeah,
the bar shoots up like crazy. Why?
It's very risky. I would just say something like rook b1, bishop b2, bishop takes on f6, rook b7. White is having a tremendous initiative, and typically good players, they look at lines like this, they're like, I don't like it. Let me play something more human. But from Lagno's perspective, c takes on d4, it kind of does make sense, because you are having a lead in development. Your opponent's king is exposed. So that's why you should be looking for ways to open it up. And also, as you can see, the black king is not going to feel secure at the king side because the pawn structure is ruined. But I have to say that bishop f1 is not the move I would be looking at, because I kind of liked here the bishop on c4. It targets the pawn on e6, and I'll be looking maybe for some opportunities like, I don't know, queen h5, get more pressure to the attack the pawn on e6 and rook e6. I will be looking at perhaps bishop b3 and then play to knight c4 and keep the bishop attacking the pawn on e6. But yeah, that's why Stockfish says chess is once again very concrete game, and this bishop f1 apparently is the best move. But both players are still human beings. C takes on d4, queen takes on d4 was played, and I wouldn't really read too much into the evaluation bar right now. It says that black is slightly better, but white still controls the initiative here.
Yeah, I would think this is very much a 3 possible result position. And it's going to be really critical, the next few moves, on how the game develops overall. I feel like this is one of those critical decisions now for Lano on how to finish developing her pieces. Again, we have highlighted how the knight on d2 cannot jump away because of the bishop on c4, but queen h5 is a very logical move, and that would be threatening the capture on e6. Can we show that, Arthurs? Because this is a really pretty pattern and so many pins that there are. The queen is pinning the f7 pawn, and there's also the e file. So the pawn on e6 looks like it's a very solid part of black's pawn structure, but it would fall thanks to this beautiful tactical pattern. You need to be very careful in chess.
Yeah, black gonna do this, and I think black would have to respond something like knight e5, hitting the bishop and also defending against the threat on bishop e6. And yeah, do you play bishop e3? This game could get really sharp very quickly, and this king is kind of in trouble. You cannot easily castle the short side, the long side. It feels quite exposed. Engine, as usual, quite doesn't like it, but that's why I'm saying it feels quite 3-result game at the moment, and we definitely are going to keep our eye on this game. Let's go back once again to the overview and see, maybe we're missing some more action from the ladies tournament. So first, let's see what are we seeing there. There's the Petrov game between Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhangqi. That's the lower middle board. Looks quite balanced to me. Divya against Vaishali is a classical cos, but looks pretty standard to me. And then we have Bibi Sara against Garyachkina, where the queens are off the board. Anna, I leave it up to you. Do you want to check one more game from the women's section, or we go straight back to the open section?
I would love to check in with the All India Derby, Divya with the white pieces against Vaishali. I know it's still quite a solid and classical position, but this could be the main game of the round, even if it starts in a more calm and strategic way, as opposed to some of the sharper positions we have been analyzing. I think, Arthurs, this is a really good opportunity to explain the pawn structure to our viewers, and I'm going to be taking notes as well, because there's a lot we can learn from this, and what are the plans, the typical plans for white and black.
Okay, so usually the one thing that I'm explaining to everyone is that the pawn chain, the arrow shows us the direction where we have to play. So we have the pawn on f3, e3, f2, e3, and d4. It kind of gives us a signal you have to play at the queen side. At the same time, for black, it's the 3 pawns, b7, c6, and d5. It shows you the direction you should play at the king side. And that's what's happening. Typically here at the queen side, white's plan is to play a3, b4, b5, and let me just make a million extra useless moves for black. Pardon me, I'm just trying to illustrate the idea. I'm pretty sure that black can do something better than this. But this is the big idea for white. White wants to trade the b-pawn, create a weakness on c6, and now we have the so-called pawn mainland. As you can see, all the pawns are protected by each other, and black has 2 main islands. Right? That will be, according to British geography, the mainland and Ireland. I'm not really sure. I don't remember how British geography looks like. I should have asked this to John. Maybe I'll have this opportunity to ask him. But anyway, that's the mainland, and those are the islands. But at the same time, black is definitely doing something, and black is supposed to attack you at the king side. So we're talking about some sort of g5, g4. We're talking about some, okay, there's obviously the bishop hanging. Let's say trade. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Let's say here, rook e8, knight e4, every single piece is pushed towards the king side attack. But from the white's perspective, it's kind of a bit easier to play because, as you can see, there's no direct attack for black. And that's why also the valuation bar kind of favors white's position a bit more. And it's very popular at all levels, at the professional level, at the club level, because the plans are quite easy to understand for everyone.
This has been a masterclass. I've been taking notes as well, guys. This is such an important strategic position when it comes to d4 openings and structures like this. It can arise from all sorts of different sequences of opening moves. So it's more about the middle game plans and this pawn structure and the arrows. Remember the arrows, and the arrow is pointing, as Arthurs was showing, it's not pointing back to our king. Okay, so you need to also know in which direction the arrow points, and not toward your own position, or in this case, toward the g1 king. That would be a funny arrow. When it comes to the time management, that also has been really balanced. So I feel like both the position on the board is really balanced. The time management between Divya and Vaishali has also been about the same or very close. This, though, I feel like could be one of those games that will blow up later. It starts slow maneuvering strategic game, but especially when time trouble will approach, I think there's gonna be a lot more action to cover. So I would still feel like this game is a 3 possible result game.
Yeah, definitely. It looks still within the balance, and all 3 results are possible. One more thing I would like to add about the Cospet structure is that typically in these positions, the knight belongs on d3 and d6. And I think that white is very close to put the knight on d3. And black, of course, after the bishop trade, is ready to put the knight on d6, because it not only covers the weaknesses in the position, but also is very close to have a clear influence in the center. But black's kingside attack at the moment doesn't look very real, because the Darksword bishop is not there. Let's say if black had the bishop on c7 and queen on d6, we could talk about some kind of a pressure. But
could we bring back actually our main board to show what you're drawing, Arthurs? Because I see your lovely colors, and I want everyone else to see, not just a lesson one-on-one grandmaster lesson to me. I love it. I mean, it's really awesome, but I want to share this information with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, the point is here black is missing out the Darksword bishop, and typically there's this counterplay at the long diagonal. Black is missing it out, And like I already said, the knights best belong on d3 and d6. But with two knights on the board, this probably means that there's no direct attack at the king side, and white's game at the queen side is a bit easier. Anyway, we're going to keep our eye on this. Anna, shall we go back to the maybe overview and let's select a game from the open section, because I'm pretty sure some things already have happened the last time we checked it.
Yeah, this is definitely now the right moment to take in everything that's happening here in round 2 of the Candidates Tournament in the open section and the women's section. And oh boy, that top row is very promising for a check-in, including what I'm seeing in the very far left corner, Pragg, who is one of the tournament leaders and also one of the youngest players of the Candidates Tournament. He has played the French defense today against Wei Yi, and the evaluation bar is showing already some advantage for Pragg. Can we check what were the last few moves in that game? Arthurs, how did we get here? And is Wei Yi getting into some trouble?
It looks like he is getting out-prepared, and now I think it's very safe to say that he just mixed up in something in the opening, and it started with this short castle. It's a throwback 7 moves before, right here. Short castle, f6, and about here he decided to change things and captured on f6. By the way, d6 on c5 was not an option because black could play d4. And just fast forwarding what we missed, he played e5, knight e5, queen c7, rook e1, bishop d6. Black is incredibly active. There was the trade. Wait, what? So anyway, this is what happened. Bishop e2 and bishop f3, but the first thing I'm looking at this, I'm trying to figure out, was this necessary? Because I kind of like this knight on e5, and I feel that white is not interested to take on c6 himself, but apparently the Chinese grandmaster was very concerned what happens with the pawn on d4.
That must have been the reason why he chose to trade the knights. As you have already highlighted, Arthurs, the knight on e5 is such a beautiful piece, and you want your opponent to trade there because then a white pawn will appear on that square, and that's a pawn fork. So if knight takes, then the pawn takes back and it's a pawn fork. If the bishop takes, at least you got the better bishop of your opponent. In the French defense, the dark squared bishop is the active piece. The light squared bishop is usually the one that's struggling behind the pawn chain. So we would love to get that bishop traded for our knight on e5. And that's why really it is a surprising decision, Arthurs. And he might not have found a better way to deal with the pawn on d4. The central pawn of white is hanging, and he didn't see how to deal with it other than trading the knight.
Yeah, but then his position is not really great. Because, I mean, with his knight not standing on e5, I do not see if white has any hopes whatsoever for the opening advantage. The bishop on e3 is looking pretty passive, and black is quite active at the queen side. So the last moves that we missed was bishop e2, rook a7, very cool move.
I love this move. I just wanted to stop here for a second because this is such a cool move. It's a rock star move, you know? You're not even moving the bishop away. It's still sitting on the initial square, but you are bringing your rook into the game and over to the king side with this rook lift. Like, how cool is that? Usually there's tons of things on the 7th rank, mainly pawns, but in this case, it's all ready for the rook to swing over and double on the f-file or go over to e7. One of those squares will be where it lands, and the bishop is just waiting from the distance on c8 for a better opportunity to be developed.
Yeah, one thing I also drawn, okay, rook f7 was just played by Pragg, and Engine says it's a mistake. What I tried to figure out, I suppose there was something better because there's nothing wrong with the move itself. But I think a very common move in these positions is to put the bishop on g6, and this is what very often black is trying to do in the French positions. Play bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop g6, and try to have some pressure on these weakened squares. But apparently Pragg must have felt that it's too slow, and he went for something else. But I wouldn't really be as harsh and say that this is immediately a mistake because it just looks very human, and he's trying to apply some pressure even though indirectly against the white pawn on f4.
It looks so human and the computer is so brutal. Arthur's, it's saying that it steps into a tactical pattern, the rook on f7. White can capitalize on this. If Wei Yi finds that he now can take the pawn on c5 to open up the d file for his queen and then push his pawn to f5 to undermine the pawn of black that is guarding the central structure, then there's gonna be issues because of the bishop appearing on d5 with the rook and the king getting into a skewer. This is pretty complex, but not impossible to find when you are Wei Yi, a very sharp, very precise player in his calculation, very, very much a technical but also super precise, accurate player in terms of these messy, complex lines. I feel like he will, if he senses the opportunity, he will find this.
If somebody can find it, it's definitely Wei Yi. And I think that this was not part of the plan of Pragg, even though the position still remains balanced. But I don't think he was planning White to take on c5 and play f5. And I think that Wei Yi might be looking into this right now, because I don't really know what else Black is supposed to do. Taking with the bishop, it just feels completely wrong, because it just gives away the control of the dark squares on the platter for White. Like, I would be thinking, play something like knight e2, put the knight on d4, play g3, and have a beautiful blockade of those dark squares. So basically, Black has to play b6 on c5, and then after f5, suddenly all of White's pieces stand perfectly, like applying some pressure against this pawn on d5. So that's why this is a small misstep for Pragg. Let me check very quickly, consult with the engine here. What was he supposed to do? I mean, it's not a big difference. According to the Silicon Beast, the strongest move was c4. And where's
Not
the idea?
allowing the trade. So he keeps the structure closed and then push on the queen side. Even if he then goes for the bishop maneuver that you're highlighting, or the rook lift as he played in the game, but White can no longer open up the center and go for this tactical pattern. And I think the other move that the computer likes is if you move the rook, then you move it to e7. You don't step into that diagonal where the bishop of White will appear. But this is probably, again, a bit suspicious because of allowing some of these ideas with the capture on c5 and f5. So maybe the c4 was the start of making sure that there's no tactics for White, and then Black can continue with his plan, which makes me wonder, Arthur's, Pragg, he has played this game really well. He has gotten a very comfortable position, even getting an advantage, somewhat of an advantage with the black pieces. But did he relax a bit too soon, thinking that this is all great and everything is running smooth, and he missed that there is a counter chance for his opponent?
Well, what I think is what happened is that I'm not super, again, familiar with these nuances of the French defense, and Pragg is one of the world's best players when it comes to the French defense. But I think that Black typically does not play c4 in these positions. I think with a White knight on e5, let's say we have the same position, let's scroll back a bit, right here. White had the knight on e5. I think that Black pretty much never plays c4, b5. I might be mistaken, but I think it just removes the tension from the center, and White immediately has, I mean, the knight, the strength of the knight on e5 immediately magnifies and means so much more. And that's why when you get these knights off the board, suddenly again you have to reset your mindset that maybe here c4, b5 is a thing. And apparently Pragg didn't quite figure it out. Maybe he was just not familiar with this position. What happens if White has the pawn on e4, the White knight on e5 is gone, that here actually you have to play c4. Well, call it learning experience. But anyway, the position, the game continues. Wei Yi is still under a lot of pressure. He is significantly lower on the clock, 41 minutes only. He's struggling a bit, but the position still is within the balance.
Yeah, and if he doesn't spot this tactical pattern here, Wei Yi, to capture on c5 and push f5, then everything will be as Pragg has planned. This is, I think, this one chance to blow up the center, open up everything. If he doesn't play it, then I don't think there will be any next opportunity for that kind of a winning the central pawn situation with f5. Also, I think Arthur's maybe the reason why Pragg probably has not been worried about d takes c5 is that with the pawn on b6, it's what Black wants. Black always would love for White to take that pawn on c5 so you can bring your b pawn closer to the center. This is a great pawn structure for Black, threatening to push d4 at some point when your queen is not hanging. So careful with that pin. But in principle, that's something that Black wants. It's just a very concrete line where it's an exception. It doesn't matter that this is usually good for Black. Here, it's a bit troublesome with the combination of White pushing f5. So it's a very concrete line again. And sometimes the grandmaster mind, it filters out moves that are not good in general. Maybe these patterns were a little bit filtered out from the general knowledge that, that's not a good move for White.
Yeah, perhaps. But even, let's say, Vachier sees this, he still needs to evaluate if this is good. Once again, let's just put it on the board. Let's say takes, play f5. What if the line continues? I mean, what if Black plays something like, I don't know, let's say bishop c7. Try to build up the battery. F takes on e6, bishop takes on e6. I mean, do you like this position? This is also something you have to evaluate. Okay, Wenjun says it's kind of better for White. I don't really know why, but there's some very concrete ideas. Black wants to play queen d6, threaten with your checkmate on h2, maybe play d4 next. And that's why Vachier, being a super grumps, I'm pretty sure he sees all of this and he's looking into maybe there's more. Maybe I can somehow rearrange my pieces and get the knight back to e5. How about I play something positional, like knight e2, play c3, solidified position, play knight c1, part of my arrows, knight c1, knight e3, knight e5, and maybe this position is a bit better. So I don't think the answer here is really so clear. And why Vachier is thinking about his choices, I think we also should check the other games and maybe select one more game we have to review. And I have a feeling, Anna, that we haven't for quite a while investigated what happens in the old man's game. Jablocki the youngest player of the field, where he's playing against Matthias Blubam, and yet he played a very, very safe line for a long-term pressure.
Long-term pressure, and it's getting into an even more promising pressure, quite a steady and healthy advantage for the youngest participant of the Candidates Tournament, also one of the leaders of the tournament. And we already said it earlier in our broadcast, Arthurs, that Vachier is the player who starts with 2 games with the white pieces. All the players will have, of course, the same amount of games with White and Black. They play everyone 2 times, so it balances out. But it matters how you start. It matters for your confidence, for the streak, for getting that boost. And if someone can get that boost, it's looking like it could be Vachier Sindarov, because he won yesterday, and it's looking really good for him today too. We were a bit surprised about the old man chess, as you called it, Arthurs. He went for a more solid approach. But perhaps this was really the right choice against Matthias Blubam, because look at this position now. White's position is so healthy, while Black is struggling a little bit to deal with that knight on g5. Can we dive into the details of why White's position is better?
It's really a mystery, isn't it, Anna? Because we look at the position. What we can summarize, White traded the queens early on. Like, let me show the opening move. After 95 d6, there's the knight. This is not how you're supposed to play, because it blocks the bishop. Couple of moves later, the queen blocks the bishop. White plays another move with the knight, another break of the rule. Knight f4, threatening with knight e5. Couple of moves in. White is walking with the king, puts the knight on a3, another weird move. Then White puts the knight on e3, blocking the bishop on c1. Doesn't castle as you're supposed to, but plays king f2 instead. Now puts the other knight on the edge of the board, knight h3, knight g5. Then redevelops back the bishop on f1. And somehow this position is in White's favor. how do you make sense of any of this? Like, when you look at the moves as such separately, they just look really artificial. Knight a3, knight h3, knight c2, knight e3, bishop e2, bishop f1, king f2, and yet white has the better position. That's why, once again, we go back to the discussion. Chess is a very concrete game, and apparently it doesn't really matter where these bishops stand for white on c1 and f1. It's all about what's happening at the king side, and at the king side, white is a bit more active.
Yeah, it really is quite the do not do this at home example, because in order to break the rules, we need to learn and understand the principles of chess very well. So that's what happens a lot of times on top grandmaster level, that we see these weird moves, knights on the edge of the board, king not castling, bishops still waiting on the bench, but because they are long range pieces, they actually cover the same amount of squares, or close to it at the least, on those open diagonals. And then now, after knight h7, black really is trying to push for a trade of knights, because white's knight is so active on g5, it's annoying. That's why knight h7 was played by Bluebaum, to force a trade. So now white needs to either take on h7 or take on e6, or third option could be to use his bishop to pin the knight on e6. So either take on e6 and then bishop h3, or without the trade, he can also consider bishop to h3. And I think that's the move he has just played.
Okay,
Lots
so
of
he
pressure.
did just play. Yeah, he did just play bishop h3. My gut instinct, to be honest, was suggesting me to take on e6, because I do not like trading this knight on h7, and I was thinking, why don't I play knight e6? Because obviously rook e6 runs into bishop h3, and this leads to some material losses for black. And I thought, after f takes on e6, can I play something like knight g2? Continue proving the pieces, put the knight on f4, apply pressure. But I'm pretty sure that Javohir saw this position, and he quite was not feeling to change the pawn structure of the game. Let's say e5, d takes on e5, something like bishop c5, and I'm pretty sure he saw this position and he felt, okay, it's probably not enough. And that's why he decided to go for this bishop h3 idea, because now if black commits to knight takes on g5, white might have an idea to play f4, f5, which could be a very difficult threat to meet.
Yes, how do you deal with an f-pawn that's about to trap your bishop, even if it doesn't fully trap it in the traditional sense, but it would lock in that bishop for good on the king side? If we just make a few moves for black on the queen side to present the idea of f4, f5, and how powerful those pawns can be. The problem is it doesn't work specifically in this situation because the bishop runs away. But if black doesn't do anything with it, I think I just wanted to show the idea that you said, Arthur's, on how the bishop would become quite a passive piece. But we will not get to do it just yet. There has been some developments, but they're following what you're showing. So we're good. We're good. It scared me for a second.
Yeah.
We're good.
I try to have a good feel what's happening here, and this bishop on g6 is still after the game. Probably black is sort of very solid. Play something like g6. Doesn't look like a problematic position, but yeah, the position that we have is knight takes on g5 and h takes on g5. This is live right now.
So the trade happened, doubling white's pawns, but that also means that now the h1 rook has somewhat of a file, a semi-open file toward black's h5 pawn. It's not really an issue at the moment, but it's a factor to consider. The pawn on g5 is taking away some crucial squares from black. I would think that whether now or soon, we will see Bluebaum moving his king out of that pin. Because if you do move the king away from that light square diagonal, and the pawn on g5 will now be hanging, so white needs to react to that threat and do something about it. But as I'm saying, the engine just laughs at me and says, no, who wants to defend the pawn? No, actually, wait. The computer does want to defend it, but it wants to defend it by moving the knight. Exactly. That's it, Arthurs. The bishop on c1 is the one that's going to defend that pawn.
Yeah, maybe there's some interesting ideas like knight h4, and I'm trying to figure out what happens if black plays bishop e7. And maybe at some point I could take on e6, play bishop f4, and claim that your light square bishop in the long run is going to be a weak piece. Like, I would love to trade the dark square bishops, park my knight on e5 and say, haha, my knight is an immortal knight and your bishop on g6 is not really doing anything. So anyway, I mean, it's a very rich middle game, even though we have queens off the board. And this is where the real play is actually starting with all these weird maneuvers that Vachier was doing, knight a3, knight h3, etc. His position is still to be preferred, and his chances look really good. So the strategy, at least for the moment, is paying off.
Is paying off in terms of the position he got, the pressure he has, and also pressure on the clock. He's up a good bit of time, over 15 minutes or 17 minutes of time advantage. And a reminder to our viewers that the time control is very different to your usual classical chess tournaments. It's 2 hours with no increment. There is no increment per move until they reach move 40. So for Matthias Bluebaum, a time pressure will approach if he doesn't start speeding up, because he still has 20 more moves, well, 19 more moves to play, and 48 minutes at the moment sounds like a lot of time. But if you need to make 19 or 20 moves in a complex position, then it's not that much time. At the end of the day, knight f5 has just been played by Sindarov, by the way, and it's looking like it's heading in the direction that you were predicting, Arthurs.
Yeah, I think that Vachier just wants to collect the bishop here and play for the long-term pressure. I have a feeling he could have done something a bit better, and if I would have to go back, I somehow feel that this knight x on g5 shouldn't have been allowed, and I would press for something here. Try to change the pawn structure, knight x on e6, f takes on e6, knight g2, e5, and maybe it made sense to pursue this position. By the way, look at this. Evaluation bar also confirms my suspicion. And perhaps there was something like bishop e3. Play bishop e3, threaten take on e5, bishop d4, knight f4, and I kind of like this position. Yeah, it looks really, really nice, but yeah, it's very easy to suggest this sitting from the commentator's chair, but when you're sitting at the board, things look totally different. And Vachier is going for this bishop pair. But speaking about Matthias, I really love his attitude that he is saying in the pre- and post-match interviews. For example, Internet was having some fun and predicted that Matthias might make the great blue bomb sweep and win all of the 14 games. There was a lot of discussion online, and now that Matthias drew the first game, in a post-game interview, he said, "Oh no, now this sweep is impossible. Now the best I can do is make 14 draws instead." So anyway, Matthias is a fan favorite. He still remains very positive, and I think for him, this tournament is basically of a lifetime. He perfectly understands that he is not among the favorites, but he is just having a lot of fun playing with the best players in the world, and definitely I think he is going to bite when there's going to be opportunity.
I think so too. I'm definitely expecting Matthias Bluebaum to win games, and who knows how many of those wins can be, because we all love a good underdog story. Even if Matthias Bluebaum is one of the lower rated participants, it's still a lot of rating. We would all love to have 2,700 as our rating, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we want to be super grandmasters playing in the candidates tournament? He qualified so confidently. It's so deserved that he's playing in the candidates tournament, and I also agree with you, Arthur, that there will be upsets produced by Bluebaum. Who knows, maybe already in this round. At the moment, the position is not looking like it's gonna blow up. We're gonna leave it to the players to figure out the trades. Will Sindarov get the pair of bishops with bishop takes f5 trade? And what will happen after? If we take a look now, while Matthias is thinking about what's happening on the rest of the boards in round 2 of the candidates tournament, I also wanted to quickly check in while we are looking at all the boards all at once. And with what happened in our game, the bottom left corner, Andrei Yesipenko with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, and Yesipenko is just offering a queen trade, but I feel like this endgame could be a little bit unpleasant for Hikaru to play. And I would love to have your thoughts on this, Arthurs, on what will be the position like if the queens are off of the board, and should Hikaru try to avoid it?
Well, I don't really know what else he's supposed to do, and I think it's quite clear that right now Nakamura is under a lot of pressure, and I kind of feel for him because yesterday he played a really great game against Corona with the black color, and he managed to equalize the position without any problems. And then at some point, I think Hikaru just relaxed a bit too early. And at the very end, he was given another lifeline. He was able to draw the game. But sometimes this happens. The hand makes the move instead very quickly. He made this decisive blunder, King E7 instead of King C7. And that's it. He lost the game. And I think mentally for him to recover after this, it's going to be really difficult. And I think also for Hikaru, the pairings are not really the best because he's starting the tournament with two black colors. And I don't really need to explain to the viewers how this can affect your play because it's so much easier to start with the white colors. For example, Sindarov is playing the two games, first two rounds with the white colors. If he scores the victories, then it's so much easier to play after that. But for Hikaru, he played against the strongest opponent in the first round with a black color. He got unlucky. He lost. And right now, he decided to play some offbeat blind against Yesepenko. It seems that it has backfired a bit because Yesepenko is a very dangerous opponent. He could have won his game yesterday against Sindarov. And right now, I think for Hikaru, the best course of scenario is just try to stay alive in this game because he has a worse pawn structure at a queen side. Let's say this queen trade happens, like queen c3, knight x on c3. These are very obvious targets, and I do not see how black is planning to trade them.
Very obvious targets and immediate threats, sometimes even in the shape of a pawn to e5. The rook can go to d6. The knight might maneuver towards c5 with knight a4, knight c5. The other rook coming to c1. There's just so many potential good moves for white, while for black, it's a lot harder to suggest what he should do in order to not lose one of those pawns in the near future.
I'm pretty sure he's going to figure out something because Hikaru is a very creative player. And maybe the best course of action then is to keep the queens on the board. Because this is very often also how creative players, they're solving their problems. And one of the examples that immediately comes to my mind from the elite is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who very often when he's in trouble, I have noticed that he sacrifices a pawn, right? It's so common for him. And maybe Hikaru also could try to do the same. His pawn on c6 is weak, and how about he just sacrifices it for some activity? For example, let's say something like queen b6, white plays knight e2, he plays dynamically, rook b8, tries to sacrifice the pawn on c6, engine already is laughing at me, but the point is maybe in some lines he can draw the pawn on c6 for some dynamics. But yeah, you're probably going to ask, Anna, where exactly, and then I'm going to say, I'm not really sure, I have to investigate.
But Hikaru is ready to figure it out because the jacket is off. He is in the think tank. This is minute 9 of his decision-making thought process. He is fully logged in. The piece spinning is also added to the mix. So I think he is really trying his very best to figure out the best way to get out of the danger zone here, because that endgame really is looking just very sad to play. If we show one more time, after the queen trade, it's equal material on the board and doesn't look like anything scary, but it's so much easier to play it from white's perspective. And sometimes that's all it takes, especially on this level. Look how the evaluation bar just shoots up even after a pair of moves, because it's not that simple for black to improve his position, while white's moves are very logical and straightforward.
Yeah, that's why I don't think this is going to happen in the game. But the alternatives are also pretty difficult to find. I think queen b6 is the most logical move here. Maybe Hikaru is thinking about pawn sacrifice with queen e7. Let's say play like this, play e5, try to block the bishop on g2. Queen takes on c6, and let's say go for this position. Bishop b7, queen c4. But I do not see the compensation, to be honest. I think White's just going to play knight c3. Even if you block the e-pawn with e5, White is just up a healthy pawn. Yeah, it's really difficult to go here. So my money would be on something like queen b6, knight e2, and some active move like rook d8. But
And
it's
as you
suffering
said it,
everywhere you look.
Arthurs, Hikaru agreed with you. Queen to b6 is on the board. Hikaru refuses to trade queens. Good news for all the fans of Hikaru, because this seems to be really the best practical chance for Black to stay in the game, not get into that worse endgame where it was really difficult to find any improvement for Black. Here, it's at least more complex, and he might find some counter chances too. So that's good news when it comes to the position. Less time for Hikaru, especially since this final decision, but it was an important one. So I think he chose the right moment to invest more time in this middle game.
Yeah, most likely he'll continue with something like rook d8. For example, knight e2, rook d8, threatening some bishop e2, some rook d3 ideas. White can continue with knight b3. Also looks incredibly logical. The knight is heading to c5 or maybe even d4. The problem for Black is that his minor pieces are pretty poorly positioned. The knight on f6 stands on the standard square, but it has no influence on what's going on in the center. The white knight is heading to c5. So maybe instead of this, he has to do something else. Perhaps c5 is a move here, stopping knight b3 with c4. And if you play knight c4, I'm going to snatch it and collect the pawn on b2. But I think, again, Yesipenko is going to play something very simple, like rook c1, b3, and just enjoy the long-term pressure.
And it is going to be a long-term pressure. So advantage for Yesipenko, not a big advantage, but it's a very long-term steady advantage. Hikaru will need to defend very precisely, but queen to b6 is the first move of many that he had to find in order to stay in the game and not get a second loss, because this game is also crucial for who is going to get his first win potentially, or even a draw. You know, both of these players lost the first round. You don't want to go on 0 out of 2. That's a really terrible start in any tournament, but in the candidates, oh boy. So huge, I think, for Hikaru to defend. Of course, he's going to try as best as he can, but pressure from White's perspective, Yesipenko with chances.
Absolutely. Yeah, so definitely let's keep an eye on this game and check another, because we haven't checked in a while the other games. I think also there's a lot of action. By the way, there's one first game which already has finished. That's Anna Muzychuk against Han Zhangqi. In the women's section, this was the Petrov game. I don't think we even had the chance to check it because it was looking so peaceful from the start to finish, and it just finished with a logical outcome. And looking at all the games, is there a game that catches your eye, Anna, that stands out from the rest?
I know it's a bit of an extra advantage for us, but the evaluation bar suggests that the advantage of Zhu Jinner has gotten somewhat more of a near substantial advantage. It's still so messy with the black king in the middle of the board, but I think we gotta check in with that game between Katarina Lagno and Zhu Jinner, since it is so interesting to see the imbalance of the position and why the blue arrow is saying that if Zhu Jinner finds the pawn push, so f5, then her advantage is quite a promising one at such an early stage of the game. This is move 15 still.
Yeah, but it's still very sharp. And by the way, I forgot also to mention Fabi Carrara's game against Anish Giri. It's a balanced endgame. I just saw it in this overview. There's the same game, rook each, bishop versus knight, 1 pawn each on the queen side. There's not much happening right now. It's an equal fight. Fabi is doing pretty well with the black color, and Anish is unable to capitalize anything, at least on the moment, with the white color. So we have this position.
There after, I think, Arthurs, you are right,
Yeah.
that we could go there after in case that game is close to finishing. So let's take a look at this complex situation here in the women's tournament and then head back to Giri Caruana.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Anna, f5 is the idea. And I think it looks very logical because you want to push back the white knight from e4. It's a very strong looking knight. Otherwise, white's going to play something like bishop f4, rook d1, undeveloped initiative. So let's see this happens. f5.
Artus, can we
I
just scroll back one pair of moves? Because there was a really beautiful tactical pattern in this game earlier. And I think it would be an awesome opportunity for all of us to learn these patterns. The knight jumped to e4, and that seemingly leaves the bishop on c4 hanging, but it's not without a cost. If black takes the bishop, this is completely lost. The pawn on f6 will be captured with a check. It also attacks the bishop on d7, after which... Artus, would you like to play out a few moves and see, can we get to checkmate? This is a piece up for black, but the house is on fire.
I just found a checkmate with a knight.
Wow.
Should be good enough.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Not even taking earlier the bishop that was hanging on d7, going for this discover check with the knight. And now look at the combo of the knight and the bishop. How pretty and cool is that? But of course, unfortunately for us, it didn't happen. The players were aware that this is a blunder if black takes the bishop. So really cool and collected move to not trade the queens either, because Artus is now going to show you how that too would have not ended too well for black. If you take the knight, the bishop on d7 is again hanging. So many tactical patterns here. What a rich position.
Yeah, but I think actually black is perfectly
knight fork
here.
Yeah, because of the knight fork that will pick up the bishop, you can and should defend it with the rook coming back.
Yeah, and I think here black is completely fine. I mean, bishop c5, rook f4, maybe white gets to keep the bishop pair, but knight takes on c4, rook c4, bishop d6, king e7. I think this was the choice of Jenner because she could have equalized the game on the spot, and instead she's going for more. Because why not? I mean, she's up a pawn, and she is attempting to be ambitious. And after queen e2, f5, by the way, was just played by the Chinese Grandmaster, and also the top seed player in the tournament. And right now, I think that Lagnov has to decide where to put the knight. Is it g5? It looks very logical, by the way, because it applies some pressure against the king, maybe knight f3, or play knight c3 and knight b5. But already here, I suspect that black most likely can castle both ways without a lot of trouble. For example, after knight c3, okay, short castle is going to be a big blunder because of rook d1. And the bishop on d7 is blundered, but I think something like long castle should be perfectly playable for black. And by the way, the engine just confirmed that black's position is very safe. So that's why for Lagnov, she has to prove something, and she has to do it very quickly.
And it might be exactly where the game is heading. The knight is on c3, threatening knight b5, attacking the queen, and the knight fork on c7. Zhu Jiner, instead of castling, which I really liked, the castle queenside option, she might be playing it soon though. Instead though, for now, she has moved the queen out of harm's way by going to g4, offering a queen trade. Now that she is up an extra pawn, a healthy extra pawn that she kept. She was up a pawn, but she wasn't willing to give it back. She kept the pawn advantage, and now offering the queen trade makes perfect sense as well. And I think this is bad news for Lano. You have reached a position out of the opening where you are fighting to somehow get compensation for the pawn that you are missing.
If she trades the queens, then it's only a question, can she salvage the game? Because, yeah, like you said, black still has the extra pawn, and I do not quite see the compensation. So you keep the queens. But how do you do it? The only real idea I can think of is queen f1. Because if you play queen d3, it's a target for some tempi with knight b4. Doesn't just feel right. So let's try to play queen f1 here. And
it's looking so sad. And the knight coming into d4 will be threatening knight f3 fork and knight c2 fork. Black hasn't castled yet, but black is the one with the immediate attacks.
Oh, actually, that's a big problem. I thought I can play f3 here to push back the queen, but I just noticed that most likely black can take it. Small trick.
Ooh.
You can take with a pawn. And after the trade, queen takes on c4, queen takes on b7. I have a feeling this is going to be somehow very much in favor for black because there's bishop c6, there's bishop c5, and most likely what just losing and the evaluation bar just confirms. So queen f1, knight e4 is a big problem for Lagno. And if you cannot retreat with a queen, maybe it's f3. f3, yeah, I think it's also a move.
She might have to play f3 if she wants to keep the queens on the board, which I'm guessing will lead to the black queen perhaps choosing then the h4 square to stay on the 4th rank and also keep the pressure over the bishop on c4 and also put pressure on the rook on e1, tying down the white queen to the defense of those pieces. I was just looking at the white king, you know, it's black who hasn't castled yet, but there's action around the castled king here. The bishop can come to c5, the rook can come to g8, the knight can still come to d4 with the tempo. So this is an extra pawn for black and initiative. It's very unpleasant for Lano to defend this.
As one of the participants of the tournament, Anish Giri would say black has the pawn and the compensation for it. That's what it looks like. Lagno doesn't have anything here, and instead she has to do something else. But what it is, it's not very clear. She is kind of in a trouble. That's why she's spending the time here. Let's maybe check another game.
Yeah, just one more thing before we move on. Since you mentioned time, in the women's tournament, the time control is different, but that also means they're going to reach time pressure sooner. This is only move 16, Arthur's, and they are both going pretty low on time, especially for Lano, playing a pawn down, worse position, and having time pressure also. This is going to be really tough for her to survive this game. I feel like Zhu Jiner has a really good chance to win this.
All right. Yeah. It's definitely heading to a time scramble. Maybe let's check one very quick overview of all the other games, and then let's see if we can get back John in the action, and perhaps very, very quick overview what's happening. If there's some major changes, I'll just make a very quick roundup what we are seeing, starting from the top left corner. Vachier against Pragg. The Chinese grandmaster played a 5, so this pretty much confirms that he is pretty much aware of the idea that Pragg has missed the counterplay against the pawn on d5, and the position is level. Sindarov against Bluebaum. We have a position, pretty classical position, where white has the bishop here, and one of the tournament leaders right now is looking for some sort of a long-term pressure. The game we have not checked for a while, and probably we are going to do it after the break. Anish Giri against Fabi Caruana, as you're seeing on the top right corner, where the Netherlands top grandmaster kind of has some pressure, but to be honest, it doesn't look like to be a lot, and I would be not very surprised to see this game finish with a peaceful outcome. Finally, we have Andrei Yesipenko on the final board of the open section against Hikaru Nakamura, top left corner, where the Russian grandmaster has nice pressure after the opening phase, and Hikaru is trying to survive. By the way, he just played c5, as we were discussing before when we checked it. Lagno against Zhu Jiner, we just analyzed. Muzichuk against Anjanki, just finished in a draw. Divya against Vaishali is this classical Kaspet structure that's more to the right corner. It's still pretty much the same position. And finally, Asabayev against Garyashkina, it's already an endgame, which is apparently balanced.
Fantastic
that was
stuff.
quite
Thank
the
you so
overview,
much.
Arthur. I wanted to throw it over to John because I am speechless. That was a great analysis. I don't even need to sit here. You know, you could do the monologue, Arthur's, for the next 5 hours. I don't need to be here. I'm just one of the viewers now, and I'm loving it. John, over to you about what you have learned so far about round 2.
Exactly right, Anna. I feel like the Sex and the City guest spot for Arthurs is already in the works. That monologue was fantastic and a great overview of where the games are going. I think a big point, what you guys have recently discussed, is going to start coming into play after the next break. Because if we stay on this screen now, Weyi is about half an hour down compared to Pragg. We have Bluebaum about half an hour down compared to Sindarov. And then, of course, we have Zhu Jiner and Lano going down to under half an hour each, and Vaishali less than 20 minutes as well, even though that game has a few more moves played. So we're going to start to see this, the beginnings of time pressure beginning to influence decisions that the players are going to make as we head into this 4th hour of play. And that is going to shape up how the round is going to look in a couple of hours' time. Folks, we're going to take a few minutes to grab a break and a fresh drink. Go and grab yourself a tea or coffee or caffeinated or non-caffeinated beverage of your choice. We'll be right back with the rest of the candidates.
Are you tired of losing against strangers in chess? Donating ELO rating points to somebody you don't even know? Feels a lot better losing to a friend who could actually use those rating points and then thank you later. Sync your contacts and get started playing against people you already know in real life on chess.com today.
Okay, welcome to Hyper Bullet Hot Takes. You have 30 seconds to give your answers. Let's see who debates the best. Who will be higher rated in 3 years, Yuj Erdemis or Fausti Oro?
Interesting pronunciation. That's not what the Turkish people told me how you pronounce it. But anyway, in 3 years, Erdoğan is what I was told online. If I'm wrong, Turkish people can get mad at me or whatever. But I think he'll be stronger than Faustino Oro. He's already playing against the absolute best players in the world, so he's already there. Faustino still has to prove it. He's obviously not far behind, but I'd always bet on the person who's there versus the person who has to catch up. So Turkey for right now.
They're so young. Just let them be, let them develop. They're both fantastic talents, and they have a wonderful future ahead of them. As do many others.
I think it's fair to say in the last 10 years, you guys have become more collegial. Fatherhood has brought you two closer together.
We've had, little talks about it. Not too much, but I think at a certain point it becomes a little bit of not only us competing, but also we're also like defending the old guard against the usurpers of young. So we still really want to beat each other, but I feel like I'm not.
Yeah, I think in general, Magnus and I were on pretty good terms. I don't think fatherhood actually has anything at all to do with it. I think the fact that we're older, and I mean, in some ways, we're from the same generation. There's so many kids who are becoming good. We definitely don't see things the way we once did, and in a sense, we're also not in the same kind of direct competition. We have a lot of different interests now. So we are on pretty good terms, and I think it'll be exciting to see what the future holds.
Very simple. Who is the better bullet player with no increment? 1 + 0.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously me with no increment. I think the years and years of mouse skills play a huge role. But the funny thing is, I actually don't like bullet as much as I once did, because there are various moments when I play now and I just completely freeze up for 5 or 10 seconds. So I think I'm better than Magnus. But even though I say that, that doesn't bring me great joy, because I find bullet with no increment a little bit unpleasant these days. Or maybe I'm getting old.
Yeah, there's mountains of evidence that Hikaru is better than me at no increment bullets. So I would say at a certain point it was close-ish when I was playing a lot of Bullet, probably 7-8 years ago. Now it's not close at all.
Welcome back to the 2026 FIDE Candidates. We are now in our 4th hour of play, and well, we've had one game finish already, a draw between Musichuk and Tanzongyi, but other games still very much ongoing. Yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about games that were looking kind of equal and then suddenly deviated and went crazy. Arturas, now I'm going to ask you the opposite. It felt like we were being really combative, really trying to fight for a very dynamic position in Giri Caruana before. And I take a look at the position now and I'm going, hang on a second, where the hell have all the pieces gone and why is this so chill? What happened there?
That's what I also tried to figure out, John, because as you're seeing in the game of Giri against Caruana, it's already an endgame. Most of the pieces have been traded and black is super safe. Maybe let's go back to that game full screen and in retrospect check the last moves that were played, because we left it, I believe, about 10 moves ago, and there's been quite a few events. After Caruana c5, Anish found the best move bishop c3. Fabi responded with knight f5, and with Anna we're discussing that c takes on d4 could be a thing, queen takes on d4, and knight f5 was a very precise continuation according to a chess engine. But Fabi is a human being. He played knight f5, and here Anish played knight b5, and I do not like this move at all. And I had a feeling that the position itself was literally asking for d5 to be played, because you want to keep the pawn structure a bit different. You want to open up the docks with bishop on c3, and maybe then at some point later anchor the knight on b5 for some pressure. And why I do not like the move knight b5, because now for black it's very forced sequence. Check this out. Bishop takes on b5, c takes on d4. White has to accept it, takes, knight c5. Every single piece disappears, and we have this endgame. And the only conclusion I can come up to is that probably Anish felt that he has some small practical chances in this endgame, but to be honest, it just looks pretty dry to me, and I cannot imagine Fabi having any real issues here.
Yeah, this is really puzzling, especially that moment you were highlighting, Arthurs, where Anish could have kept the position more complex by pushing his central pawn and also keeping his pair of bishops to fight against the bishop and knights of Fabiano. It looked really promising. I'm really curious why he didn't like that option, or if he really thinks that the endgame that he reached is more promising. But now we might just actually have had to a repetition of moves with the check and rook back. Is this going to be a draw?
I think it's going to be a draw, because Anish cannot trade the rooks, because he might just drop the pawn on c6, or maybe he just decided that Okay, the start is not the best in the tournament. Yesterday, he was surprised in the Grand Prix attack against Pragg, and he's playing against one of the pre-tournament favorites, so let's just play it safe. It's a long tournament. It's 14 rounds, and I'm pretty sure that Anish made this deliberate choice after knight b5 just to steer the game towards something peaceful, and he is happy with this. But in the hindsight, I think that the position was pretty rich with ideas, and he could have continued. We do not know, and probably in a post-game interview, Anish is gonna reveal why he decided to simplify the position instead of pushing the d5. But as you can see, he has pretty good spirits after the game.
Yeah, they're both in good spirits, exchanging some thoughts and smiles as well. That leaves Fabiano Caruana on a point and a half. I wonder if we can hear it. I hear the score sheets, but they are whispering in the playing hall. Let's try to listen in. Now, this is chess ASMR at the top level, but the score sheets are a bit louder than the players themselves. We need to warn the arbiters how close they are to our microphones. Arthurs, are you any good at lip reading? What is Fabiano talking about? And now we can see Anish as well.
I'm only hearing the arbiter moving the score sheets. I cannot really understand a word that they're discussing there, but this is, by the way, a very common thing among all the players, either you're a club level player or you're top pro. There is a special analysis room typically in these tournaments, but players really love this immediate interaction, to exchange thoughts. How do you feel about the game? What were the critical moments? Either you're a chess fan or you're the best player in the world. So this game is finished, so we have 6 more games to go. And what were we seeing here? Maybe once again, let's have a look at the open section. By the way, in the game of the year against Pragg, Pragg did play c4, but with white pawn already standing on the 5.
We could check in with that position since it's a crucial one for who is going to be leading the tournament now that Fabiano is on a point and a half after this draw against Anish Giri. Pragg and Sindarov are the only 2 players who won their first round games, and both of them could be the sole leader of the tournament if they manage to win today. Not an easy feat to do in the candidates, but this is a very complex position, and now with c4 being pushed, it keeps the d5 pawn of black more guarded. We could show the idea again of f5, Arthurs, just as a recap on what would have happened if that pawn is accepted.
This was, by the way, a very interesting move order, because we are discussing, Anna, that after rook f7, white could play d takes on c5, b takes on c5, and then play f5. But probably Vachier felt that he's just giving black unnecessary counterplay. If the queen retreats, there might be some problems with move d4. That's why the move f5 feels a bit safer, because now if black takes it, here knight takes on d5 becomes quite a big problem. For example, b takes on c5, knight takes on d5, as you can see, it's kind of problematic. Even though Engine says, no, it's still good. Black plays knight e4, he is fine. But Pragg decided to do something else. He decided to play c4, which he was supposed to play instead of rook f7. He should have played it the move before, but what's done is done. And right now, it's the Chinese Grandmaster who has to figure out, does he want to take on e6? Right here, let's say takes, and then do what? And then I was also thinking, if there's a piece that bothers me in the position, it's this Doxma bishop. So can I play some gambit and try to trade off the Doxma bishops with bishop f4 and claim that I'm doing well?
I think strategically that would be great, as you highlighted, Arthurs, if white could get rid of black's dark squared bishop. If you compare the 2 bishops of black, the d6 bishop is really active, while the other one on e6 is not the best at the moment. Ooh, lots happening here, and with the open f5, both rooks and the bishop targeting f4, the concrete line unfortunately refutes the strategic idea. But he's about to play a bishop move, but it's going to g5. Better, no tactics, only f-file. Makes sense, a lot of sense. Now the e6 pawn is hanging because the bishop has opened up the e-file for the white rook, and it's also threatening with bishop takes f6 to undermine the d5 pawn.
Yeah, so I suppose the black gonna take on f5, right? This is immediate blunder, obviously. There's bishop takes on d5. And f takes on e6 is a pretty big threat. And also there might be a room for some tactical sacrifices. For example, bishop b8. How about I don't know the accurate move order. Let's say I take it, which is the wrong one. Let me just show the idea. I want to do this. I wanted to play rook e6, queen e6, and play bishop d5, which I'm well aware it's a flawed idea because the rook and f1 is hanging. But something like this is what Pragg has to account for. For example, after this bishop b8, there might be a room for white, for example, to take it, and maybe first improve the king's safety, play something like h3, and then go on with the idea of bishop f6, rook e6, bishop d5, or whichever is the right move order.
Those patterns are certainly in the air, and in the right moment, they could even win the game. So the question now is for Pragg on what can he do? What should he do about those threats? Is it an immediate threat, or does he have time to prepare something else? In the position is so concrete. It's the pawn on e6 immediately hanging. So that's an immediate question for Pragg to answer. What is he gonna do about that hanging pawn? And there aren't too many options to deal with that, Arturs.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that this position even is equal, because it seems that Pragg is completely caught off guard with this entire sequence of f5 and bishop g5. And according to Evaluation Bar, everything is equal, but I'm preferring white. And if black has something here, it has to be something very concrete. And I'm guessing it's bishop b4.
It's the only way. Yeah. The computer fully agrees with you, Arturs. It's the only way for Pragg to keep the position balanced and equal. Now, with the bishop moving away, the queen also sees the e6 square, so it's helping to guard that pawn, while the bishop on b4 is pinning the knight on c3. So potentially in the future, you could jump to e4 with your knight. Bishop b4, it almost looked like Pragg said something, but you cannot offer a draw before move 40. So maybe I just didn't interpret well the body language. Or perhaps Pragg accidentally kicked away Yi under the table and he says sorry. You never know.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, bishop b4 looks very natural. And Yi is trying to figure out, maybe, not Yi, but Pragg is trying to figure out, can he do this? He's looking at other opportunities. So once again, bishop b4. Does white take with e6? What I try to illustrate with the following lines, Anna, is that after f takes, bishop e6, I try to get the bishop pair on the board, meaning I wanted to play a3, bishop c3, queen c3, and claim I'm doing better. But I noticed there's this problem with knight e4, and you could take with e4 because there's a back frank issue. And that's why you probably need to be more accurate on this. And maybe the way you can still improve this idea. I know it's not my game. You know, it's a typical commentator curve. You love
you give up all their pieces, Arturs. It's not yours.
Not yours.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do right now. And I'm trying to play some gambit like this.
Wow.
I give it a pawn, but I'm claiming that I have some sort of a pressure. I don't know if this is good. Actually, I'm surprised that Vachier Bar says that this is not bad. But it's quite a big decision.
It is, but look at the activity of the white pieces that you have achieved, giving up a pawn, but gaining lots of compensation for it. The d5 pawn is hanging and it's not that simple to hold on to. The queen and bishop are tied down to the defense of that pawn, and white's pieces would be really active. There's no immediate way of winning the pawn back, but I guess it would be that long-term pressure over the d5 pawn, which will always be a target.
Yeah, probably it's not going to happen. I'm just having some fun here. I think bishop b4 still is the likely scenario of both players. But by the way, bishop b4 was played, and right now it is the Chinese grandmaster who has to decide, does he want to take on e6, bishop e6, watch out for bishop c3, knight e4. So the position remains quite balanced. That's the position that Pragg did not want to go. He missed the move of 5. But the game still remains balanced. Anna. Where do you want to take the game from here?
I just want to add one more thing because the position is so complex and so concrete that following here the computer line leads to absolute madness. So I just want to highlight what's probably not going to happen in the game, because according to the computer, one of the best sequence here for both players would be that white plays rook to e5. That one at least is logical in the sense that you are putting more pressure on d5 and you might double rooks on the e file. Until here, I get it. But black now possibly could play knight e4 to capitalize on the pin, forcing a trade of minor pieces. And when white takes on e4, the pawn takes back on e4, and now white will not care about that e4 pawn because of the pins, but can and will push pawn to f6, and everything is so concrete and so sharp, and yet somehow this is equal. Like, how is this an equal position, Arturs?
I'm without words.
It looks like white is doing great.
How do you found this?
I think we need to hear about this from John. What's happening in this round?
Yeah, thank you very much, folks. Very quick update from me. Elsewhere in the tournament, we've just had another result. Bibisara and Alexandra Gorachkina has just ended in a draw. Back to you.
Thank you for the news on that, John. There's so much action that we cannot even keep up with all of the games that are finishing. But so far, we have 3 draws in the book, with this game between Wei Yi and Pragg potentially blowing up if a sequence of moves like this will happen. 3 possible results. Anything can still happen. It's such a wild game.
I cannot even figure out this line, Anna. I'm trying to understand where's the decisive move. Is it bishop f6, queen g5? Is it bishop h6 instead? I mean, if I take it, I do not see the follow-up. Queen g5 is going to be queen g6. It quite doesn't work. Very sharp. Or is it bishop h6 instead? What? Really?
Bishop h6. You found it. You
Check.
found it, Arturs.
And where's the big idea?
Queen e5, king to g8, and the computer sometimes gives a check or two on the g file to then realize that the best way to make progress is by placing the rook on f4. You know, you gave up a rook already for a minor piece. White is down on exchange, and then you play rook to f4. I don't think we're gonna see this line happening in this game, but it just goes to show how crazy this position is and how complex.
Yeah, it just blew up out of nowhere. But if somebody can find it, it's these 2 players, because they're super creative. Once again, bishop g5, bishop b4, rook e5, knight e4, takes, f6. I mean, naturally, black does not have to take on f6, but this is such a tricky sequence to see from afar. You have f6 to understand, you have bishop h6 to understand that after f takes, you have queen g5, queen e5, rook f4. This is top level stuff, really. Good luck finding this.
Very top level, yeah. And the thing is, Wei Yi has a beautiful immortal game against Lazaro Bruzon from back in 2015, which would be in the direction of this, in the spirit of this, where material doesn't matter and it's this crazy sharp sacrifice after sacrifice to get to the opponent's king. But I don't know, this to start, even to enter this with rook e5. Rook e5 doesn't seem like the only move you would consider, if even he considers it, because it's just really messy.
I think also what we have to take into account, Anna, is that the clock situation, and Wei Yi has spent most of his time. And is this really the smartest choice right now? Having 22 minutes on the clock with no increment, suddenly go for the immortal game like rook e5. And one thing that really makes the big difference between all the top players is the calculation speed. And very often I get this question: what's the difference between, let's say, a casual grandmaster like me and, for example, a super grandmaster? And very often my answer is it's the level of preparation, some small nuances, a bit better understanding of certain positions, but it's definitely the speed of the calculation, like how quickly you can calculate. And typically the guys at the top level, they're super, super fast at it. So Vachier has played, like Joanna said, quite a bit of number of Immortal games, and Pragg is excellent at calculating the line. So if somebody can find it, it's these two players. But still, at this moment, before the Chinese Grandmaster go for Rookie 5, I would be surprised to see that.
Yeah, even with all that you highlighted and how incredible they are at these complex tactical positions and the precise calculation, I agree with you that it's very unlikely that the game will be exactly what we have shown as the computer's best line, and the time factor will matter so much. A reminder that in the open section, there is no increment until they reach move 40. This is move 19 only. So Wei needs to play 21 moves in 21 minutes, no extra time. If the 21 minutes run out, he lost the game. It's that simple. So I think he's analyzing, looking for something where he could get an advantage. But if he doesn't find something that is straightforward enough, he will have to figure out a way to at least keep the game balanced. But how? It's so messy. It's not where you can just offer piece trades and go to a Rooken game.
Can I try to do that anyway? Can I try to play f takes on e6, bishop e6, and since knight e4 is a problem, play bishop f6, rook f6, and play a3? I mean, it's not super inspiring, meaning bishop d6 or bishop e7, you always need to watch out for this exchange, sacrifice on e6, even if it doesn't work immediately. And this position kind of feels safe for white, but it's not a lot of fun to play it. So I would keep it like my option if everything fails. I'm going here.
Might be where we are heading, and Wei, as we have just analyzed something, is playing something else. Queen to e2. We will continue with this game and the rest of the games from round 2 of the Candidates Tournament, where we do have Mike Klein with a player who is currently the sole leader of the tournament, Fabiano Caruana. Over to you, Mike. Let's hear it from the world number 3.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Fabiano Caruana, who just made the first game finish today with a draw. Now, I know you said he tried to surprise Anish out of the opening, but when you played c5 and it kind of went to this liquidation, was there thoughts of continuing the game, or you just want to get out of dodge with a draw?
No, I thought I was slightly worse, and I mean, c5 was an attempt to try to simplify the position to steer the game towards a draw, and I thought that it is close to being unpleasant, but I was trying to calculate things more or less and forcing lines, and that's why I played knight f5. I thought this kind of clarifies the central tension, and that's the idea. And the same with c5. It's like I'm trying to get knight d5, trying to trade all the pieces and steer the game towards a draw. But definitely, I thought I was slightly worse. I didn't think that I was playing for anything more than trying to equalize.
Since the game wasn't that interesting, I'm going to ask you some other kind of questions. You're one of the few people that has 2 public seconds here, Kristen Kirilla, and also you've got Gregory Oparin. Can you describe the division of labor with those 2 and how they're helping? I'm not even sure how much Kristen's helping with the chess, but maybe you can illuminate this.
No, they're both working on chess. Division of labor, I don't know. They both look at lines, and then sometimes we play some blitz games. And that's about it. Yeah, it's not like there's any kind of clear separation.
And do you have to come to a consensus before you choose an opening, or how does that work?
Well, it's just I have the final say, I think, because at the end of the day, I have to play it. So the responsibility kind of lies with me, and also if there are mistakes, then those also lie with me.
And Anish brought up the fact that he played a line yesterday that was in his chessable course. You also have a chessable course. I've asked you about it before, and you said you're not very worried about your Ruy Lopez Archangels course. But would you ever prepare for Anish or any opponent by looking at their chessable course?
I think at some point I did look at Anish's Najdorf course. This was a few years ago just like various lines to see more or less what he recommended. But okay, the course is also like 6 years old, I think, by now. It's a great course, but I mean, I can't really assume that he's going to play the lines that he recommended.
And finally, something more recent after your win against Hikaru yesterday. I know you said you wish you played that endgame a little bit better, but did you watch his wrap-up video just to see his thoughts, or did you just put that game behind you and focus on today's game?
No, I didn't watch it, but I heard some of the things he said. I heard about some of the things he said. I got a recap of his recap.
What was your reaction to his recap?
Well, I think I was mostly curious about, if he played King E7 because he thought it was already lost, or if he missed something after king e7, which seemed odd to me. Like, I couldn't imagine what he could miss because clearly I have one move. But it's always possible to miss something, especially after a long game. But yeah, it seemed like the most sensible thought that he only later realized that king c7 was a draw.
Okay. Yeah, he said your ending technique wasn't that great, but did you take offense to that or anything? I'm not trying to follow your logic here.
No. I mean, I think neither was his.
That's a fair point. Okay, well, there you go. You guys both got each other's reactions, even though you didn't talk about it. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. What an interview, recapping Hikaru's recap and with a back and forth of praise on the endgame skills of both Fabi and Hikaru. Artus, your thoughts on what Fabi has just said?
Yeah, I love the punches, to be honest. He was not happy with the recap and said that none of the players, meaning Hikaru's or his technique yesterday was particularly good. I love that. I love these punches. But what I was really amazed also to hear that his seconds are playing blitz games. They're not only preparing. This is apparently what they're doing during the candidates. But yeah, it was lovely to hear overall that Fabi was very open about these things, and it was fun to listen. Keep them coming.
We would definitely love to hear more thoughts from Fabi and Hikaru. Of course, Hikaru will be doing his daily recaps of the round, so that's definitely a treat for the players, as well as the broadcast on his channel by Fiona Steele-Antoni and Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm really curious, Arthurs, on what are your thoughts on the remaining games. We have seen 3 draws so far in round 2, and when we look at the rest of the boards, these 5 beautiful boards, what calls mostly your attention in terms of the last couple of moves that have been played?
Well, since we just talked about the technique of Fabi and Hikaru, I think it's a very logical thought that we continue with this thought process. And since one of the players already has finished the game, meaning Fabi just drew against Anish, Hikaru is still having his game, and by the looks of it, he's doing really well. So perhaps let's go to that game where one of the pre-tournament favorites, Hikaru Nakamura, has found a pretty good defensive setup. By the way, the engine says it's not even a big deal because White's small advantage remains. But from the first look, what I'm seeing is that Black has made a major progress. He has traded his Lascaux bishop with the knight, and he's about to park his rook on d4. So I really like what he is doing, and if everything fails, he can always play some sort of an endgame down a pawn where his knight is so much better than the bishop. So from the first looks, how the game has been proceeding, Hikaru's technique in this game, at least after the not so well opening, has been pretty good.
And it's so good that the chess.com accuracy says that both players are on 99% accuracy. They have been playing basically perfect chess, and that's why we now see 2 chairs facing each other. Yesipenko and Hikaru will continue the game in the restroom or maybe the snacks area. I think these games are so long, they definitely need some way of refueling the energy, some drinks, some snacks. I wonder what would be their go-to snacks, but maybe we'll get a chance to ask that another time. Right now, the question for Hikaru is if he is going to go for that rook d4 idea. Can he do that now, or should he deal with the c5 pawn being attacked?
It's actually a very, very big decision here, Anna, because I think that from the pawn structure perspective, you should just do it automatically. You play rook d4, meaning white cannot take on c5, meaning there's going to be intermezzo, rook takes on d1. Thank you for the extra rook. White just loses. I would assume that white is going to take on d4. The pawn on c5 is under attack, so black has to take it. And if you would look at this position in terms of the pawn structure. Obviously, black has made a major progress, meaning he has fixed the problem of the c pawn. Now it stands on d4. It's a protected pass pawn. Also, the white bishop on g2 is kind of out of the game. But every single position is very concrete, and specifically here, white controls the c file, and also white might apply some pressure against the pawn on e5. And I don't really know, Anna, what's the most accurate continuation, but I would think about something like queen c5, try to offer the queen trade, and let's say this happens, rook c5, rook e8, think about king f1, king e2, king d3, play f4, and maybe the strong pass pawn is not as strong as you would think.
And that would be quite some pressure on black's pawn structure. And it's also a very straightforward plan that you are highlighting with the arrows, Arthurs, the king marching all the way to d3 and pawn being pushed to f4. So what is it that Hikaru can do in the meantime in order to not get into trouble? Because the evaluation board is really liking this position for Yesipenko if they reach this endgame.
That's the question. Maybe Hikaru doesn't have to go to this position at all. I mean, he wanted to do this. He played rook d8 with the idea to play rook d4, but now apparently he has to decide to do something else. And white's idea is very concrete. He wants to take on d8, play queen x on c5, and win a pawn. Maybe this is the room for pawn sacrifice. That's what I'm thinking, because I definitely do not want to play rook c8, play passively. Can I play g6, secure my king a bit so that I don't have back rank issues? So let me present a line. For example, there's going to be a trade, queen x on c5. I think actually I'm missing some tactical problems. Yeah, like rook d1 check. This was not part of my idea. Yeah, takes, and queen x on f2. Even if this is working, what I wanted to do, I wanted to get a position where black doesn't have this idea. I wanted to trade it and claim that even this position is good. Play rook d1, bishop f1 is knight e4, and king h2 is rook d2 with a lot of counterplay. So there's two very good variations for black. I think the first one is just better. I would expect g6, or maybe also very often in these positions, h5 tends to be a very good move because you're making a window for your king. You're also threatening to play h4 and potentially try to play for the darks or weaknesses. Actually, I like h5 more.
I like it. I'm so fond of these pawn pushes on the edge. I think ever since AlphaZero made them even more trendy. Back in the day, we continue seeing these pawn pushes for long-term kind of. It's a pawn sacrifice oftentimes if you get to h4 for a long-term compensation, nothing immediate. And if white pushes h4 to stop the potential pawn sacrifice, at least that gives the g4 square up. I don't think that it's immediately a bad thing, but it's not a bad overall square with a knight on f6. I guess the downside of h5 is that it will be fixing the pawn structure for black on light squares, and that's where white's bishop will be targeting that structure. But we have moves in the game. I think we should just catch up and see, are we getting to what we thought might be the way? No, there's a rook trade on d1 and now pawn to a5. Surprising.
Very surprising. Why did he do that? Because once again, he wants to get rid of the weakness, but why did he give up the d file?
It's very puzzling. He didn't want to lose the pawn, because if we compare it to what it would have been like had Hikaru played pawn to a5 immediately without the rook trade, was he concerned about rook takes d8 and then the c5 pawn will be picked up?
Yeah, I think he has problems with the back rank. Now you see there's no rook d1 check, which is, by the way, a very important line because king h2... What, did I miss something? What am I missing here? Oh my goodness, is there some knight g... Oh my goodness, what on earth is this? Knight g4, ace takes g4, queen h6, bishop h3, queen c1. Oh my goodness.
All right, easy chess.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Out of the blue. I mean, okay, it didn't happen in the game, but this a5 is a bit surprising idea, because I would have thought that he has to make a window for the king, and I was choosing between g6 or h5. But apparently Hikaru has some different ideas, but I do not like it. That's my first impression, because white has an active d-file, white has some pressure against the pawn on c4, and if I'm playing from the white's perspective, I'm thinking about some f4 ideas, and maybe immediately try to capitalize on the center, or maybe play for the longer game, something like bishop f1, bishop c4. Yeah, very surprising.
This is very, very strange. The pawn being pushed to a5 rather than opening a window for the king, even if it's just by principle, to avoid that kind of back rank issue in many of the lines that you were showing, Arthur's. And it also feels like this is slow. It's got to be slow when you still haven't opened a window for your king as an escape route for the back rank of black. You still haven't brought your rook into the game. So this is a chance now for Yesipenko to take advantage of this momentum. What is a way for him to capitalize on this? He's answering with rook to c1. Yeah. He's going back to the c5. Same strategy, attacking the c5 pawn, the weakness. Blue arrow showing that the only way for Hikaru to not get into a much worse position is to place his rook passively on c8, but at least it will guard the pawn.
So probably with the accurate play, black is still holding this position, but I mean, there's no question about it that it's Yesipenko who is applying some pressure. Maybe after this rook c8, does he have an idea to play a3? Or it's a bit too early? Because suddenly there's a very concrete idea. I'm about to play b4, I win a pawn. And how do you defend?
That's a great question with the pin on the c file.
Yeah, maybe some knight d7. But I mean, there's no debate about it that if somebody's pushing this, it's white. And I'm really surprised. I think that for Hikaru, it made more sense to try to play this h5. h5, h4, try to be...
Yeah.
Yeah. h5, h4, and play something like queen f5. It looked very natural.
Like Hikaru... Yeah. Sorry, Arthur, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I feel like Hikaru might be regretting that he had gone for this pawn push with a5, and with the last move of Yesipenko, queen to c3, now the pressure increases, also pointing out that the e5 pawn is vulnerable, and because Hikaru pushed his a pawn, he has to keep an eye on the a5 pawn as well. So c5, e5, and a5 are all targets. The only way, again, for Hikaru to stay in the game is to move the queen to where the blue arrow is showing. That's the only square from which you can defend everything all at once. So no immediate collapse in the position, but this is a long-term advantage for Yesipenko because there are 3 targets in Hikaru's camp, and he has to defend passively. I like your idea a lot. Activating the bishop of white. That could be the way forward for Yesipenko. It's an advantage that will be a long-term squeeze. Yesipenko trying to grind this endgame and get the advantage into a bigger, more decisive advantage if he can. I think for white, those moves that you're showing, Arthur's, are very nice and they improve the position, but what can black do in the meantime?
I mean, maybe there's a downside of this idea to play h4, bishop h3, Anna, because it drops the pawn on e4. And if I try to improve the idea somehow, for example, I play first f3, then I play h4, bishop h3, it weakens the pawn on g3. And maybe this is what Hikaru is expecting, that Yesipenko might get careless in some variations and weaken his position, but yeah, anyway, very, very surprising and from Hikaru, and I think that he's still trying to find his rhythm in the tournament. And we talked about this yesterday. His last classical tournament that he played was in June 2025, and he did play a couple of sparring games with Awonder Liang shortly before the Candidates Tournament. These were 2 classical games. I believe they were unrated. Also, a bit different weight of those games. He played in a couple of local tournaments, state championships in USA. I forgot how many states he played. I think one of them was Louisiana. There was also a tournament in Canada, but these are not world-class tournaments. And essentially, he has not been having a lot of practice playing classical chess. And compared with Fabi, he's been one of the most active players when it comes to classical chess in the past year or so. And that's the conclusion I'm drawing here. That's the difference. Obviously, everything is still going forward, but yeah, Hikaru is struggling a bit right now.
Definitely not an easy position for the world number 2 here with the black pieces. Both of them are also getting closer and closer to time trouble. A reminder on the time control in the open section, there is no increment, no bonus time until they reach move 40. So this is all the remaining time they have. And there's still 16 more moves that both of them need to play before they reach the extra time. So this game, I think, is going to be a tough one for Hikaru to defend. 2-result position, and the time pressure is approaching. Yesipenko is pushing h4. Your idea, Arturs?
It looks very easy. Bishop h3 is incoming and queen c5 is incoming. So Hikaru is under a lot of pressure. That's the question. I mean, maybe let me show you one line. For example, g6, bishop h3. Let's not forget the pawn on e4 is under attack. You cannot play immediately queen x on c5 because there's this check. Once again, I think we already showed this line more than once. But the point is after king g2, rook x on c1, black wins the rook. But I think that white can improve this idea somehow. I just do not know exactly how. Maybe queen c4, bishop h3 to protect the pawn on e4, play king g2. Or what's the right move order? Queen c4, bishop h3, king g2. And this pawn on c5, I have a feeling it's somehow dropping.
I think so too, and white doesn't need to hurry with any of those ideas of bishop h3 and going for the pawn. He has just pushed h4. He can also play f3 to solidify the pawn structure, make sure that his e4 pawn will be protected once the bishop leaves the diagonal. So there is quite a few moves that white can play to improve his position, or even get out the king of the back rank, you know, to never have that rook d1 check at the end of the line. So king h2, f3 are moves that will be f3 to start with, do not step into any checks. But there are a couple of moves that will be improving white's position, why it's a lot harder for Hikaru to find improving moves. And I think that's the main difference in this position. Equal time, equal material on the board, but definitely a lot of pressure on the American Grandmaster. And this is a huge game in terms of which of these players will score his first point. Will it be a draw for both, or one of them will win? And that will leave the other player on 0 points out of 2, which is a really difficult start in the candidates. So if Hikaru cannot defend this, that's 2 losses out of the first 2 rounds of the candidates. That's what he's fighting against. He needs to do everything he can to stop the bleeding and not continue with a losing streak.
Yeah, we're going to see. Either way, none of the players want to do that. And Yesipenko is the one who is pushing a bit. Actually, I like how Andre is playing in this tournament so far. He is yesterday's game. Today, he has a very nice position, and even though he's one of the low-rated players in the tournament, he has come with a very clear attitude. He wants to fight for something, and also he has a great team with him in Cyprus. At least, I think he had a team of 6 people, I think. I read this somewhere online.
Six coaches or seconds working with Yesipenko.
Don't quote me. Don't quote me on this. Yeah,
Whoa,
I think
we are quoting you, Arturs. Bring back Arturs on camera. This is a statement. Okay, we are just speculating. But is there like actually rumors about Yesipenko having quite a large team to help him?
Maybe even said it in one of the interviews. Yeah, there's so much information floating around. But yeah, this number, 6 players. One of the grandmasters, I remember, David Parabian. He's with him in Cyprus. He's helping him. This is what Andre had said himself in one of the pre-tournament interviews with FIDE. I checked it very early in the morning. So either way, the support system for Andre is there. He's fighting well. But yeah, maybe let's select another game. What do you think, Anna?
Sure, we will leave you off of the hook and make you statements, Arthur. I was just trying to throw you under the bus, a friendly gesture, friendly. But what is not looking friendly is the game between Lano and Zhu Jiner. This has been one of the main games we've been covering in the women's section, with a really good chance for the Chinese grandmaster and top-rated player of the women's tournament to score her first win in the event because of this extra pawn and very complicated position. But it also means that Lano has her chances, not that much according to the evaluation, but oh goodness me, just as I said that she has chances, she made a mistake. Let's head over to that game and analyze why h4 gets a question mark, and rook d8 is the best move here for Zhu Jiner. If she finds it, her advantage is pretty decisive.
And it's 2 extra pawns. Last time I checked.
It's already 2? What happened to the second pawn? Can we rewind? It was only 1 before.
She ate it somehow in the last couple of moves, and this is the current position. I'll just show you, starting from the moment where we left it. There you go. f3, queen g7, bishop f4. Looks pretty human to me. Knight e4, queen f2. And there's this idea, knight x and f3. We discussed this in a different variation. Anna, it happened right here. I'm pretty sure this was not part of Katarina's plans.
Wow.
Queen x to f3.
I mean, that move, that's a huge double exclamation mark that the knight sacrifice got.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. But look at also these monstrous bishops for black. Zhu is playing a fantastic game here. h3, h5, tried to play h4, and apparently the position for white is kind of still okay, if not for h4. And by the way, Jiner found rook d8, and white's position is becoming worse and worse by the minute. But it's the time scramble.
This is huge with the 2 extra pawns and now having played the best move, rook to d8. What a game by Zhu Jiner. The only worrisome factor is what you have highlighted, Arthur, just now about the time pressure. This is move 25, and they are both down to their final 3 minutes. Difference between the open section and the women's section is that the ladies start with less time, but they do have 30 seconds increment per move. We don't know why the time control is different in the 2 events, but it helps us follow the time trouble, at least not happening in the same time in the 2 tournaments. But wow, this could be huge for Zhu Jiner if she continues this way. Bishop to g5, Arthur, is your idea. Tell us more about how you would try to fight here from Lano's perspective.
I think I would try to attack the king, and I would not also completely write down Katarina's chances, because she's the one who has, I don't know, some sort of initiative. The black king is in the center, and if we compare it with the white king is kind of feeling a bit safer. So I would try to go all in for some kind of inspired attack and pray it's going to be enough. So that's why I think bishop g5 looks quite logical, and I think that because of the back rank issues, black gonna play rook g8. There's gonna be bishop f6, rook d1, rook d1. You're gonna take the queen. That's a mate on the board. So that's a cheapo.
Can't we show it on the board? It's so beautiful.
All right, there you go. Takes here. Rook takes on g3. And that's a checkmate on the board. So I'm trying to find some tactical tricks for white. And by the way, Katarina just played. She did play bishop g5. I like this choice. And naturally, black doesn't have to fall for this. But then if you take on g5 with the bishop, I have queen takes on g5. I have an attack on d8. I might play queen f6. I might somewhere sacrifice the rook on e6. Of course, I'm aware that white is down to a pawn, but at least you are attacking.
Yeah, and to be the player with the initiative and the attack, even if you're down 2 pawns, but you have the attack in a time scramble situation, I think you're right, Arthur, that Katarina does have practical chances because of the time pressure adding to this really sharp situation where any mistake can cost you the game. So even if the evaluation bar is showing this much advantage for Zhu Jiner, I think practically speaking, this is not game over. If anything, Zhu still needs to be very precise also to not get into a worse position after the bishop trade, queen takes g5. John has some breaking news, by the way, so let's bring you back, John, and tell us about what happened on the other boards.
Yes, indeed, folks. It is all beginning to kick off. We're starting to get to a point where ultimately things are starting to settle. And we can see on camera now we have Javier Sindarov agreeing a draw with Matthias Bluebaum. And it wasn't necessarily on the cards for that long, but both players looking pretty relieved. Back to you.
Wow, and that is somewhat of a surprise, Arthur's, because I think when we left the game, it was looking promising for Sindarov. Not that big of a deal of an advantage, but somewhat more of a comfortable position for him to play. It seems that Bluebaum found a way to defend precisely, and the final position that we can see underneath the two draws written over the board suggests that they fought it out all the way to this bishop endgame with the rooks being traded or repetition of moves.
And also the trend today we are seeing is that today is getting quite a peaceful day. And I suppose you cannot really expect that every single day will be packed with a lot of action. I mean, yesterday, all the games in the ladies section finished in a draw, even though there was this crazy game by Zhu Jinner against Tan Zhangqi. And today also we are seeing quite a few draws. Yesterday we had 3 decisive results in the open section. Today it looks like it's happening less, and I think it's perfectly normal. This thing is happening, and I leave it to you, Anna. Which game do you want to check next? Do you think we could go to the game of Divya against Vaishali, show them some love, try to evaluate the position, and then maybe once again go back to a more pressing situation?
I would love to check out that game, but first I'm gonna call Wei Yi against Pragg because I'm afraid it's heading toward a handshake. This is one of those games that looked so complex earlier, but now it's an opposite colored bishop endgame, and I'm afraid this is going to be another draw. This was such a hard-fought, complex game with chances for both players, but it's petering out because there's no way to get anything out of a situation where white is controlling the dark squares with his bishop, black is controlling the light squares with his bishops and the kings will be simply stopping each other from getting into the position. So king f5 is an attempt to get closer, but even if you make it to g4, there's still no breakthrough. I think we are seeing the final moves of this game, Arthurs.
And he looks a bit bored, doesn't he? Right here, or he looks concentrated. I don't really know.
Yeah, and Pragg is looking at the other games because this endgame is no longer, unfortunately, is no longer as rich as the game was promising earlier. I'm so curious what happened in the middle game because this was one of those games that could have blown up into an attack. But essentially, there have been plenty of trades since, and I think this will lead to a peaceful result.
Well, the Chinese Grandmaster definitely had the detonators. He just decided not to use them. We had the situation where I think we have to go back. Let's go back once again to the full screen. After Queen E2, we're discussing some of the top engine concentrations with Rook E5, Bishop C3, Knight E4, or was it Knight E4 immediately? But he played Queen E2, allowing Pragg to take on C3, F takes on E6, Rook E7. This is what we missed. B takes on C3, Rook E6, Queen E2, and White has the bishop pair. Black has a slightly better pawn structure. Pragg played Knight E4. Apparently, he had nothing better to do, and they just got it like this: Rook E4, Bishop F4, Rook E7, Bishop E5. As you can see, we have opposite colored bishops on the board. Pragg continued Queen G6, Queen F4, threatening, by the way, with the checkmate in 1. And yeah, Black had nothing better than to play Rook F7, trade. White loses the pawn on C2 because you can't do anything about it, but it's an opposite color bishop endgame. White sets up a fortress, and it's just going to be a logical draw.
It is the case, unfortunately, for us and for all the fans out there that were rooting for the decisive result. It doesn't happen every day, unfortunately, but it has been such an exciting game and probably part of the reason why Wei Yi didn't go for those complex choices earlier in the middle game. could have been due to the time as well, because he was really approaching time trouble, and with no increment added until move 40, it was quite a risky decision to take. Now, after king f5, we are in this situation where black is up a pawn, but black is unable to create a pass pawn. Take a look at how those 4 pawns on the left side of the board against white's 3 pawns. That's where black should try, but the pawn push a5 is prevented by the white bishop, and you cannot do anything about that bishop because your own bishop is on a different color. That's the problem with opposite colored bishops, that they never see each other. You can never trade them, and therefore the blockade on the dark squares is very efficient here on the queen side. h3 is played by Wei Yi to prevent black from getting to g4 with his king.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, and also I think that there's a rule for obstacle bishop endgames. The white king is going to go where the black king is going to go. For example, if the pawn was not on h3, you play king g4, I play king f2, you play king e5, I play king e3. I do not allow the black king to get on e4. And maybe here Pragg is looking for some practical chances, like some sort of a, I'm just imagining things like, say, bishop e4, king f2, and maybe there's some ideas to divert the king using this very famous technique of Alexei Shirov, this bishop h3 sacrifice against Vaishali Topolov, one of the, if not the most famous move in the history of chess. And you never know, maybe there's something like this here to divert the attention of the white king so that you can advance at the king side. But I know I'm reaching. I don't really believe this is happening in this position. And after something peaceful, yeah, I think it's just, like you said, Anna, it's getting out to a peaceful outcome.
I think so too, and there's more interest now by Pragg on the rest of the boards. He pushes h5, where he responds with also a pawn push on the king side. Are we going to see g5 as a follow-up by Pragg to try to push further?
I think that we maybe should select another game, because I'm pretty sure it's going to finish to draw. Maybe let's go to the bird's eye view and see what is happening, because in the women's tournament, time control is approaching, and woo, look at that. There's a lot of action in the game of Katerina Lagdo against Jude Giner. So it's high time we switch to this, and the evaluation bar is now about equal, and it looks like it that Katerina, because of her attack in the time scramble, has managed to salvage the game to a draw. It looks like there is going to be a perpetual check. Queen g6, queen f6, queen g6, queen f6, and I don't think that there's anything that black can do about it. And let me show how the players got here. Once again, this was the position where we left it, and we missed that after rook c8, white plays rook d2, which, by the way,
seems to be a blunder.
And why is it losing? Because of queen g4. And black is just winning. But the Chinese grandmaster played queen b4, missing, and check this out. This is really nice. Rook takes on e6, rook sacrifice, queen g6, and apparently you cannot play king e7 because there's going to be queen g7 check. You're going to go further, and after king e8, you're dropping the rook on h8, and that's why Jude Giner just missed for a second game in a row, potentially a winning advantage.
Oh, that's going to be really hard for Jude Giner to accept that again. The win slips out of her hands. I think she's trying to offer a draw. Have they repeated already 3 times? That must be the case. The players are not allowed to offer a draw before move 40, but the same position has already appeared 3 times on the board, so they will call the arbiter to show that it is a 3-fold repetition. A great escape by Katerina Lano using that tactical resource. That's rook sacrifice on
I'm
e6
sorry, Anna, I'm
to
sorry to
achieve-
interrupt you, but there's a major development in the game of Divya against Vaishali. Just go straight to that game, because apparently Vaishali just made a blunder by the last move, knight e4. Let's go to that position. And here, rook takes on b7, immediately seals the deal for white. And apparently, this is what Vaishali has miscalculated.
So she has just played knight to e4 with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. This is a huge time pressure for both Indian grandmasters. Will Divya take on b7. What is it that Vaishali missed, Arturs?
Instead of this, let me go one move back. Instead of knight, just one more blunder, because the knight on d6 was just protecting the pawn on b7. Black's position was completely safe. Obviously, white has some pressure against the pawn on b7, but there was no need to make the mistake. You can play queen c7, queen e7, and rearrange the position, but knight e4 is just a mistake. And I think that Vaishali was expecting only knight e4, d takes on e4, collect the pawn on a4. She forgot that rook takes on b7 is also a checkmate threat.
And that's the main problem, that after rook takes b7, there's no knight takes knight, because f7 is hanging and then it's checkmate.
Maybe this is the sequence. Perhaps she missed queen g4.
Divya plays rook takes b7 with 4 seconds left on the clock. She found the winning sequence. She has calculated it through. This is the way in which Divya now has a winning advantage, but only 34 seconds left.
I think this is the deal. Because of rook takes on b7, rook takes on b7, you're gonna take on c5. That's a checkmate threat. And maybe Vaishali expected to play knight g5, defend the pawn on f7, and hit the queen on f3. But she probably overlooked the only move, queen g4. And black is losing.
And Divya must have calculated this, because otherwise there would be a problem with the rook being only defended by the knight. So I think this is exactly what's going to happen on the board. The rook trade on b7, and if now knight g5, which has been played by Vaishali, Divya needs to find queen to g4. I think she calculated this variation, because otherwise black could take the knight on c5 next move and capture the white rook.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, this could be also the only deciding game of the Women's Candidates Tournament, because all other 3 games have finished in a draw. And right now, Divya is in a severe time scramble. This is move 36. They still have to make 4 moves to make it to the next time control.
20 seconds left for Divya. She has to find queen g4. Is the only winning move. She's going to g3 instead. She's missing that. Now rook takes c5, picks up the knight. The rook on b7 is hanging.
What's the idea? Maybe she's relying for some queen e5, rook b8 counterattack. Does it work? I mean, according to an engine, oh my goodness, let's just show the full screen. Let's just go full screen. I just noticed what just Divya missed. Let's go this. Here, rook takes on c5. Divya's idea is to play queen e5 check, attack the king, play king h7, and play rook b8, go for a counterattack checkmate with a checkmate threat on h8. Apparently, black is saving with rook c1 check, king h2. And Anna, I'll let you do the honors.
Oh, goodness me. Queen takes h3 to then win the queen back with knight f3, knight fork. This is what Divya missed, because if it wasn't for this, then she would be winning the queen or giving checkmate. This is an incredible tactical pattern. They are down to their final minute. This is huge. I think Divya is now realizing. She's realizing now that it's not a winning attack.
Oh, wow, this is so unfair, because like this queen g3, queen e5, rook b8 is such a beautiful idea, and yet it's a flawed idea. I'm pretty sure that right now both players should be on the same page, because Divya is realizing she's not playing rook b8. She sees queen h3 idea.
She sees it, and that means that she will have to retreat with the rook. Oh, she still plays rook to b8. She's inviting Vaishali to find that beautiful tactical sequence. How is this equal, the position? Black is up at 9, but white is about to give checkmate.
Does Vaishali find a move? Move 40. But
Queen
she has
takes
2 minutes on the clock.
She has to sacrifice her queen.
Yeah, and you can see by the body language of Divya, she knows. She knows there's queen h3, but the question is, does Vaishali see? I think out of the lack of other alternatives, it's just queen h3 and nothing else. Otherwise, you just retreat with the queen. It's immediate checkmate on the board. There's no other moves, literally, here.
So Vaishali has to find the queen sacrifice, and it's on the board. Double exclamation mark, giving up the queen for a pawn to vacate the f3 square, make it available for the knight, and this knight fork wins the queen back. You are giving up your knight. After all, that was a piece an extra piece for Vaishali, so it's going to be a rook endgame that should be leading to a more peaceful territory after an incredible tactical sequence, Arthur's.
And this is, ladies and gentlemen, why chess is such a brutal sport. Because I'm pretty sure that Vaishali, in this position, she was choosing between Queen G4 and Queen G3. She definitely saw Queen G4. But she just felt that Queen G3 is cleaner, because why should I try to convert a position where I have an extra pawn when I can immediately go for the checkmate? But Queen takes on H3 was not part of the plan.
Incredible. And of course, in such time pressure, with just seconds left on the clock, this was not possible for Divya to calculate through. She misses this tactical pattern. But we do have news from John on another board.
That's right. Thank you, Anna. Frankly, stay on this one because that was incredibly exciting. But you probably suspected this was going to happen for a couple of moves now. Wei Yi and Pragg have just agreed a draw. Back to you.
That leaves us with 3 draws so far. Thank you, John, for that update. There's only one more game remaining in the open section. We will check in with that in a second. But before we move back to the overview of the tournament, Arthurs, let's see what is left after the dust settles. They have completed move 40, so now they have more time to think. And Divya is contemplating where to go with the king. Are there any chances for either player in the resulting rook endgame? The king will go either to g2 or g3, then the knight captures the queen, and we have a rook endgame on our hands.
Definitely there's still some life into this position. I wouldn't immediately call it as a draw, because white has still an outside pass pawn, like rook a8, a5, a6, a7. Black also has some counterplay here, and I think that this game could still continue for a while. But I think the biggest question is, how do you psychologically gather yourself after such a thing? Because like I already said, Divya was choosing between the moves Queen G4 and Queen G3. She chose the one that she thought it's winning, except she missed one move at the very end of this beautiful variation. And you just have to gather yourself the strength to continue fighting. And I think it could continue, for example, the lines like rook a1, rook a8, c5, king f3, c4, king e2, and it could be a pretty interesting rook game.
Yeah, it's good news that there is life left in the position, because it has been such an exciting game. It would be really a pity if it ends in a very quiet way. But I think what we see right now on the camera is Divya going through not the current position, but possibly she is recalling what had happened earlier, and she knows that she had a chance that she missed. You can see the reaction on her face, the disappointment, the frustration, quietly, very quietly, but it is a missed chance by Divya. And we could go back to that moment just one more time, Arthur, to show the difference. She had 2 queen moves that she was contemplating, and unfortunately for her, she chose the one that was more promising in terms of promising with a checkmate attack, but the solid approach, offering a queen trade, would have been the winning move for Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, and this Queen G4 is so important because Black doesn't have the time to play rook takes on C1 for a very simple reason. The Queen on C8 is under attack. And let's say Queen takes on G4, H takes on G4, White simply has an extra pawn. Obviously, we cannot look in the crystal ball and say that here, not Vaishali, but Divya would have definitely won the game, but there's no denying she would have had a very big advantage. But instead, she made this mistake, went for the seemingly easy victory with Queen G3, Queen E5, Rook B8, but it's Rook C5, Queen E5, King H7, Rook B8, Rook C1 check, King H2. I think it's definitely the most beautiful shot we have seen in the second round so far.
A brilliant queen sacrifice. Giving up the queen for just a pawn is always quite a feat to see. To then get to f3 with the knight, win back the queen. Give up your knight for the queen, but at least you have not been checkmated, and that was the main mission for Vaishali, to get the queen out of harm's way and not get that checkmate with queen h8 coming. So this has been an incredible save by Vaishali, but the rook endgame still has some play left in it. Should we go to the bird's eye view for a moment, Arthurs, and see what else is left in round 2. Or actually, zooming in on that camera, that's a reminder for us that the only game left in the open section is the game between Andrei Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura.
And apparently Yesipenko's advantage is gone. Like, he had a pretty nice advantage, and I didn't like the choice that Hikaru did before, but apparently Yesipenko hasn't figured out a way how to capitalize on the advantage, and the black's position is normalizing by the minute. And by the way, here Hikaru is kind of in a time scramble because he has 4 minutes left on the clock versus Yesipenko's 12. This is both 28, and unlike the women's candidate tournament, there's no increment. And essentially, Hikaru needs to make, how much is it? 12 moves in 4.5 minutes. But the position feels to be quite safe right now because white no longer is attacking the pawn on c5, and it feels like in the past 5 moves or so, the momentum is shifting once again in favor of Hikaru, that he has managed to normalize his position.
Definitely some progress on Hikaru's side, keeping the position solid, everything well guarded. And the time pressure that you highlighted could be here a really crucial factor. We know, of course, of the speed chess skills of Hikaru, but he really has to deal here with the pressure of the position as well. So it's pressure on the clock, pressure over the board. So far, the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, has handled it really well. And Yesipenko is trying to figure out how to get something out of this situation. That pawn on h6 that you are highlighting, Arturs, why can white not just go and grab it?
I think it's a very logical question, and Yesipenko is trying to figure out it right now, probably because black is going to play c4 and try to be incredibly active, meaning b takes on c4 looks very risky. There could be a very unpleasant check on b1. You could have played king h2. There's knight g4. If you play bishop f1, now the bishop is pinned. I'm quite surprised that Wenjun doesn't like it, but apparently, yeah, rook takes on c4 is a bit better here. Black seems to be very active. The white queen on h6 is out of the game, but that's why Yesipenko, I'm pretty sure he's not going to take the pawn. And the other idea I can think of is try to play something like bishop f1, bishop c4, give the bishop a new role, maybe play king g2, and just play it safe.
And as you have said it, Yesipenko agrees with you fully, goes for the bishop maneuver, not capturing the pawn, not wanting to gain a pawn when it would give a very active compensation for Hikaru. Instead, the queen stays on e3, which means that that pawn on c5 cannot be pushed because of the pin. So still a position where Hikaru's pieces are more passive, but he's keeping the balance now with king g7 guarding the h6 pawn.
But still, I mean, Yesipenko is having some pressure here. After this bishop c4, black still hasn't get rid of this weakness on a5. White still controls the d file. And I think the nightmare scenario for Hikaru would be that if Yesipenko at the right moment would play something like f4, and with limited time on the clock, he would have to figure out how to deal with this attack. I'm pretty sure that bishop c4 is happening. And then the question is how the American Grandmaster is planning to continue.
Hikaru's move has been so good, by the way, that it just makes the camera go wild. It's trying to figure out if Hikaru is still sitting at the board or not. But that's just the connection in Cyprus. It's not on our end. We will try our best to channel some very strong internet connection for that camera. Now that the players are visible in 4K, we do see Yesipenko trying his very best to make the most of the time advantage and of this pressure that he has on the board. It's not that much of an advantage, but he's the one who is pressing. And now he chooses to press further on the queen side by pushing his pawn up to a4, creating a square for his bishop on b5. Rook c6 only move to keep the position balanced, and of course Hikaru finds it immediately.
Oh, that's a really lovely move, and I'm a bit surprised of Yesipenko's choice to play a4. It seems that he is expecting this, so that's why the players are happy the way they're going to this position, but I think this was a really great choice by Hikaru because he found a way to lift the rook to d6, and Yesipenko has to be a bit careful here. Because if he misplays this position, if black finds a way to anchor the rook on d4, white might find himself in an endgame where his last square bishop is so much worse than this knight on f6, which feels to be so much more flexible. I do not like a4. Why did he have to do that?
Yeah. He was trying to create something on the queen side, but this is giving that chance to Hikaru that you were describing, Arthur's, and he's using it by pushing c4. I was expecting rook to d6, but he's offering a queen trade with a pawn sacrifice and nodding along. Let's see if this works, because Hikaru has calculated it very quickly, but I think we should also catch up with the calculation.
So I assume it's queen takes on b6, rook takes on b6. As you can see, black gives up the pawn on c4, but the pawn on e4 for white is under attack. Wait, is this so super clear? I mean, obviously I see bishop takes on c4, not e4. Rook e2, I see f5. Let me just put it on the board. Here, takes, rook e2, f5, you play f3, I collect the pawn on g3. Okay, I got that. But what happens if I play after queen b6, rook b6, b takes on c4? Are you sure about this endgame? Because the c pawn is going forward. Let's say you take on e4. After wait a second, c5 bishop, rook c6, bishop g2. You're gonna take on c5, I play bishop e4.
Wow, that would be a really cool tactical pattern, and the computer is still just saying it's about equal, guarding the knight with f5 and allowing this rook endgame where the black king will approach the c-passed pawn.
It's somehow a draw. I would still push this for white. According to an engine, this is equal, but okay, apparently Hikaru is very sure about a endgame. I'm not really sure he had to do this, but he has found a way to liquidate into what he thinks it's a drawn endgame. And now it's Yesipenko's turn. He has 6 minutes on the clock. By the way, we might be having some time scramble here because move 31, both players are approaching the time scramble and there's no increment.
And that's huge, a very big difference between the time control in the open section and in the women's section. They are down to their final minutes. They still need to make 8 more moves. The queens are traded. Will Yesipenko take on c4 with the pawn to create a passed pawn?
Maybe he's going to take with the bishop. But then black plays knight e4. He feels quite safe. Maybe it makes sense to press this line a bit further. Bishop c4, knight e4, rook e2, f5, f3. Wait a second, knight x on g3, rook e5. That's a problem. The pawn on e5 is dropping, so I don't think that black can do this. It feels quite a forcing line, except of this, obviously, knight x on g3. So Hikaru would have to play knight e6, most likely. Wait, rook e5, and probably this is somehow a draw. Or maybe, yeah, like this. Here, put the rook behind the pawn. And welcome to the grindland. White's going to play this for a very long time.
Which should be a draw with the precise play, but as you said, White can press and try for a very long time. Let's see if this is where the game is heading. If we go back to the current position, this is where Andrei Yesipenko is contemplating how to take on c4. You have three pieces that can capture bishop, rook, or pawn. All have pros and cons, and the e4 pawn of White is also up in the air. So which decision will he go for? He doesn't have that much time to spend here. Reminder that the players need to make it to move 40 to gain extra time. Until then, it's 4 minutes against 3.5 minutes. That's all the time they have left.
It's a very big decision. I don't think it's rook takes on c4. It's definitely either b takes on c4 and bishop c4. And both of these moves look so tempting. Bishop c4 maybe is the safer move because there's no immediate draw. So yeah, Yesipenko does this. Knight x on e4. And I think we're going for this forced sequence. f5 will be played, most likely, forcing white to play f3. I think Hikaru wants to weaken the white king. First, he's going to try to spend a couple of seconds, figure out, does he play knight e6 immediately? Does he play f5? Maybe after f5, white still has some extra moves, like bishop d5. Perhaps this is not as forcing as I thought. I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Arthurs. I was just agreeing with what you're saying, that here f3 is what we looked at, but bishop d5 is another idea with a similar situation. King f6 does look like a promising move because you can allow the pawn to be gained on e4. The b3 pawn will always be hanging too. Hikaru is about to make a decision, and it is f5, guarding the knight in the center. Now, will Yesipenko push his f3, push his pawn to f3, chase the knight away? In which case, Hikaru shouldn't take the pawn on g3 because of rook takes e5, leading to a really promising position for white. This is not what you want. I think it's about to happen, f3, and the correct decision for Hikaru is to retreat his knight and attack white's bishop. I think that's what he's going to play.
Yeah, this is very high quality chess by both players. I like Yesipenko's choice. I like the way Hikaru defends this, and maybe here, instead of rook e5, there's another choice. No, the players just went for this immediately, and we're going to see this endgame, which according to an engine is a draw, but obviously Hikaru is the one who is trying to figure things out. And typically for these rook endgames, there's a common rule. You always, when you're a defender, try to position the rook behind the pass pawn. So that's why black is going to collect the rook here, play maybe rook c2, rook a2. By the way, I think it's pretty clean. Rook a5, rook c4. This is the threat, cutting off the king. Maybe white plays king f2, check. Actually, it's not that simple. Maybe I'm going to play rook c3 first. Rook c3. Yeah, engine disagrees with me. There's still some tricks in the position. It's not a trivial draw.
And the problem for Hikaru is that they're going to reach this position before move 40, is it? Or no, wait a second. We are on move 38 now. So 2 more moves to be played before they get extra time. Andrei Yesipenko gives a check on a7. And now rook a6 is the only way to keep the advantage, to push the king back and cut that black king through the 6th rank.
Yeah, but I'm curious what's going to be Hikaru's next response. Or rook a6, king g7, I think is going to happen. By the way, this is move 39. Yesipenko, I think with this move, is going to approach the next time control. And I don't think that Hikaru is going to charge forward the king. Feels a bit risky. So king g7, and then we are going to have a very interesting theoretical endgame. 1 more move to make for both players. 2 minutes for the move to make. I'm pretty sure that they're going to make it.
Yeah, Yesipenko now is investing his final minute and 42 seconds on this final move. To make it to move 40, they will both get an extra half an hour added to their clocks and also a 30-second increment per move. So there will be plenty of time for them to figure out that very technical rook endgame after rook a6 and the king dropping back to g7.
By the way, this is also a common thing. Players, before approaching the next time control, they always use this opportunity to repeat the moves. And whoever was this was one of the greats, maybe Tigran Petrosian, the former world champion, who said that the skill to repeat the moves is severely underused because it very often gets you closer to the next time control and scratch that. Andrei played a5.
We say that repeating the moves is a good idea to get closer to the move 40 time control. Yesipenko disagrees live on air, pushes his pawn, gets a question mark for it. And now over to you, Hikaru. You have 2 minutes to decide why this move is not the best.
Yeah, but that's such a strange decision by Andrei, because I think it made sense to repeat the position right here, play rook a6, pretty much force the black king to go to g7, and now you figure it out. So why do you want to make such a big decision on move 40? Because there's a common understanding in the chess world that very often the mistakes are made typically on move 40, because that's when the game transitions from the first time control to the second time control. Very often you're in a time scramble, you're nervous, you don't know what to do, And yeah, in this situation, like, it's a magnet for mistakes. So typically there's a rule you try to avoid making big decisions. Well, there you go.
Yesipenko disagrees with that rule, but I think he will regret it because now, after a5, it seems that it should be easier for Hikaru to hold, but it's still not that straightforward, and he does need to find the move within his final minute to make it to move 40 to complete it and get the extra half an hour.
It's either rook c2 or rook a4. Which one is it? Do you cut off the king, or you put the rook behind the pawn? I don't think Hikaru is looking at any other moves. I think he's going to play rook c2.
And moment of truth,
Okay.
rook to c3, attacking the
That's something
f3
else.
pawn.
Okay, that's something else. His idea is to give million checks, I suppose, and White's going to drop one of those pawns at the king side.
Wow. Now that the players have reached move 40, the action will slow down. We will definitely continue with this game. But John, oh boy, what has happened throughout this round? And what are your thoughts on this endgame between Andrei Yesipenko? Actually, wait a second, John. Before I ask you, we do need to talk about the game between Divya and Vaishali. Arthurs, I would love to have a summary on this. And before I get to talk to John.
Yeah, it was definitely an equal game for most part of it, where in the time scramble, the unimaginable happened. Vaishali blundered on the spot, but the lady luck was smiling for her because apparently for Divya, she had a choice. Either keep the extra pawn or go for what she thought is a winning continuation. But there's a problem. It was not winning continuation because she missed probably the nicest move of round 2, a queen sacrifice, which allowed Vaishali to escape the draw. Definitely a heartbreak for Divya. It's something for her that she's going to be thinking about for the entire evening, but what to do. This is professional chess to you.
And so it ended in a draw. We are left with one game only. John, I get to now finally ask you that big question. How excited are you about the rook endgame that Hikaru is defending against Andrei Yesipenko?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm excited for the mental state of both of these players. It looks like Hikaru, for the second day in a row, has booked himself in for the late shift. Yesipenko can play this on for a very long time if he chooses to. Both players, of course, now have an extra half an hour, and crucially, the 30-second increment in the open section has now kicked in as well. So it's not just that half an hour. They will be able to get an increment, and this means this game could go on for a very, very long time indeed. It is now the only game remaining in either section being played. As you guys have seen from the previous shot of the playing hall, we've got the mood lighting in place. The cinema's nice and quiet, and it's only 2 players left as we head into what might not even be our final break. Before we do, though, and while the players enjoy their additional half an hour of time on the clock, we'll take a little time here. Don't forget, the chess.com plushies are finally here, and as you can see, are extremely huggable. I did inquire based on chat's I would say recommendations, but requests yesterday. Unfortunately, the plushies are for sale, the dog is not, in case anyone was wondering. But if you fancy a physical piece of the game that won't judge you for your last blunder, well, guess what? This is it. Go to go.chess.com/plush toy or use !plush toy in chat to check out the full collection. We will see you guys on the other side as Hikaru books his ticket into the 5th and 6th hours of this broadcast.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks.
This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Hey Magnus, hey Hikaru. This is going to be a rapid fire quiz round about all things babies and looking after kids. Welcome to the Fatherhood Club. I want to ask you guys a couple of questions, and here's how this is going to work. You've both got chess clocks in front of you. I'm going to ask you 10 questions. Each time I ask a question, I'll tell you to start the clock. When I finish asking the question, you then need to write an answer on the whiteboard and hit the chess clock, and then we review your answers. If there's a tie for any reason, whoever answers quickest, whoever has the best speed, will then win the points. So without further ado, please start your chess clocks now. Question 1, at what temperature is a baby considered to have a fever? Fahrenheit or Celsius is fine.
I have no idea.
No idea. That's actually really close. 38 degrees in Celsius. So Magnus is basically, or 100.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So slightly cool there, but.
Close enough to us, interesting.
Please start your clocks now. How many hours does a newborn typically sleep in a day? Lower and upper range acceptable. Magnus locked in? Karu locked in. What have we got? 2 hours? What?
And they sleep 2 hours and they keep waking up.
No, total in a 24-hour period.
Oh, in total period? Okay, let me answer one.
I pity you if that's the case, man. That's rough. Magnus, what have you got?
I put 18.
18. Hikaru, what would you?
Well, I was going to put 10, but
put 10. It's 14 to 17, so it's pretty much spot on. What is the most popular baby name in the US in 2025? One name for a boy, one name for a girl. Start your clocks now. What have we got?
I answered for Norway, and this is correct. I should be answering for Norway.
There's some 3D chess being played here, and I'll explain that in a second. Elizabeth and Adam. Magnus got one right. It's Noah for a boy and Olivia for a girl. And Hikaru, this next question is just for you.
This is 100% correct.
Yeah.
Because the next question was supposed to be, what's the most popular baby boy and girl's name in Norway?
Nice.
But Magnus is 100% correct for Norway. It is Emma and Noah. So it's Noah in both the US and Norway, which I actually found quite interesting. All right, start your clocks now. Approximately how many bones does a baby have at birth? Nearest 10. Magnus has an answer, looks slightly apprehensive.
Yeah, I've got
locked in. All right, what have we
I have
got?
no idea.
No idea. 40.
I don't know. I'm guessing they're a little small ones,
So
but I don't know.
here's what's weird. It's the other way. It's 300. So adults have like 206, right? So babies.
Yeah, I knew adults had around 200. I know the exact
I feel
number.
like whenever I play tennis, I lose 10 bones an hour. So I suppose that's about right. But they got way more bones than we do. Go figure. All right, folks. Thank you very much. That's the end of that. That was good fun. Thank you.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. It's the final game that's still ongoing. 7 draws so far, and the 8th game looking like it should be a draw as well. But like yesterday, it has been anything but quiet. Hikaru Nakamura could be defending for a little while unless Andrei Esipenko decides, you know what, it's okay to maybe head back to the hotel and get some rest for tomorrow. This game is kind of in his hands right now. Anna, Arturs, over to you to break down what's happening.
Sorry, I thought people can read my lips. I don't need voice, you know. It's a skill. You gotta develop skills. We are training our viewers. Apologies, I'm clumsy. I keep forgetting to mute and unmute. One day it's gonna be a hot mic and it will be reversed so that you will hear me talking trash in the breaks. Anyway, talking about this rook endgame, now that people can hear me, this is an extra point for Esipenko, but we are expecting Hikaru to defend very precisely and achieve a draw. In best case scenario for black, it's a draw, and probably also for white, it's best case scenario. Because how do you dodge these checks now, Arturs?
I think it involves giving up the pawn on g3. And this is what Esipenko is trying to figure out right now. So if Hikaru here plays the only move, which this is what the blue arrow shows me, rook c2 check, I would love to try to play king d3. And I think that Hikaru is going to play rook g2, going after the pawn. And here the question is, can Esipenko sacrifice the pawn and continue to play on? And to be honest, I think he should, because this position is risk-free. For example, what if I play something like rook b7? I try to push forward a pawn, maybe a6 immediately. I'm not entirely sure about the move order. Let's say rook takes on g3 and king e3, g5, and there we go. I just made a mistake. This is a mistake from the black perspective. Let's say black plays something like rook g2, a6, rook a2, a7, g5, h5, and the game continues. This is still a potential weakness. Engine says it's all the way a draw. By the way, it's confirming the viewers, we're not using the engine today at all. We're following the evaluation bar, what it says. And even this position, it's somehow balanced, but I think we could agree that Esipenko has some practical chances to continue to push. For example, you play g4, I play 4, cut off the king. That's potential weakness. Think about rook h7, rook h6 ideas. I think that we might be here if Esipenko decides to continue for a longer time.
That would be interesting to see, and I'm curious what his mindset is like in this moment. A reminder to our viewers that these are the two of the three players who lost their first round game. So they badly want to score their first point, even if it's just half a point. From Hikaru's perspective, he needs to achieve that draw. And no one wants to go on a losing streak with 2 losses to start with. So it is now over to Hikaru to figure out this rook c2 check. Are there any other moves, Arturs, that he'll be contemplating here? Rook a3 also comes to mind.
I mean, it's not an easy endgame. I mean, whoever says that this is an easy rook endgame, then you should be playing in a candidates, because I have learned the rook endgames all my life. I have studied, most importantly, the Dvoretzky's endgame manual, which by the way, I have on the shelf. And it features a couple of scenarios like this: 3 pawns at the king side. There's a distant past a pawn. The rook is in front of it. But I mean, there's so many scenarios. All of these positions are unique. And look at this. Hikaru is number 2 in the world, and he is not blitzing out rook c2. Because if he does this, once again, rook c2, king d3, rook g2, you try to heat up the pawn. Hikaru is aware that most likely Esipenko will sacrifice the pawn, and he just confirmed why he is one of the world's best players. He decided to go for this entire sequence, and I think that we can fully expect that Esipenko is going to keep the game going, because there's a common rule in these positions: if you have a position of strength, you never agree to a draw. For Esipenko, this is a risk-free position. Just play king d3 and pray it's going to work for you.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And kudos to Hikaru for figuring out the calculation after king d3, rook g2. It is scary that there's, of course, white's a passed pawn and the white king is approaching that passed pawn to help support the promotion. It's not as simple as it is for the computer that just sits on equality with the evaluation bar. These are two very strong players, but they are humans and they have been playing for hours already. They are the only two players left in the playing hall. Everyone else is having dinner already. So a long shift for Yesipenko and Hikaru. And now Yesipenko will be deciding whether to go for king d3 and give up his g-pawn with the idea of supporting his pass pawn, or I guess the alternative is that he will repeat moves, but then he needs to deviate. He can only continue the game going by giving up the g-pawn, right, Arturs?
I mean, he has to continue with king d3. I mean, here king e3 is immediately a repetition. The game is drawn, and as long as you have some chances to keep game going, you have to do that. I'm pretty positive that Yesipenko is going to play king d3. But the funny thing you mentioned about missing potential dinner, I kind of recall I have this very famous example when I was playing in FIDE Grand Swiss back in 2021 when the event was held in Riga. We had a lockdown, and guess what? Against who I was playing in the second round? It was our own David Howell. So we are playing for 150 moves or so, and the game lasted for 8 hours. And
150 moves?
Draconic. Yeah, I was pressing for the win, and David was trying to hold on for his dear life. And he succeeded because he's really notorious for playing these very long games. And yeah, we missed the dinner completely. And it was last two of us. Everybody had already finished the dinner, went home. I mean, at a hotel because it was a lockdown. And in the end, we played the game, this long game with David, and we scrapped everything we could have for the dinner and also had the dinner together. There's also this picture. It's somewhere floating online how we cannot really have enough of each other and we still have to also have a dinner together. Anyway, it's a fun story I will never forget.
That was quite a memorable game, and what a finish to an 8-hour grind to then end up having dinner together with David Howell when nothing else is open anymore. I also have a dinner story, but that's with Judith Polgar. We barely could find a place for dinner because of Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, who fought for so long at the World Championship match that we could not find anything open other than a Subway to just sneak in for a sandwich, but they wouldn't even let us sit down because they were shutting the doors. So we were just lucky to be able to grab something and go back to the hotel, sit on the floor and eat our sandwich at 11 p.m. in London. That's because of Magnus and Fabi. Thank you for for helping us miss dinner at any restaurant nearby.
Yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes these tournaments really go really long, and in this particular FIDE Grand Swiss, it was pretty common. 8-hour games, unbelievable. I wish they made the time control a bit shorter. I'm not really sure if they changed it this year, but playing at the highest level chess tournaments, for the chess fans, very often you don't really get to appreciate what kind of energy toll it takes to the players. For example, for me, like after round 2 against this game against David, I was just knocked out immediately. I just could not play the tournament anymore. And also when you're playing in the FIDE Candidates Tournament, there's so many things. There's behind the scenes. These games can be super long. You're prepping the entire morning, in the evening. The team is working for you. Like, yeah. At the end of the candidates, I think that all the players are just purely exhausted.
It's gonna take weeks for the players to recover from playing 14 rounds of chess. This is only round 2, and I feel like, especially for Hikaru, he has played some of the longest games so far. Just the only player left, again, in the playing hall together with his opponent, Andrei Yesipenko. Yesterday, this was the same scene, but with Fabiano Caruana. I mean, how does he keep his energy? And this is only the start of the tournament.
Yeah, that's the question. Only the second round, and there's 12 more rounds to go. Speaking about the choices, I'm surprised that Andre has not yet played king d3. What's he thinking about? Is he really thinking about green to draw right here with king e3? Because once again, let's put the position on the board. King d3, rook g2, a6, rook takes on g2, king e3. Is he considering that maybe there's some risk in the position with rook h3? By the way, the engine just shot high in the sky. Rook a8, rook h4, a7. This is pretty easy to calculate. Black gonna do this. Rook a4, rook f8. You promote the pawn, you win the game. So why there's no danger? You can always go to the same game and maybe you have some practical chances. That's why I'm a bit surprised that Andre is not blitzing it out. The other alternative is just to draw immediately.
He's about to make a decision. Is it going to be king to d3? It's on the square, but he's not letting go just now. King to d3, attacking the black rook, inviting Hikaru to win the pawn back by playing rook to g2, which has to be the move of Hikaru as soon as he finds his seat again. He is somewhere in the playing hall. I would assume there's a snacks area, refreshments. It's a long game. Of course, they need a way to fill up that energy bar, and now both players are somewhere else where we cannot see them. I wish we had cameras also in the rest area. There's usually like a really cool resting area for the players with drinks and food and cozy seating. I would love to have a camera there, but probably it's too much.
I wish we had the snack that they have. I'm pretty sure they're good ones.
Good point.
Rook g2, by the way, by Hikaru is played, attacking the pawn on g3 immediately. And I think from here, the pace is going to become a bit faster the next couple of moves. For example, is it going to be rook b7 or a6? Probably a6. Rook takes on g2. The only thing I'm not really sure on what's going to happen here is if Andre is going to play king e3 or king e2, or it even matters. I'm not really sure. The only difference I can think of is that if you play king e2, black can give you a check here and position the rook here like this. I play rook a8, probably king g7, and the game continues.
Do you think this is the direction in which we are heading? What would be your call?
I think so. I think so. The only thing I'm not entirely sure is it king e3 or king e2. Because if I play king e3, now this move g5, I remember we checked it briefly before, is a mistake, which is not very difficult to calculate, I suppose. You just play rook a8. g4 does not work because of a7. This is a check. And why exactly it's losing? Because the rook obviously is out of the game. Yeah, you just play a7 and rook g8. That's
the
why
rook would need
g5
two moves. Indeed, there's no time to bring the rook back to the a file. If we could just show it on the board for 1 second, Arthur, is that rook g1, king g7, and after a7, you need 2 moves to get that rook back into the game, or g4 as well, but it takes too long because of the rook sacrifice. White will give up the rook with a check to vacate the promotion square and get a new queen on the board. It's beautiful, a very important tactical pattern.
And probably Hikaru doesn't have to blunder this. So most likely Jespenko is going to play king e3. So g5 would be a very big mistake. It's too obvious, I think. So black will play rook g2. And I'm also seeing this move. Rook h7 is a move. Let's say rook a2, a7. And the game continues. You cannot play g5. I'm going to collect the pawn. I want to activate a king. King d4, king c5, king b6. I mean, according to the evaluation bar, it's a draw, but if somebody's pressing here, it's definitely Jespenko.
And probably that's the reason why he's in the think tank again, to figure out what's his best practical chance, even if it should be a draw. According to the computer, it is still 2 human beings that have been playing already for the 5th hour of this very tiring and difficult game. And let's not forget that Hikaru, yesterday, he played such a long endgame against Fabiano Caruana, and he was this close to the draw. He just had to move the king to one specific square. He chose the other square. Instead of king c7, he went king e7, and that lost the game in 1 move. This is not that kind of an endgame at the moment. But I think some of the positions that you showed, Arthur's, they will require high precision, and it's still somewhat tricky. Should be a draw with good play, but the players are human beings and they can make mistakes.
I also just found this idea, Anna, to play h5, try to sacrifice a pawn. And what about this one? Because if you accept it, I'm going to give you a check. I mean, maybe I have to do the check a bit early. I'm not entirely sure. So let's say I give you a check. What's the right moment? I'm not entirely sure. Like, it's not my game. Rook a6, king e7, king e3, rook takes on g3, probably like this. I could play h5. You play g5, that's a weakness. The king is cut off. g5, rook g6, a6, the game is continuing. And if you collect it, I'm going to play king f4, attack the rook, attack the pawn, you play h4. And does this look like a dead draw to you? I mean, it does not.
No, it certainly doesn't look like a dead draw. A game, by the way, that ended in a draw but could have been a potential win for Divya Deshmukh is something that we're going to be discussing. And who better to talk to about this specific game than the player herself? We have our very own Mike Klein right now with Divya Deshmukh. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh, who had some great pressure on the B file today. But you probably know we're going to ask about this miracle save. When did you see it happen?
I actually saw it before she played knight g5. I knew that this was coming. I just completely missed queen g4, and I could just win easily there.
Right. So you thought you had no other option. You saw that she had a miracle save, but you forced her to find it, thinking that was your best practical choice.
No, I just didn't see queen g4 at the right moment. If I had seen it, I would have played it.
Does it make you feel any better that all games in the ladies section have been a draw in the first 2 days, and even though maybe you haven't capitalized today, the field's not running away from you or anything like that?
Well, no, I would still like to win.
Obviously, but you're not at a deficit. You're still tied for the lead with all the other ladies.
Doesn't help.
Yeah, okay. Overall thoughts of your first two games in the candidates?
I think it could have been better, especially today. I think I played a good game, and I was also trying to put a lot of pressure on her, and at some point I'm pretty sure it worked, because after I think queen c8, queen f3, I think it's already very unpleasant practically for black. But I'm hoping that my luck comes back to me.
I hope so too. Hopefully this will just be a footnote at the end of your tournament.
Yeah.
Are you overall happy with your preparation in the opening?
Yes, today I was surprised by her choice, but thankfully I had looked at it briefly. So I think I got a good position out of the opening, and I was pretty much in my comfort zone. But then I was unable to find a plan for me, and yeah, it was fine, I guess.
And finally, it's the only all-India matchup. Does it make you play any differently? Do you feel anything different when you play your countrywoman?
No, it's the same.
Excellent. Okay, thanks for your time, Divya.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Divya, and thank you, Mike, for the interview. It is a disappointing result for Divya that she didn't manage to capitalize on her advantage, and she missed to see the winning move, queen to g4, as she said. But there will be another 12 games, another 12 rounds in the women's section, which is so far everyone leading and everyone being on last place. No one has won a game yet in the ladies tournament, but no one has lost. That's not the case here, Arturs. Both Yesipenko and Hikaru, they lost yesterday. They are on 0 points.
They're on 0 points, but check out the last move that Andre played. Apparently for Hikaru, the only move in the position. I don't really know how big is the swing. Is the position immediately becoming losing, or is it just becoming much worse? It's king f7 and not king g7, because I would have thought that you want to play king g7 because you always need to watch out for the idea to play h5, and the rook on the 6th rank could be targeting the pawn. So king f7 is a very much required accuracy. I suppose we are going to see if there's a big difference. King g7 is the human move, but according to the engine here, king f7 is the move that apparently Hikaru has to find. And as you can see, he's not, again, entirely sure, and Hikaru is going to take his time.
Yeah, he's noticing that this is not that simple of a decision. I'm still so puzzled why the natural king to g7 is not the best according to the computer, and how much of a difference there is between the two king moves. Is there anything really that wrong with
What?
going
There's
king to g7?
there's no
Nothing?
difference.
Nothing?
Oh,
Okay.
come on. I mean,
The
why is it
computer is
just a
tired
command?
too. Apparently,
Right.
it's talking nonsense.
Chess command is doing tricks.
The blue
Oh, my
arrow
goodness.
supposedly is only move, but hey, the computer has also been working for us for 5 hours and is really not doing a good job by now. So king f7 is an option, but king to g7 is just as good. Hikaru still goes for the best move of the computer. So king f7 is on the
Hikaru
board.
found it. He found the only move, which was not the only move. All right. So Andre is continuing pressing. I think he wants to play this idea: h5, king e3, king f4. That's why this check with a7 was meant to target the pawn. So maybe the move order here would be to play, is it king e3 immediately, or is it h5? Maybe h5? I don't think, yeah, if you take it. Wait just a second. I'm going to collect a pawn. Rook g3, king e3. How is this a
That's
draw?
starting to look like something. This is the best we have gotten so far.
It is definitely something. How is this a draw? I don't get it. And wait, so h5? I think that Hikaru has to take it because rook takes on g3 gives a check, which according to Engine is still a draw, but I'm seeing that you could have traded. It just feels incredibly risky, and that's why I think that Hikaru is not going to do this. And the other move, g5, just doesn't make any sense at all, which also is a draw according to the Engine, because I can take the pawn on h6, I play a6, and I have two passed pawns on the king side and the queen side. So that's why I'm pretty sure that h5 is going to happen. G takes, rook h6, rook g3, king e3, and somehow this is a draw.
I just really feel like this is so unfair with the players and with chess in general. How a position like this, if you're looking at it without an evaluation bar and without the assistance of the computer, it really gets you excited that there's something happening. White is making progress, and how will Black defend? But the Engine and this evaluation bar just kills it because it says everything is a draw. Ah, Arthur's modern chess.
Yeah, what to do? There was even this common joke that all the endgames with an extra pawn are drawn are rook games, and all the rook games with the equal material are winning. This is what my good friend was once telling me years ago. But Yestepenko is definitely looking into this. He's looking into h5, and as you can see by his body language, Andre is not yet done. He is fighting it out, and also the relation bar is slightly moving up a small bit in White's favor. It doesn't really matter because ultimately in the king games, it's either a win, it's a draw, or loss. There is no slightly better or slightly worse. Very often it just leads to a very clear result. And Yestepenko has 30 minutes on the clock to figure things out.
He's really taking his time here. So h5 is certainly one of the options he's considering. What else do you think is on his mind? Or is it also, even with the h5 idea, how much the move order matters? Because he can also start with king e3.
How about king d4?
Even more active.
I try to disconnect the king.
Give up all your pawns. Give up the f3 pawn as well. Give up everything on the king side. Promote the a pawn.
But wait a second. This can be really dangerous to Black. I mean, where do you put the king? King f8, king e8, king g8? Because you play king f8. I might play king g6, threaten with a checkmate. Engine, as usual, is saying it's just a dead draw. But the king is cut off to the final rank. And this could be very unpleasant. So I think that Andre is looking into this right now. I mean, it's either h5, g takes, and whatever the same game, or play king d4, rook g3, king e5, rook f3, if all of this is forced or not, and claim something here. It's super interesting.
I think this might be what Yasipenko is considering here, because he really is trying his best to find a way to put more pressure on Hikaru. And even if the evaluation bar is still showing equality, it means that Hikaru will have to be extremely precise, because this is no longer that simple as just going back and forth with the rook. This is how easily you can lose it. I would lose it immediately with a move like G5 Arthurs.
Not like this.
we can lose it, but we can also not win it.
Yeah, but where's the... I do not see, like... That's why I'm telling you, this is not a very easy king game. I have a feeling that Andre is going to play king d4, king e5.
I think
But
so
it's a
too.
very big
Look
choice.
at it. He is calculating. I think he is literally calculating that line right now.
Oh, this is the win. Check. Here. Here.
Threatening
King E8.
checkmate and allowing the pawn
And it's
to
a
be
win.
pushed. Wow, and then it's check and promotion.
I mean, I just switched on the engine. I gotta confess. Right now, I switched on the engine. And if you play king h8, there's rook e7, king g6, and checkmate ideas. Check this
Goodness
out.
me.
It's some study-like position.
Thanks to the GNF pawns of black, there are no checks on those files.
Wow.
It's the moment when you wish you didn't have those pawns on the board, but you do.
You gotta
Andre
play
Yasipenko.
king d4 then. But I
Yeah,
mean,
I think
king
he's
d4.
gonna-
Yeah, he should do it, because I mean, this is also super tempting, and I can feel that Andre is super undecided. Like, should I go here? Should I play king e3? I'm sorry, with this entire sequence: h5, g takes,
Yeah.
rook takes to h6, rook g3, king e3, and play for this position where it feels like he's gonna win a pawn, or instead sacrifice a pawn and play for domination, king d4, king e5. This is a major moment. Of course, for stock players, like, it's no moment, everything's a draw anyway. But Andre doesn't know that. And I think that he definitely feels he is pushing for something. And he's choosing between these two moves right now. I have a gut instinct that king d4 is the best chance.
I feel like he's gonna go for king to d4. I would love to hear the thoughts of our viewers. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, please let us know in the chat. Is it going to be that pawn sacrifice, king d4, with the idea of going all the way into black's camp? Is Yasipenko heading in that direction, or will he choose the option with h5 to get to the h6 pawn? It's still pretty easy to mess things up. Like, we are very ready to mess things up, but hopefully Hikaru and all the fans of Hikaru will find a more safe way of handling this endgame.
Yeah, I just, once again, I'm showing some engine line where white is winning. Black can mess this up. And apparently this is winning for white. All right, very, very big moment. I can't really tell what I would do, Anna. And I think that for Andre, he would wish he would just play the h5, king e3, and not notice king d4, because as soon as you notice the idea king d4, king e5, you cannot unsee it. It is super tempting, because cutting off the king to the final rank is one of the key ideas in any rook game. Even though you sacrifice a pawn, you can look at his body language. He's trying very hard right now to decide, because maybe he puts himself in a situation where one of the choices is a draw and one of them is a win. Obviously, he doesn't know that both of them are, according to an engine, a draw. But very often, when you have been playing professional chess for many years, you are in this situation where in the game you can instinctively, you feel that one of them is right and one of them is wrong. And you have to guess. You cannot calculate until the very end. You're guessing.
He's been trying to figure it out for already over 8.5 minutes. He's down to his final 7.5 minutes, and this is the final time control. There is a 30-second increment per move, but that's all the time that Yasipenko has. So now it is quite a time advantage for Hikaru, but the position, it is absolutely critical, as you have pointed out so many times already, Arthurs, whether it's going to be king to d4, brave and giving up some pawns for activating the white king, or is it going to be h5, Yasipenko's choice? He doesn't know that both of them should still lead to a draw. He needs to figure out, without any assistance of an evaluation bar like we have, on what to do and how to put pressure on Hikaru. I think he's going to go King D4. King D4 is on the board. I think it's a good practical chance.
All right. So the game is alive. I'm not entirely sure why exactly King D4 is better than King E3, but in terms of the practical choices, I think this is the best shot. The only thing I wish that Andre had done it a bit sooner, because he has only 7 minutes on the clock. The game is very much alive. He's about to sacrifice 2 pawns at the king side unless Hikaru is going to play something else. And Hikaru accepts immediately. This also shows that he was expecting King D4.
Yeah, and I think it's important in those moments to show confidence. So he immediately captures the pawn as soon as he sat down. And after King E5, I'm expecting another quick move by Hikaru.
And Hikaru has to make the only move, which is accepting the pawn on F3. It looks like he has calculated this while he was off the board. There's another move. He could also play G5 here. I don't think it really makes any sense. I think you just take the pawn and worry about things later.
G5 was the move that was losing, right? So it's one of the ways in which black can mess up.
Yeah, but here I think it literally makes no sense because you're also gifting a tempo for white. You just take the pawn on F3 and worry about things. And he's right now in this position in his mind. Rook takes on F3, Rook A7, where to go? Here, here, or here? Good luck figuring it out.
He's slowing down. He was gonna make a move after a few seconds, but then he paused and he's double, triple checking his calculation. Of course, it's a crucial moment in the game to make sure that after Rook takes F3, when from a rook endgame where Hikaru was down a pawn, suddenly he's gonna be up a pawn, but it's not the number of pawns that matter, but the activity of the white pieces that are causing some danger here with checkmate threats, with the pass pawn really advanced for white. So I think he's going to take the pawn, but he's double, triple checking everything.
I think Hikaru is also realizing this rook game is getting trickier than he expected. And props to Yesipenko, who has managed to find the best practical resource. Like already we were discussing, everything in this engine, in this position, according to an engine, is a dead draw. But from a practical standpoint, Hikaru is facing a real test, and he's figuring out after this check on A7, where exactly is he planning to retreat. There you go. Rook takes on F3 is on the board, and I'm pretty sure that Yesipenko is going to play Rook A7 immediately, and then the million-dollar question: which move is the right one?
And it's not an easy one. There are 3 options for the black king, all of them on the back rank. Where is Hikaru going to go? He was about to make a move again quickly, but he pauses yet again.
All right, maybe King E8 a safer move, running towards the A pawn.
Very tense moment because it's not obvious which square is less dangerous.
So let's say he plays, let's maybe put it on the analysis screen, King E8. I want to play A6, Rook A3, check. You cannot play King D, can you? Maybe play King D7, A7, King C7. Yeah, probably it's just safe. Yeah, black can accept the trade and it's just a draw. Oh, wait, what?
Unless we can lose this king and pawn in game for Yesipenko, which would be quite an achievement from a position of strength.
Okay. So the pawns matter, I suppose. King E8, I think it looks pretty logical.
Hikaru nodding. Is he gonna go to E8? Is he choosing something else between the 3 options?
So what does Yesipenko do? Does he play King E6? King E8, yeah? It's on the board?
Yeah,
it's on the board.
It has just been played by Hikaru. He's choosing what seems to be the most precise variation for black, heading toward the pass pawn of white. King E6 is the move that you were saying, Arthurs, or pawn to A6?
Okay. And if I continue pressing, king f6. Probably this is the cleanest. f4, king g6, f3. And this should be a draw. Yeah, black is also getting his own pass pawn. It looks like Hikaru has figured things out. So Yesipenko found a pretty good practical idea. This king d4, king e5. I really liked it. But it looks like it's not enough. Hikaru is just
and
too good.
King e8, I think Hikaru's last move was crucial to make it less dangerous, because if the king was on f8 or g8, then all those patterns with the checkmate on the back rank are alive. If the king is on f8, king f6 attacks the pawn but also threatens checkmate. If the king would have gone to g8, then what we had seen is that in some circumstances you're playing king f6 and later on those pawns will be in the way of black. You cannot give checks through your pawns. So black is up a pawn, but you wish those pawns were not on the board.
But this was really the best chance for Yesipenko because this endgame is losing for black. Takes, we discussed this shortly. This check, king h8, rook b7, king g6, you use the pawns as an umbrella to shelter yourselves from the checks. And after king f8, rook b7, black is not in time to put the rook behind the pawn because there's a checkmate on the board. And this simply costs black the rook. So there was a chance for Hikaru to go wrong. King g8, king f6, and to play g5, but he figured things out, and after king d8, it looks like it's finally heading to a draw.
King e8, such a precise decision, and Hikaru stands up from the board. Of course, it's been such a long day. There's refreshment and snacks in the area that we don't have access to with our cameras. I wish we did, or at least, as you said, Arthurs, I wish we had the snacks that they have access to, because I am getting hungry. It's been a long day.
Yeah, they definitely have a great venue. Sapporo is a great location. By the way, Andre just played a6. The only move for black is rook a3, which makes perfect sense. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. So Hikaru's the move.
When he finds his way back to the playing hall, at the moment is Hikaru's chair against Yesipenko, holding pretty well this rook endgame, I must say.
Yeah, maybe he can also give a check on e3 first, but I mean, that just literally makes no sense. Just play rook a3. And yeah, the king is cut off, but there's nothing most likely Yesipenko can do. Let's maybe try to find something here. Rook a3. I mean, if you try to run towards the a pawn, black is marching forward with his f pawn. If you give a check, your idea is to play a7 and try to win a rook, like this. Probably this is the safest. a7 and king g7. And this leads to a very famous draw. The players are making the moves.
Very
Rook
quickly
a3.
indeed. After the pawn push, rook a3. Hikaru is preventing that the white rook can leave the a file. There is no longer that option, at least not without giving up the passed pawn. And Hikaru leaves again. Tense moment. There is still that pressure and tension. I know I used to do this as a player, that when I was really nervous, I would stand up because it just somehow makes it more bearable to deal with the stress and the pressure. But he will have to come back to his seat now because it's his move again after king to e6. Yesipenko threatening checkmate with rook a8.
So there's 3 ways how Hikaru can lose right now. I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. This is a good check, or maybe king d8 is the safer move. Probably king d8 looks pretty logical. And the problem for white is that he cannot keep the pawn on h4 alive, like king f6. Try to eat up these pawns to keep the h-pawn as a passer, because I'm pretty sure that black will be able to trade it off. Maybe like this. Let me maybe show it on the analysis board. King d8, king f6. Yeah, f4. I think we discussed this position in a slightly different version. Although, just a second. Okay, let's play it for a while. Okay, it's obviously a draw.
Oh, just when you said it, Arthurs, look at that tactical pattern with rook a7, deflecting the rook from the promotion square.
I read it in
There's
the
ways
chat
to
that there was
lose,
somebody asking
always.
that White could not possibly lose the game, but there was an answer. I just showed it to you. There you go. I just showed you another version of this. Yes, you can lose this if you're not very accurate until the very end. You think there's no danger. I just proved you otherwise. You could always lose.
We can lose this with either color, but luckily for Yesipenko and Hikaru, their quality of play has been really high. This has been such an accurate game. Both of them are on about a 98% accuracy, which is really impressive considering that it's been 50 moves already.
Yeah, and Yespenko is thinking what to do, but yeah, you can tell by his body language. Maybe he regrets that he didn't go for this other choice, and we have to go back. Where was this? After King D3, here, right here. He was choosing between King D4 and the other idea, H5. H5, G takes on H5, King E3, Rook takes on G3, and Rook takes on H6. And maybe he's right now regretting that. Perhaps there was a bit more life in this position. According to an engine, it's still the same, but what has ideas like King of4, A6, and I think he was really heavily banking on this idea that maybe Hikaru automatically is gonna, maybe there's a chance that he's gonna go for this King G8, King F6, and G5. And this is the best that he was able to find, but Hikaru is apparently very good, very precise in endgames. He didn't do this, he played King E8 instead, and right now, I think that Yespenko is realizing that there's not much he can do anymore.
And if that's the case, the realization and accepting the fact that there is no longer a way to press, do you think we will see a repetition of moves? Is there, and what would be the way out for Yesipenko now that he's below his final 4 minutes if he just wants to finish the game and accept that there is no longer a chance to press?
It's just King F6. I mean, do not blunder like I did. King F6, King D6, F3, King takes an H6, F2. Let me improve the line that I show you, this Rook A6. Do not play King G7. Do not be like me. Be like Yesipenko. I'm playing King G5. And even here, like what visually kind of has some pressure because of this outside pass pawn. Of course, it's just a dead draw. Do not play King G7, play King G5. Maybe the game is heading to this direction because, yeah, that's the best I can think of. Is there some Rook D7 here, an A7 maybe? Try to cut off the king completely, but I just do not see what's going to be the follow-up. What do you do next?
Yeah, it feels like
Probably not.
after the decision that Hikaru took a few moments ago, King E8, which was really precise, there is no longer any trickery or danger on Black's side. We have now, I believe, a follow-up move by Yesipenko. His king is approaching the pawns of Black with King to F6. This is one of the lines that you analyzed, Arthurs, that White is about to grab the G pawn or the F pawn.
Let's go full. Oh,
and he offered a draw. He offered
I said,
just
let's go
before
full
you
screen
could
and let's
go
see
for
the game
camera.
concluding.
They're faster.
there was
They're
already a draw
so
for it.
fast. This has been such a stressful game, I feel like, for both players because of the time pressure and pressure on the board. For Hikaru, Yesipenko was trying and he pushed and pressed and he had a good chance, but Hikaru has defended so precisely this rook endgame that there was no longer anything left. I wonder if we could hear the players, if we have a mic that we could turn on in the playing venue.
Why are they whispering?
There's no one else left in the playing venue. Please talk louder.
Guys, you're the last ones.
They're too used to being chess players. They cannot talk. Loud. Louder.
actually start winning you play rook c1. You can trade first, play rook c1, d8, d8, rook c1. And then if you play rook, no, you play, let's say, g6. Yeah, okay, now you play f3. f3. But if you play just, no, bishop h3. d8, and then I think king h2. Not so easy. Yeah, I think you bishop h2, rook d8, king h2. Because with bishop on g2, it's very safe on the king side. It's also like no, because actually, yeah, if you don't play at the right moment, you maybe go c4 exactly. Yeah, it's not so easy then. Yeah. I mean, it has to be winning, surely. It's not so easy.
Wow, that has been quite the analysis. I wish it wasn't that quiet as much as I enjoyed the ASMR performed by Andrei Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura. It felt like they think that there's other players still playing in the venue, but they are the only two. They were the last two men standing. John, what are your thoughts on this final game and the second round of the Candidates Tournament?
My thoughts are that was a riveting end to the Cypriot National Library Championships, because clearly they thought there were other people still present. Lovely, of course, to see them analyzing over the board, and chess players will be chess players. So here are the results for today. In the open section, we had 4 draws, but similar to the women's section yesterday, some ridiculously fighting chess and some very entertaining games despite the peaceful result. The standings, therefore, after round 2, we have 3 joint leaders still because none of them were able to take the full point. Fabiano Caruana, Yavakir Sindarov, and Pragnananda are all on 1.5 points. Everyone, though, is also off the mark because Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, and Andrei Yesipenko also managed to achieve those draws today. And in the women's candidates, we again had 4 draws, but not without drama. We'll be going over some of these games in just a sec, I am sure. But because yesterday we also had a sequence of draws, we have this rather pleasing graphic where absolutely everybody is on the same number of points, wins, draws, and losses. However, this is the candidates. Come the end of round 14, there will be no participation certificates. There has to be a winner who will go on to challenge the world champion later on this year. So that's where things currently stand. Anna, do you have a favorite game maybe that you've managed to follow today? We've had some pretty good action.
I think there have been some spectacular games. Even if the result doesn't suggest it, it feels like, based on the results only, it was a peaceful, quiet day. But the boards, they were talking a different language. And there have been some really big missed chances, especially in the women's section. I think there will be players that are disappointed. I feel like Zhu Jiner had a really good chance against Katerina Lano. And the All India Derby between Divya Dashmukh and Vaishali was a huge game. I would love to take a look at that moment that Divya was also pointing out in her interview with Mike on how she missed a win against her compatriot.
Well, your wish is our command, and we've had several people in the chat as well throughout the last hour also suggest that that might be our game of the day. But Arturs, ultimately, we do have to pick a game to review. Just in case there's an outside chance you pick something else, are you going where I think you're going?
Exactly, John. I chose this game, Divya against Vaishali, just because it featured the most beautiful move of the round. So here we go. Let's start it from the start to finish. The two compatriots from India, c4, e6, knight c3, d5, followed by d4. A different move order to get to the cusp structure, and this is where Vaishali played h6, pretty trendy move. The idea is to play knight f6, bishop e7, and stop white to carry out the common idea to play bishop g5. Divya decided to trade the pawns instead, and since you could not put the bishop on g5, she placed the bishop on f4. c6, e3, all of these moves make perfect sense. Black decided to trade a couple of bishops. Bishop d3, knight e7, and characteristically for this position, white is choosing between knight f3 and knight e2. First, Divya decided to stop black from playing bishop f5. That's why queen c2 was played. Short castle, knight f3, and knight e7, knight f6. Here, both players are having clear plans. White is supposed to play at the queen side. Black is supposed to organize some sort of a counterattack at the king side. h3 was played. g6 preparing to play a bishop f5. And Divya proceeded with the plan. Knight a4, knight c5, rook c1, going for some pressure. Vaishali was holding on. And it seems like this was getting a pretty balanced game. And Divya was the one who was constantly applying some pressure. As you can see, both players were really well aware where to place their knights, because typically in the cosplate structure, the white knight best stands on d3 and the black knight best belongs on d6. a4, white was opening up the queen side until we are going to get to the critical phase of the game. Divya was applying some pressure, trying to initiate some counterplay at the king side as well, until this moment happened. After queen f3, Vaishali, in a time scramble, move 34, played knight e4. Her idea was to remove the knight from c5 and target the pawn on a4. Any move for black was good. Queen c7, queen e7, and black is safe. What the Indian player had missed, that after rook takes on b7, not only there's a checkmate threat, which is what Vaishali was anticipating, but she responded with knight g5, hitting the queen on f3, defending the pawn on f7, and also threatening to play rook takes on c5 and collect the rook on b7. And yet, this was not working, because apparently Divya could have won the game on the spot with a pretty simple move, queen g4, hitting the queen on c8, and that's the reason why black cannot take the knight on c5. Obviously, the game would have continued, but unfortunately for the World Cup winner, she decided to play queen g3, which she thought it's winning, because she definitely saw rook takes on c5. The idea is that after queen e5 check, king h7, rook b8, it seems that white is winning. If the black queen retreats, there's simply a checkmate on the board, but she simply missed a very beautiful repetition by Vaishali. Rook c1 check, king h2, and here comes the most beautiful move of the round. Queen takes on h3. The idea is revealed after g takes on h3, knight f3 check, black recaptures the queen and is safe. The game could have continued for a while from here, but definitely Divya was not feeling in the spirits after blundering such a move, and they agreed to a draw right here. John, back to you.
An absolutely incredible game. Thank you so much, Archers. That is so fascinating to watch replayed again. Really appreciate that. I know a lot of people will be watching that on YouTube afterwards as well. In the meantime, you guys are in luck. Mike Klein himself managed to catch up with Hikaru Nakamura. Let's head over to him now to hear from one of our top-seeded Americans.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who played the longest game of the day again. You've had a long day, so I'm going to skip right to the end of the game. You had a weak c-pawn most of the game, and then you ditched it. Were you just trying to go for a practical endgame that you were pretty sure you could hold?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I was much worse for probably 30 moves. I actually feel like I might have been just losing it at maybe one or two moments. But I felt like Andre was trying to be a little bit too precise. He didn't go for the kill. He kind of just kept making moves, and we both started getting a little bit low on time. And I mean, I think when I reach this endgame, after he played this rook e2, sorry, not e3, if I just play knight d6, take the bishop and reach this endgame with the pawns on f2 and f7, it's a dead draw. Everyone knows that. But then I didn't do that, and actually, I mean, I don't know. Was it a draw or was I losing?
I think you were still holding it.
I was drawing with rook g2.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then everything's good if it was still a draw. But I mean, it was basically at the end a thought where I felt like it should be an easy draw, and then I realized that time control is very, very tricky, and I have to find this rook g2 move. And even then, I had no idea whether it was drawing or losing. But the good thing is, all my moves I can play in like 5 seconds. I don't have to think, and it's on my opponent to prove it. So yeah, it's obviously good considering the opening for sure.
I have good news for you. Actually, it's the only drawing move from my memory of the game. Rook g2 was a must-find. So you found it, even though you were tired. Now, defending has been what you've had to do the first 2 days. Does defending take more energy out of you than pushing for a win?
I mean, obviously, because you can't really relax. But it's kind of funny that I found rook g2, and then yesterday I missed a much easier draw. So it's pretty amusing, but that's how it goes.
So you went over your game in depth yesterday. and you made the mistake in the end game, but does that actually help expunge the bad feelings, the fact that you did a video, a recap, and you got it out of your system? Does that help you in any way?
No, I mean, or you mean why do a recap, or why do a recap?
No, I know you're going
right
to do a
away?
recap anyway, but I'm saying just talking about the mistake for your fans actually in a way help you like move past it and get on with it psychologically.
Well, there are a couple things. The first thing I would say about a recap is I do it right away because I think it's important. You know, if you're a serious chess player, at least, to go through the game when the thoughts are fresh versus looking with a computer, because then you can basically just make up whatever. Say you saw this, saw that, whatever, and just completely lie about it, everything. Which some players like to do after their games. I won't mention a certain GM, but I think everybody knows who he is, a top GM who likes to think he knows everything about variations. But yeah, that's why I do it right away. But then in terms of talking about it, I mean, it's just something I've become very used to. So yeah, I just do it because it's for the fans.
And finally, before the tournament, Anish Giri said one of the strengths of your game was you find practical resources in these worst positions. Do you feel like you did that today to be able to hold the draw? Do you feel like it's a strength of your game?
I mean, my position was, luckily, it was a situation where I just don't have many moves. But I think the thing is, with the time control also, it's very tricky because with no increment, if you got low on time, it's very easy to make mistakes. And actually, I felt like the game against Fabi, I mean, both ways. I thought Fabi simplified when he probably shouldn't have because he felt the looming time pressure. And then I didn't actually, like, force the draw like I should have because I thought he was low on time. So time pressure plays a very big role, but I think I'm pretty good at defending, and I guess the result is as good as it could be, all things considered.
Okay, you've survived the double blacks. Hopefully good things are in for the future, and good luck getting some more points on the board.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Insightful interview there with Hikaru Nakamura. Thank you very much to Hikaru for taking the time to chat with us, and a huge thank you to Mike for his wonderful efforts getting us those interviews throughout the day. That does conclude our coverage for round 2, though, and despite all of the results being draws, we've had a very non-stop day of action. Artur, let's go to you first. Sum up the day for us. Even though the results weren't as decisive as yesterday, we basically still got the fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the yesterday's first round, today we had all the games that finished with a peaceful outcome, but I don't think it was a boring day at all. We saw quite a bit of action. The game, for example, Divya against Vaishali, the spectacular queen sacrifice alone was quite something special. Also, the endgame that Hikaru played against Yespenko, as he just revealed in the postmortem analysis, he was not entirely sure about position. He even asked Mike if he's losing. Yeah, these rook endgames are super tricky, but overall, it was a super high level. Obviously, there was no big mistakes. Some players were trying to take the safer choices because it's a long run. It's 14 rounds overall because it's not just about this one round. You have to always look also for the longer distance. And yeah, it was a great day overall.
And Anna, I want to latch on to that last point from Artur. Yesterday, we maybe saw all singing, all dancing, no punches held back. Today, maybe a little bit more conservative, but all in all, still a great day of fighting chess.
I agree. It was more solid. There were less fireworks, but there have been missed chances, especially in the women's section. The game that Arturs have analyzed between the two Indian grandmasters, and also a big miss for Zhu Jinner against Katina Lano. The end game, the rook end game, that with our engine, it was sort of easy to say it was a draw all the way, but Hikaru himself wasn't sure. So that's how complicated chess is. Even though all games were drawn today, there has still been a lot of action, and I'm predicting, hot take here, there will be decisive results tomorrow.
I'm loving that. We do need some hot takes to bring into the broadcast tomorrow. You can, of course, tune into that by popping back to this channel. We'll be live same time, same place. But for now, that is round 2 of the Candidates Tournament now done and dusted, consigned to the history books, but plenty more to come in this double round robin tournament that will decide who goes on to play the world champion later this year. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stay safe wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us today, and a huge thank you to everyone's contributions in chat as well. We see you, we love you, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Good night.